Twice as Deadly is Book 2 in the Provence Mysteries. Written by Christy Marquis. Published by Google Play. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing. Published by Tamsin Baker, 2022. Prologue. The woman ran across the bridge from her quarters to the largest tent in the camp. She had seen something in her orb and had to report it. As she stumbled on her long skirts for the third time, she let out a disgruntled huff and flicked her hand. Her hem shortened and she picked up speed. "Winona. Slow down." A voice tense with urgency called from behind her. "It's important." Winona didn't bother to look back. A bold-colored canopy tent stood out amongst the more somber-hued tents for the elders that surrounded it. She pulled the billowing cloth aside and announced herself. An enormous desk stood in the middle of the tent, where she knew she would find who she was looking for, but she still couldn't help pausing to take in her surroundings for a moment. Awe-inspiring. No other words could describe how impressively the place was charmed. It was marvelous how everything rearranged itself according to his wishes without him even blinking an eye, almost as if the inanimate objects had a mind of their own. "It's not your first time in here, Winona," a soft voice drawled. She startled and quickly made her way to the center of the space, careful not to disturb the decor around her. Sure enough, the man with ghost eyes sat on the huge desk. Not behind it, but cross-legged on top of it. His ash-gray hair, the same shade as hers, looked almost white beneath the bright lights. "You have news for me." He lifted his brow, as if to remind her she had no place gawking at his office when she had urgent news to tell him. Chastened, she fiddled with her sleeve. "I detected a spike in magic from the west part of Ra. I looked into my orb, and it showed Helena Ambrose in the forest." "But?" he questioned. "The magic wasn't Helena's." He nodded. "She was arrested for Genevieve Bloodgood's murder tonight." Helena Ambrose. His words only added to her confusion. "But that doesn't make any sense. She has been sent to Arcs from Provence. And the surge? Whose was it?" Winona couldn't help questioning him. He seemed to know more than her, and she was yet to make sense of the situation. He regarded her for a moment before asking, "Did you see anything last night?" "From Provence?" "Nothing special, just the usual faint glimpses. There is a new girl in the town. I felt her yesterday for all of 5 minutes. Her magic is suppressed." She supplied the word. "That as well." He rubbed his chin, his fingers adorned with heavy rings. "But also glamored. Someone tinkered with it. Without the surge, we never would have known she was there." "Do the others know?" He lowered his voice as he replied, "The Sakoffs, like always, have been asked to investigate. I would have preferred for it to be us, since we have better links in town. Can't we send someone covertly? Ragnar Lodbrok's day is coming up soon. No one noticeable can be absent. Besides, I'd rather not sneak someone into that town." He made a face. Did the spell not lift after her death? She was surprised by his reluctance. "All her spells hold up to this very minute." Winona was fascinated, but not surprised. She knew of Genevieve Bloodgood and her power because all of her spells were a subject of interest. Everyone knew that Provence and the neighboring forest, Ra, were under her protection. "Do you think I would be able to get in?" "Winona, I said no one noticeable can be absent on the Remembrance Day. The festival is a week away. I've been raving about going to Ghana for the past few years. No one would suspect a thing if I don't want to come back just after a week." He looked at her, in bewilderment. "It's been a long time since you've left the encampment. The world is not what it used to be." "I'll manage." The man stroked his chin again. She waited for him to weigh whatever was on his mind. A few beats passed before he spoke. "Do you think he knows?" A strange emotion flashed through his eyes as he uttered the question. She thought for a moment before answering truthfully. "If he does, we better work quickly." The man took a deep breath and his eyes fell shut. "I don't have a good feeling about this." He frowned without opening his eyes. She sighed and walked right in front of him, and took his hand in hers, knowing what a privilege it was since he didn't grant everyone that liberty. "I won't let you down, Azzy," she said gently. He opened his eyes, a soft expression on his face. He squeezed her hand and warned his daughter. "Be careful." Chapter 1. I stood on the balcony, overlooking the garden that led to the forest. I'd lost all concept of time, and the days following Helena Ambrose's arrest had crawled by. But one glance at the date on my phone screen told me that it had been 4 days. Each time I switched the phone on, notifications of missed calls and texts flowed in. I ignored all of them, and stayed locked in the bedroom at the mansion, allowing no visitors. Anyone who knocked on the bedroom door was turned away without seeing my face. I only went downstairs to have dinner after the lights were turned out, and I was sure everyone had gone to sleep. I couldn't remember how I had coped 18 years ago, after my mother's death. But now, after her murderer was identified and arrested, I mourned for her as if I'd just lost her over again. Nightmares of her bloody clothes and face plagued my sleep. Every time I tried to sleep, I woke sobbing. I shouldn't have seen the crime scene photographs. The chief had no reason to be so cruel. He must have known what they would do to me. I knew nothing would change, nor would I accomplish anything by shutting myself in this room, but I didn't feel like talking to anyone at all. I didn't want to hear how unhealthy it was to be depressed over her death 18 years after her passing. I had come to terms with Aunt Miley's death differently. It was all too unexpected, and I had been swept up by the whirlwind of decisions about funeral arrangements, keeping or giving away her belongings, the apartment, and whatnot. A hollowness had pinned down my grief while I had dealt with all of that, day in and day out, feeling absolutely nothing. By the time I was finished with the legal stuff, almost 2 months had passed. That was when the crying started. I would just burst into tears at small, random things that reminded me of her. Ben and Meg used to say that it had been too long, and I needed to move on, which is why I had distanced myself from them. Back then I had things to look forward to, my art or lack thereof, my boyfriend and my best friend. Now I wasn't too sure. Noel had called a ridiculous number of times, and texted even more than that. I ignored all of them. Tim didn't text or come to my room, giving me much-needed space. Zoe and Walia didn't call or text, nor did I expect them to. I knew I wouldn't be able to paint, so I hadn't tried. There was nothing I missed doing, except being at the cottage. It was difficult to look out and imagine myself walking the path to the cottage through the forest. I had the money to buy it from Osiris, if it even belonged to him. But the money came from a source I wanted nothing to do with. I couldn't bring myself to use a single penny from his name. Even though I had read the will countless times, flipped it upside down and scanned it front to back, I still couldn't believe it was real, couldn't believe the mayor, David Ambrose, was really my father. It was impossible to wrap my head around. I had so many questions. Why didn't he come to me? Why didn't he say anything? Why did he fight me when I asked about my mother? He would have known, wouldn't he? The DNA test had done me no good since I had messed up the sample. The only way to know for sure would be to ask for another test. But his wife killed my mother. I didn't want to see him anytime soon. The knowledge was the last nail in the coffin that housed our relationship. I'd thrown the document into a drawer and hadn't opened it again, both literally and figuratively speaking. I clutched my robe tighter around myself and turned to go inside, finally feeling tired enough to fall asleep again. Crossing the threshold, I entered the room only for heat to burn me from the inside out. I yanked the robe from my body and opened the glass doors again. I hadn't realized it was this hot inside, but even the chilly night air did nothing to cool me down. What the hell was happening? I was completely fine a minute ago. Sweat dripped down my hairline as I fisted my hands around the cold door handles to control the overwhelming urge to punch my way through everything in this bedroom. The heat was coming from inside me. Something tugged at my gut, something that wasn't entirely my own. Heat poured out of my fingertips, an intense throbbing in my forehead blurred my vision. Though the intense fury flowed through my blood, I knew it wasn't mine. It felt like someone was shouting down a megaphone in my ear, telling me he was enraged, and I had to share the anger too. Stop! I yelled to the empty air around me, commanding the feeling to cease. It rebelled strongly for a moment, before it slowly drained out of my body. Depleted by the turmoil, my knees shook and crumpled beneath me. I lay down right where I had landed on the floor, and unable to keep my eyes open any longer, I fell asleep. All the staff members stared at me, as if I was the ghost of Christmas past when I made my way to the kitchen the next morning. Even Kathy nearly dropped the bowl she was taking to the table. Do I look that bad? I chuckled dryly. Kathy shook her head as I glanced at the maids inside the kitchen, before sitting down. Have you all eaten? I asked Kathy. Yes, the girls are just leaving. She glared pointedly at the people who were taking their sweet time to shuffle out the kitchen. How are you? I asked her to break the silence. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? She hesitated, before taking the seat in front of me. I'm great. I gave her the megawatt smile I had practiced in the mirror before coming down. She shook her head and sighed. I am. I kept the smile on my face, shoving some grapes in my mouth for good measure. Have you seen Tim yet? No. I glanced out of the window as I answered. She started but trailed off when I looked back at her. I raised my eyebrow in question. She closed her eyes, and I watched her have an internal debate before she inhaled deeply and opened her eyes. This is going to sound way off topic to you, but I have a 10-year-old daughter. A smile crinkled her eyes as she spoke. What? Wow. That was not what I expected to hear. What's her name? Why have I never seen her? How old are you? I quickly added, if you don't mind sharing. It's all right. She chuckled, I'm 40. Her name is Grace, and you haven't seen her because she doesn't live here. Does she live with her father? I prodded when she didn't say anything else. Her father died when she was 5. I did the math in my head. She must have been 30 when she had her kid, and 35 when she lost her husband. I imagined her raising her daughter with the same love and care my mother and aunt had raised me with. But why did she not live with her? I'm sorry for your loss. It's been a long time. She shrugged. Time doesn't bring them back. Bitterness coated my voice as I said it, and I noticed the lack of hate in hers when she replied, No, it doesn't. As the air started to get heavy around me, I diverted the chat to something better. What is Grace like? She is a delight to be around. Very sharp for her age, but thankfully she's humble and helps other children rather than brag about it. What grade is she in? 5th. Though her teachers are pushing for a promotional exam. She spoke proudly. Is the school close to where she lives? I brought the question back, to try and figure out why she was telling me all this. She laughed and muttered something about being stubborn under her breath, before answering. Grace lives at Ambrose Manor. That is all I can say about the matter, because I think Tim should tell you the rest. Ah, there it was. The twist I wasn't expecting, but probably shouldn't have surprised me. Not knowing what to say to her, I just nodded and got up. Taking the empty grape barrel to the sink, I informed Kathy that I was going out. She didn't seem happy about it, but followed my lead of keeping quiet. Upon waking, I'd planned to see the librarian, Kayleen, or Kai as she had told me to call her. There was too much I didn't understand, and I needed to know what kept me anchored in this town. My feet dragged on the gravel to the garage. I knew Tim was done repairing the damage to my mother's motorcycle, caused by me swerving and crashing to save a woman who stood in the middle of the road. I hadn't known it was Helena Ambrose, my mother's killer, until she threatened and then tried to kill me. The hammering and tinkering sounds had stopped early in the morning yesterday. I could take the bike to the library and save myself from having to ask Tim to drive me. But a part of me was hesitant to ride again. I waved at Jonas. He looked up from the textbook he studied, as I approached the bench where he sat in front of the garage. He smiled shyly and waved back. In all the time I had known him, I had yet to hear him speak more than 2 words at once. On the bench inside the garage, Tim was absorbed with a newspaper in his hand. He hadn't seen me yet, and I instinctively took a step back out of his view. Jonas tilted his head at me in question, and I sighed. Lifting a finger to my lips, I silently asked the teenager to keep a secret, and turned around and walked down the driveway as quietly as I could. It was a beautiful day. A walk to the library would do me some good. Besides, I didn't want a repeat of pitying questions, especially not from Tim. On the way to the library, a loud chatter in a street close by drew my attention. Noise? On a Tuesday morning? In Provence? It didn't add up. So I turned left instead of the right to the library, and walked towards the crowd of people gathered in front of the cast-in. How did I not notice this place before? I should have seen it from my bedroom window. Beats me. My subconscious could be unbelievably mean for 10 in the morning. I approached the fringes of the gathering and listened in on snippets of conversation. Who was she? No one knows yet. A third voice butted in. I heard she was shipwrecked. She took her own life after realizing she was the lone survivor. Seriously, Riley. The first person spoke again. Where do you even come up with these? It's a perfectly plausible theory. A few people grumbled in response. Having heard enough, I rose on the tip of my toes to peek over their heads. The yellow tape around the premises gave me pause. What happened here? I asked, to no one in particular. A woman was murdered. The man answered. Or she committed suicide due to survivor's guilt. The woman, Riley added. For the last time. Hey. Look. It's the deputy. Someone announced, and the whispering stopped. Everyone in the small crowd stepped closer to the boundary set by the caution tape. I tried to switch positions and peer above the crowd to see Noel, but the people frantically broke out in questions. Deputy? What happened here? Was a woman really murdered? The town isn't safe anymore. Quiet down, please. Noel's voice locked me in place. I hadn't realized how much I missed him till I heard him speak. We'll get to the bottom of this. Till then, stay calm and keep everyone else calm. We're built of stronger stuff than balking at the news of the first homicide in 18 years, don't you agree? Murmurs of agreement rose as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Pride swelled my chest at how well he had handled the situation. I took a step back along with the others, as it suddenly parted to let him through. Noel conversed with the officer next to him as they walked past. An almost overwhelming urge to stop him, just to let him know I was there, ached in my chest. But it wasn't the right time, so I resumed my original trek to the library. The building stood omniscient in the town center, the carvings on the facade a majestic addition to its glass dome, shining brightly even under the weak winter sun. My feet scuffed up the countless stairs. Inside it was dead silent like always, not a soul in sight. Such a shame that this place was vacant all the time. People should have been here for the art and architecture alone, if not for the valuable books. I made my way towards Kai's desk, and found it empty like the last time I had been here. She'd sent me to Osiris for the séance that day. I wondered what would happen today. Kai. I called out her name in the quiet. A couple of seconds later, she hovered into view. I looked down at the hem of her robe, floating an inch above the ground, and then back at her face. Her tired eyes were grayer today than I'd ever seen before. They lacked the silver sheen that made her look ethereal. Today she just looked like a human who hadn't slept well. She looked a bit like me. Are you okay? You have finally come for answers, she said instead of answering me. I wasn't surprised that she already knew why I was there. We didn't normally spend time in chit-chat, no reason to start today, so I nodded. I have. Go on then. She waved her hands for me to start. Can we sit? My legs ached so much, I wasn't sure I could stand much longer, so I settled in a chair at the nearest table before she could refuse. She raised her silver brows at me but said nothing as she sat in the chair across from me. She wriggled, as if to try and find a comfortable position for her weary bones. "What do you want to know, girl?" she asked once she stopped moving, her voice as lackluster as I had ever heard. "First, how do you hover above the ground?" It was the first ever question I had wanted to ask her. "It's a simple spell, really, but it does get tiring to hold all the time." She wrinkled her nose. "I use it so I can get around the library quickly." She told the truth. "A spell?" "Yes." "As in a magical spell?" "Yes." She nodded and emphasized the single word. We looked at each other for a moment or two, till the silence became annoying, at least for me. I couldn't form an appropriate reply in my head, so I just hummed. "Next question." Tapping her foot, she moved the conversation forward. "Oh yes, something happened last night, something quite strange. It felt as if I was feeling someone else's anger like it was my own. And now that I'm saying it out loud, I can hear how absurd it is, so let's just forget about it." I shook my head at my stupidity. "It certainly is not absurd." She almost sounded like her normal self as she admonished me. I felt it too. My eyebrows shot up. "You did?" "Someone was infuriated last night, and they ended up sending down their rage through a connection shared by certain specific people." "Someone? Connection? Which specific people?" She shook her head. "What else did you want to ask?" I parked the question for a moment, and thought back to what happened in the forest when Helena Ambrose tried to kill me after admitting to murdering my mother. The vines that wrapped around and then retreated from Helena's legs. I knew I hadn't hallucinated it. She'd yelled and thrashed against me. I thought she just meant me straddling her, until I noticed the vines moving. Maybe even the leaves that broke my fall hadn't been there before I fell. Huge coincidence that the nice squishy pile was in exactly the right place to save me from serious injury. "Does magic truly exist?" My voice came out small. She nodded. "If you want it to." "If I did, hypothetically speaking, would I be one of those specific people who felt someone else's anger through a connection?" "Are you not?" Her unspoken words sounded clearly in my head. "Did you not feel the anger last night? Doesn't that mean you are connected?" Kai kept her eyes on me. What would it feel like to go back to not knowing about any of this? I was accepting things with an open mind, doing a good job of it, I thought, but this was something I had wished for as a kid, for magic to exist. Hell, when I was 11, I used to check the post every day for my letter from Hogwarts. But now, at 25, it felt childish to hold on to the idea that magic was real. However, what other explanation was there for the peculiar things I had seen and felt? Since I had seen the tip of the iceberg, the only wise course of action now would be to acknowledge its depth instead of ignoring it. "Where did you go?" Kai frowned at me. I hadn't realized that I lost my focus on the conversation. "Oh, nowhere," I stammered. "I'd like to start those weekly lessons you offered me," I said once I had my mind back on track. "I will not be here the next week. You can come see me the following Thursday." "The whole week? Are you going somewhere?" She rolled her eyes as she stood up. "You are quite a Butinsky, do you know that? Did you just say something funny? Is the world ending already?" I stood to leave as well. "Do not mock me. Have fun on your mini vacay." I laughed and put on my Death Valley girl accent, flicking my hair behind my shoulder, making Kai huff, but the tiny smile on her face betrayed her. "You take care now." She leveled a serious look at me before I walked out. "You get some sleep," I told her and left. A car waited at the bottom of the front steps, Tim leaning against it. I noted his fingers rubbing against the car keys. His eyes widened when he saw me, but he quickly schooled his expression into a smile. "How did you know I was here?" I asked as I reached the bottom. Not a lot of places you could have been, it's a small town. I nodded and moved to open the door to the back seat. Isla? Yes? I stopped to look at him. His bruises had faded, and the cuts had scabbed over. My mind went to the fist-sized bruise on my own face. It was fading slowly, transitioning from purple to green. Would you like to grab breakfast with me? I already ate. A handful of grapes is not breakfast. The concern in his gaze ridded me of any notion of returning to my room alone. I nodded. All right. I opened the door and settled inside. He held himself back from opening my door, even though he probably wanted to, like he always did. But he'd remembered I didn't care for that. He was trying his best to not say or do anything to displease me. His nervousness made me uncomfortable, but I tried not to show it. The tension between us was uncomfortable enough as it was. Chapter 2. The bell to the hosts chimed above our heads, the sound now familiar to me. Waving at Ed, who looked up from behind the counter at the sound, I followed Tim to a table at the far end of the cafe. He waited for me to sit down before he settled opposite me. What would you like to eat? I asked him. I really loved their grilled sandwich. His reply was instant and enthusiastic. Have you tried it? Ed is a genius with layering. Kai likes lasagna, so we usually just eat that for lunch from here. Have that if you want. I'm fine either way. I shrugged. He looked as if he wanted to say more, but stopped short. He waved his hand to call the waiter over, someone I didn't know. I let out a slow sigh. Walia and Zoe's absence eased some of the tension in my neck. No way I had the energy to have two serious conversations in one day. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I sneaked a look at it under the table as Tim gave our order. Another call from Noel lit up the screen. I would stop ignoring his calls, but for now I quickly put the phone back in my pocket. When the waiter left, Tim observed my impassive face for a moment, then scratched his temple with his thumb. Isla, I know you have some things to say to me and I know you're angry with me. I'm not angry with you. Because that would require me to feel, and currently all feelings were avoiding me, or perhaps I was avoiding them like the plague. But I didn't say any of that to Tim. I just want to know why you were, or are working for the Ambrose family. Why you still can't tell me the nature of your job, and why you're so scared of telling me. It's a long story. He sighed. In case you haven't noticed, I've got a lot of time on my hands. He opened his mouth to say something, but fell silent as someone approached us. I was about to look behind me, when a hand came upon my shoulder. Good morning. Hi, Cheryl. I smiled at the older woman. How you doing, sweetie? She smiled back before looking at Tim. May I speak to you for a moment? They both walked away after excusing themselves, leaving me alone at the table. I slumped back in my chair and gazed out the window at the busy street. Everyone hurried to get to work or drop their children off at school. It was the closest to a rush hour you ever saw in this small town. An aching need to sketch the scene arose within me. Hi. I looked up at the meek whisper. Walia stood before me, shifting side to side on her feet. Hi. I replied. Is this seat taken? She pointed at Tim's empty seat. I nodded. Her awkwardness seemed to worsen. I had no reason for acting so cold towards her, and putting her on edge. I pulled out the chair beside me. This one isn't. She sighed in relief and plopped down on it, giving me a quick hug and releasing me before I could even think to hug her back. I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry for acting so weird since the night of the ball. After the first dance, I ran into my ex-boyfriend and things got ugly. She couldn't quite meet my eyes, but her words flowed out without a pause. Noel rushed us out of there after they nearly got into a fight, and I felt so bad for ruining everyone's night, and then you apologized. God, I was mortified. Then I heard about everything that happened to you, and I just didn't know if you'd even want to see me. I'm sorry I took so long. She bit her bottom lip as she darted a glance at me. Speechless, I stared at her. Isla, won't you say anything? I tried to lighten the atmosphere. I thought Zoe was the talkative one. Walia snorted and rolled her eyes. Well, I don't know what's up with her these days, so I've taken everything she usually does upon myself. Is she okay? I don't know. She shrugged, but I could see the hurt in her eyes. She won't talk with me. She's not talking to anyone. We sat in silence for a short moment before she shook her head and sat up straighter. Isla, are we good? Walia was 5 years younger than me. But in that moment, on her face, I saw the same reflection I'd seen in New York every day in the mirror. It was transparently clear to me that she was terrified to lose 2 of her limited loved ones. Keeping my friendship was important to her. I was important to her. To me, it didn't matter how much, it just mattered that I was. I leaned forward and hugged her tightly. She took in a shuddery breath and hugged me back with even more force than I'd hugged her. We're more than good, I reassured her. Zoe will come around too. Don't worry. Thanks, she whispered back. We just let go of each other when Tim walked up to the table with our food packed up. I'm sorry, Isla, we need to get back to the estate. I stood up at once. Is everything okay? I don't think so. His tightened eyes gave way his worry. I waved at Walia and quickly walked out with Tim. We drove in silence back to the mansion, both too anxious to say anything. We saw the car from Provence Police Department parked in the driveway as we arrived at the estate. Holy shit! What's going on? Tim shot me a look of surprise. I guess we'll find out. A flurry of activity in the driveway and up the stairs startled me. Was someone hurt? Worse. At least half a dozen officers rushed around on the terrace and near the balustrade. Tim stopped the car as close to the front door as possible and rushed inside, no doubt fearing the worst. With a shaky hand, I pulled the lever and exited the car, hoping for Kathy and Jonas to be okay. The officers cast glances at me and one another as I passed them. Some exchanged hushed words. I ignored them all and ran inside. 4 familiar faces stood facing the entrance. Mr. Bernard was positively gleeful. Kathy fidgeted with her apron as she did when she was nervous or worried. Tim looked angry, and Noel stood with slumped shoulders. I walked to them. What's going on? Noel turned to face me, a medley of nerves, concern, and anger flitting over his face before he masked his emotions. A search warrant was issued for this address. He straightened and spoke with his professional tone. What? What for? I asked. A woman was murdered at the inn last night. I swallowed the I know that touched the tip of my tongue. Instead, I asked, how does that affect us? We found evidence leading to the mansion. What? My mouth fell open with a shocked gasp. A beat passed while he cracked his knuckles and repeatedly tapped the tip of his shoe on the marble floor. Tim rubbed his forehead and Kathy fidgeted even more. An officer approached Noel with a notepad and showed him something. Noel sighed and ran his hands through his hair and over his face. You have permission to do what needs to be done, detective. Noel refused to return my gaze as he walked out past me. The detective pocketed his notepad and came over to me. Miss Rose, you are needed at the precinct for further questioning. If you could come with me, please. He gestured to the doors through which Noel had just left. Further? I haven't been questioned at all. You will be at the precinct. Something was not right here. I needed to talk to Noel. He still had to explain why they had a search warrant for the mansion. What evidence pointed here? And why were they taking me, of all people, for questioning? Why was I dealing with another murder at all? Wasn't Noel the one who told me that small towns had low crime rates? Miss? The detective raised his voice and regained my attention. All right. Perhaps I'd find out something if I cooperated. I turned to follow the detective. Tim gently tapped my elbow. I'm right behind you, little missy. I gave Tim a smile, though whether I was trying to reassure myself or him was hard to tell. As we neared the cop car, my heartbeat quickened, and an unpleasant taste took over my mouth. I tried to swallow it down and maintain an unbothered expression, but as the detective opened the door to the back seat where just 4 nights ago my mother's killer had sat, I failed. I dithered next to the car. The detective's tone hardened. "Get in." Taking a deep breath, I gave myself a pep talk. Helena wasn't the only criminal who sat there. Who knows how many others have been in that back seat? And now there is little old not a criminal me. Apparently, I was very bad at internal pep talks because it did nothing but make my nerves worse. My gaze flicked from side to side, searching for an escape, and I watched Noel walking to the car. "You have a flat tire," Noel announced. "But it was fine when we came here." The detective stepped back, scratching his head. "I can give you a lift if you need." Tim walked up and gestured to his car. The detective whirled around to protest. "That's not how." "Thank you, Mr. Masano." Noel cut him off. "That would be great." Noel quickly opened the door and nudged me to get in before rounding the car and settling in the back seat beside me, while Tim, at a hand signal from Noel, distracted the detective with the flat tire. "Noel, what's going on?" I asked as soon as we were alone. The woman had nothing, no ID, phone or wallet on her except a piece of paper. It was the address to this place. "We've questioned all the staff in the mansion, and they agree you were Mia for the last 3-4 days. You need a solid alibi, Isla, because right now you're the prime suspect." I was. Noel shushed me, keeping entirely still as Tim and the other detective came to the car. Upon reaching the precinct, I was taken to an interrogation room. Noel and Tim stayed behind near the reception area. The room itself was small with bare walls with only a small table beside 2 chairs. Just like in the movies, only scarier. I guess because this was me in the hot seat. I sat on the chair facing the door before the detective could take it. He looked put out by my choice, but didn't say anything and settled in front of me. "Sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. My name is Chris Foster. Before we start, do you have any questions?" "Yes." I nodded and tried to keep my voice calm. "I have 2 actually." "Of course, I'd be happy to answer them." Chris raised an eyebrow. "1, why am I here? And 2, can I call my lawyer?" Chris glanced at me sideways from the file he was looking at, surprised that I knew my rights. Little did he know about my collection of true crime movies. "Sure, we can arrange for your lawyer to be here. But let's get through a few things, and if a lawyer is necessary, we'll stop the interview. You aren't under arrest, we just want to ask a few routine questions." I wasn't sure what was going on here, but I was certain I shouldn't trust this detective. So I kept quiet and refrained from talking more than required. After a few moments, he continued. "Last night, a woman was murdered at the town's inn. No one has been able to identify her, and we believe she's not from Provence. She only had a paper in her pocket, a paper that had the address to your estate. That still doesn't explain why I'm here or what all this has to do with me." "Where were you last night at 3 a.m., Miss Rose?" He changed his line of questioning. "At the mansion." "Do you have someone who can attest to that?" I shook my head. "Maybe, I'm not sure." "Why is that?" "I didn't leave my room for a few days and didn't see anyone." "So you didn't leave your room and no one saw you at all? Is that what you're saying?" "Yes." "That's very odd, don't you think?" His suspicious gaze nearly made me squirm in my seat, but I resisted, not wanting to look nervous in any way. "Did it have to do with the arrest of Helena Ambrose?" I nodded, but didn't say anything. "Okay." The detective nodded and took out a picture from the file. He rotated it towards me. "Do you know this woman?" I glanced at the picture once, having had my fill of crime scene photographs. The gray-haired woman had her head turned slightly to the side, her pupils dilated to the brim, her skin flushed deeply red. "No, I've never seen her before." Why would a person you've never seen before have the address to your estate scribbled on a paper? I don't know. I shrugged. She isn't from Provence, and you're the only other person who has recently moved to this town. You can surely understand. The door flung open, and a rush of sound filtered in. Another detective I hadn't seen earlier motioned at Chris to see him outside. Excuse me. Chris closed the file before following him out. They left the door ajar in their haste, and I ended up being able to hear them through the gap. Let her go, she's cleared. What? Chris spat in anger. Guess who's here to vouch for her? Osiris. In person. He came in voluntarily. The chief interviewed him. Just let her go, man. I don't want anything to do with this. But she was Mia for 3 days, and she suddenly returned the morning after the murder, and we're just gonna let her go? Are you mad? Chris threw his arms out. He announced that she was with him at his place ever since she was assaulted by Mrs. Ambrose. Who do you think is going to question his word? The second detective asked. I don't buy it. Why would he lie? Why would she? Chris argued. She said she was at the mansion the whole time. Man, I don't know. Just let her go. This whole thing is a mess. We'll do some more digging later. Chris sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. The other detective patted him on the back. Miss Rose, you can go now, Chris announced through gritted teeth when he came inside. But you better not leave town until all this is resolved. And if you find something unusual in the mansion, please don't hesitate to report it. I nodded absent-mindedly at him and left the room. My mind was stuck on one person. Osiris. The detective had said in person, which meant he still had to be here. I marched across the corridor to Noel's office. Tim was waiting in the foyer and perked up when he saw me. Isla? Just a moment, Tim. I held up a finger to him as I pushed the door open. Cold disappointment flashed at Noel's lone presence in the office. I pushed it aside, though I couldn't let go of the irritation riding me. The war within must have been visible on my face as Noel rounded his desk while gauging my reaction. I tried to stop him, he blurted out. But he had somewhere to be. What's his deal? I hissed. He only wants to help. Because he's your friend? I asked. Noel stammered, before shutting his mouth and looking to the side. He continued speaking after a moment. He feels guilty for drugging you the day of the gala. My eyebrows raised in surprise. You know about that? Yeah. He rubbed the back of his neck. He was with me when you called me after you regained consciousness. What? I remembered when I had woken up and called Noel. He was acting strangely, but I didn't know him that well and didn't think another thought about it. He was just concerned for me and offered to come get me. I didn't know many people at the time, and I thought he was just being friendly. I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about this before, but I laid into him while he already felt bad for making that mistake. Noel, he didn't even apologize for that mistake. I scoffed. You don't have to defend him for me. Just tell him I don't want his help. Noel was surprised by my anger, but didn't argue. Okay. He nodded. I turned to walk out when Noel called my name. Isla, did you really mean it when you said you thought of me as your brother? My closed fists curled tighter to prick my palms with my nails. I slowly shook my head at him, hoping he would understand now was not the time for this discussion. Noel. I know I'm not the best person to talk to about emotional stuff, but don't just cut me off. I was worried about you. He spoke softly. I took a deep breath and turned my eyes away from his gaze. Sitting within the four walls of my room at the mansion had been so much easier than facing people and facing reality. Today I had realized that this wasn't New York. The difference was that the people I had been ignoring here were bothered by my absence and had been worried about me. That just never happened in New York. I didn't mean to. I only managed to whisper. He squeezed my shoulder when I grew quiet. All is forgiven. Just don't do it again, all right? I nodded and he beamed at me. A weight fell off my shoulders at his honest expression. I exited the office in a much better mood. Tim must have noticed because he smiled and nodded at Noel in thanks. I walked ahead of him to the car. Instead of opening the door to the back seat, I decided to sit in the front like I used to. No backseat? Brow creased, he settled into the driving seat. Let's keep it for when I'm cross with you. I smiled at him. I really missed that about him. Perhaps it was time I learned to stop shutting people out. Chapter 3. I hurried up the stairs to the library. How was I late on the first day of my lessons with Kai? She would surely kill me for wasting her time. I threw the door open and almost stumbled inside in my haste. But one glance at the state of the library slowed me down. In place of the psychedelic patterns of colors that covered it every time I'd come here, gloomy hues of gray dulled the area. Kai. I called out to her as I hesitantly made my way inside. I looked up towards the dome, but couldn't see it clearly past the darkness that canopied the roof. Kai. My heartbeat quickened when I didn't hear her at all. I stalked through the corridors on the ground floor. The windows reflected no light. The whole library was engulfed in grays and darkness. I circled back to the reception and stopped dead in my tracks at the sight in front of me. A figure wearing similar robes as Kai lay unmoving on the floor. I was sure she wasn't there when I had passed here before. I slowly inched towards her, my heart pounding. My heavy breathing sounded too loud in the dead silence. A tremor went through me when I saw the woman's lifeless eyes and red face, and my eyes locked on her dilated ones. She was the woman who was killed last night. I stepped closer to take a better look, when a myriad of emotions re-entered her eyes even though she didn't move. Suddenly I heard a disembodied, high-pitched yell from all around me as an icy breeze froze me to the core. I shrieked at the frosty onslaught and shut my eyes tightly. Wake up! Isla! Wake up! I woke with a gasp and grabbed at the hands that shook my arms. Tim's face showed alarm, and I slowly took in my surroundings. I'd fallen asleep in the car while Tim had stopped somewhere to run an errand. He gently squeezed my arms once more to ground me to reality, and to comfort himself probably, before letting me go and turning up the air conditioning. I quickly wiped my sweaty face with the back of my hand and took a deep breath. Once the cold air hit my face, I shuddered again and turned the vent away from me. It reminded me of what I had just felt in the dream. Are you okay? Tim gently asked. Tim. I coughed and wheezed. We must go to the library. Right now. Not until you calm down, Isla. Take a few deep breaths first. Come on. Tim gestured for me to follow his breathing as he took long, deep breaths. I mimicked him, until my respiration was normal again. Okay, I'm calm. Can we go now? All right. He sped out of the parking lot. We're going. The second we reached the library, I darted from the car and ran up the stairs. I should have put it together earlier. 1. Kai was going out of town for a week, which was odd because she never even left the library. 2. She'd looked haggard, not having slept last night. 3. The woman shared a couple of similarities with Kai. Hair and robes. Lastly, I had seen the woman at the library instead of the inn in my dream. That had to mean something. Either Kai was in trouble, or she was related to the woman who had been killed last night. I hoped the two weren't connected. I willed her to be at the library. I pushed open the door and yelled her name. When no reply came, I warily approached the spot where I had seen the body. What do you need? Tim asked after he caught up with me. Kai. I need to find Kai, I replied, and once again ran through the corridors all the way up to the unexplored top floor. The sunlight from the dome was blinding up here. With no hint of Kai's presence anywhere, I slowed down and walked to the railing. Looking down from the height I was at caused me to get lightheaded and grip the railing tighter. Kai? Are you still here? I asked loudly, only for my voice to bounce off the thick-spined books and come back to me. I sighed and started my descent when Tim called me from below. "There's a note for you, little missy." I hurried to the reception area, where he stood next to the desk. A folded piece of paper next to a thick, heavy-looking book caught my eye. I picked up the paper and opened it. I'd recognize Kai's precise, cursive handwriting anywhere. She'd written, "This is the book you will need to help you find the answers. We both know you won't let this go." How did she just know stuff? Was this her magical ability? "Is everything okay? What does the note say?" Tim inquired from my right. I passed over the note and picked up the book she had left for me. A brief guide to botany. I needed 2 hands to heft the book to my chest. "You call this brief?" Tim chuckled at my disbelief as I looked around, almost expecting Kai to jump up and holler, "Gotcha!" I expected Tim to have questions about the note, but he just folded it neatly and handed it back. "Come on, let's go home." Tim walked to the door, making sure I followed. "Kathy's waiting for us. She's very worried about you." Hearing Kathy's name reminded me of the conversation I'd had with her this morning. I waited until we were back in the car to ask Tim about it. Things had just gotten back to normal. Well, as normal as possible considering what had happened. "Tim, can I ask you something?" He hesitated for a second before nodding. "Yes?" "Why does Kathy's daughter live at Ambrose Manor?" Tim stopped in the middle of the street. I clutched the dashboard to prevent from slipping off the seat and thanked God that we weren't in New York, because we definitely would have caused an accident if we were. "Tim. She told you that?" He asked, feigned ignorance but did not fool me and my onboard lie detector. "So what if she did?" Aggravation got the best of me as I replied. "That's not?" He paused at the anger that must have been evident on my face and pointed at me. "I knew you were still mad at me. You're hiding stuff that directly affects me. I'm bound to be something at you." I stared at him as he brought both hands up to the steering wheel and dropped his head in his hands. It wasn't the right time to say anything. He sighed. "You had just faced your mother's killer. The last thing you needed from me was more details about the horrid things that woman did." I inhaled sharply. "She can't hurt you anymore, Tim. She's in ARCS now." "I know, and from what I heard last, the trial is not going well for her, which is why I feel safe enough to tell you." I slipped off my boots and crossed my legs on the seat as I turned to him fully. "Don't get comfortable here." He smiled. "It's a long, long story. We will go on a short drive. Hold on just a minute." I sat twiddling my thumbs for a couple of minutes and looking out the window before I recognized the isolated area we were approaching. I ducked my head towards the window and let my hair hide my darting gaze from Tim. He didn't know I had been here before. My breath hitched as we entered the street that had the pawnbroker's shop. As we passed by the shop, my eyes glued to the black door and I slid lower on my seat. The door was closed like always, but the street was empty. The breath I had been holding left me in a whoosh of relief when I realized he wasn't there. "You okay?" "Yup." I pretended to stretch my legs out to readjust myself on the front seat. He drove straight after turning left and came to a stop in front of an abandoned park. He picked up the packaged takeaway food from the hosts and got out of the car. I followed suit and looked around confused. "We're going through this?" I pointed at the perimeter safety fence. Tim smirked and walked along the fence before stopping. "You coming or not?" I closed the car door and walked up to him. As I stepped closer, I noticed he was standing next to a big hole in the fence. I looked at him in question, but he simply gestured for me to go in. "I'm almost scared to know if you're the one who did this," I muttered as I went through it. I let him lead the way once we were inside the verdant park. The overgrown grass rustled and brushed past our knees as we made our way through. This place would have been creepy had it not been so lush. It was thriving without human interference. Tim smiled peacefully as we stepped through a curtain of vines to a clearing that led to a secluded bottomless lake. The water was so blue, it looked like it had come straight out of a photography book. It reflected the sky and the cotton candy clouds that misted over the mountaintop across where we stood. The place was heavenly. Tim headed towards the short dock at the base of the lake. "What is this place?" I asked in awe. "This used to be our meeting spot." He removed his shoes, getting ready to settle down on the dock. "Wait, what? Hold this." He handed the food to me as he rolled his pants up his shins. "This used to be a public park. Jen loved it here. She used to come here a lot when you were about to be born. Then you came along, and we had a lot of picnics here. The Murphys joined us a few times too." He sat down and dipped his legs into the water. "The Murphys? Close friends. But what happened here? It isn't a public park anymore." "Osiris bought it a few years ago. Had it closed and fenced off." Him again. Why did his name keep popping up everywhere? I kicked off my shoes with a little more force than was necessary, and dropped down to the ground cross-legged next to Tim. He unwrapped a sandwich and gave it to me before opening the other one for himself. "Have you ever met him?" I asked cautiously. Hard to ignore his presence in this town. I've seen him around, though we've never talked. But I do owe him one for calling Noel that night. Knowing exactly which night he was talking about, I fumed. "No, you don't. Not on my behalf." His eyes squinted as he carefully looked at me. I dodged his scrutiny by taking a big bite out of my sandwich. He chuckled and shook his head, clearly aware of what I was doing. "I'm not going to force you into a conversation you don't want to be a part of, little missy. Whatever it is, you can tell me whenever you want to." It took all the force I had to swallow the food past the growing lump in my throat. I almost choked. Lucky, undeservedly lucky to befriend so many good people here. If life had dealt me a bad card in New York, it was making up for it in Provence. I leaned forward to hug Tim by the shoulders. He was surprised but recovered quickly, and softly patted my arm. "I'm sorry I've been pushing you to tell me everything." "It's okay. I know you're a curious person by nature." His voice rumbled underneath my ear at his back. "No, it's not. So you don't want to know my story?" I sat back abruptly. "I do." At his teasing smile, I quickly rectified. "I mean, if you feel okay telling me." The smile died on his lips, and he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. I longed to tell him not to be nervous, I'd love him no matter what. But I knew better than to disturb his focus. Chapter 4. Tim swallowed again. I'm the eldest of 4, older than my 3 sisters. My father passed away when I was 14. My mother was terribly ill at the time, so it was on me to earn for my family. I'm not proud of all the things I did to put food on the table. I gave him a sincere smile to try and put him at ease. "I told you how General and I met. Well, we did bump into each other and she fell. What I didn't tell you was that I stole Jen's bag. I just needed the money. I would have given everything else back. I didn't know that she had just left her town and was all alone. I hid and opened her bag while she chased me. I took out her wallet and saw 3 pregnancy tests, all positive. She had enough money for Isla. Before I tell you all of this, I must remind you that your mother loved you more than anything. You must never forget that." "I know." I nodded, not a doubt about it in my mind. She had enough money for a procedure too. "An abortion?" I guessed and filled in for him. "She didn't want a kid at 18, I wouldn't have done either." He nodded slowly and continued. "I heard her crying from where I was hiding. I couldn't go ahead with it, so I took everything back to her, along with the money. She was surprised to see me return. But I was. My mother had 3 miscarriages because of her sickness. And she thought of all 4 of us as her own blessings. His eyes misted. I placed my hand on his shoulder to show my support. We were her everything. You must have hated my mother when you realized." I whispered. "Not hate. But I certainly misjudged her. I didn't know her or her circumstances, so I was wrong too. When I put the money in her hand, she looked like the saddest person on the planet. I didn't know what to say to her, so I took her to someone I thought would. Your mother? I guessed. Yes. She stayed in Ma's room for days. I became deeply sympathetic towards her, but she was another mouth to feed. As angry and selfish as I was, I asked her to earn her keep. That's not selfish. She told me she wanted to use the money for Ma's medicines. That's not selfish. She was pregnant, and she wanted to use possibly all the money she had for my mother's medication. A woman she had just met. Did she tell your mother how you both met? No. He looked to the sky and smiled. She told her that we bumped into each other, and I brought her home because she needed help. I smiled at my mother, saving his reputation in front of his own mother. What happened then? She stayed, became the elder sister I didn't have, adored my sisters. One day she asked me to, in her words, make her a badass scary woman. I thought she was joking. But the next day, she bargained for a used motorcycle and asked me to teach her to ride. We started a delivery service, and we did good. 4 months later, she got some news. She didn't say what it was, only that she had to go. Ma didn't want to let her go alone, especially in her state. She reassured us that she'd come back in a few weeks. She didn't. A letter of appointment from the mayor's office of Provence was delivered 3 months after that. It was a salary I couldn't refuse, so I moved here too. David Ambrose was a young man who was learning the ropes to mayorship after his father died, through his butler, Mr. Monet Sr. As in Bernard Monet's father. The very same. He served the Ambrose family for decades. Bernard was a pompous ass then, and he is one now. He was proud and arrogant, a schemer, and he tailed David everywhere. David was far too busy to notice it though. Everyone had great expectations of him, after the death of his father. By a long-standing family arrangement, he was set to marry Helena Crawford, the daughter of the only other well-off family in town. Their wedding was scheduled and preparations made. What about my mother? We attended the wedding together. Then we went back to Resistencia. But why? What about your job? General said I would regret it if I didn't go with her. He sighed as he carefully folded and refolded the empty sandwich wrappers, and dropped his chin to inspect the tight wad of paper. She was right. Ma passed away a week after we'd gone back. I'm so sorry. It's okay. She was finally at peace. We sat in silence for a long while. I welcomed the quiet, and enjoyed the soothing chirps of birds and the constant buzzing and chirping of grasshoppers and crickets. It was a beautiful day to be outdoors. I believed I was the world's biggest dunce to have shut myself inside that dull room, when I could have grieved just as well if not better surrounded by nature and with people I cared about. I know David's my father, I announced and watched him closely for a reaction. His shoulders stiffened. I got the letter the morning after Helena was arrested. I'm sorry, but I couldn't say anything till she was gone. It's okay. Edgar told me he had an inkling, so I tried to talk to him at the ball and he made a scene to get rid of me. Stronzo! Tim hissed as he slammed his fist down on the wooden planks. Wait, is that why she was in such a foul mood the next day? He must have told her who you were. He pushed you right in the arms of danger. Bastardo. Whoa, Tim. Hold your Italian horses. Innocent ears over here. I lightly punched his arm. I never did like him. Tim scowled. He has no backbone. I don't know what your mother saw in him. She probably thought she had enough backbone for the both of them. I clicked my tongue. Well, she shouldn't have. It's not the responsibility of women to make up for the shortcomings of men. I'm sure Kathy really appreciates your views in life, I teased, trying to douse his anger. What does she have to do with it? He creased his brow in confusion. I knew I had to tread carefully. They were two wise adults, who had spent years in denial of their obvious feelings for one another. "You two are dating, aren't you?" "No." His head jerked back. "Who told you that?" "I have eyes of my own." I rolled said eyes. "Thank you very much. It's obvious as the sun in the sky. You might not be dating, but you're both crazy about each other." He smiled wistfully with a far-off look in his eyes and fell to the ground on his back. "I can only vouch for myself," he said after a moment. "She's an incredible woman. Any man would be lucky to be with her." He swallowed before continuing with a soft smile that reached his glossy eyes. "And Grace is a brilliant girl. I wish the world for them." I could have been blind and I would have known. It was obvious in his thick voice. "You love her, Tim." I whispered it, wanting to support the depth of his feelings. "Promise you won't tell?" He held out his pinky finger. "I won't." I twisted my pinky with his and rocked them together. "But you should." "It's not that easy." "Why not?" He sighed and straightened up, thought for a moment, then stood up. He paced a bit and cracked his knuckles before coming back to face me where I sat. "What do you know about a blood bargain?" As in a blood oath? I've only seen it in movies. A person offers blood to an altar or something. That's not how it works. A blood bargain is when two people promise something and consolidate it by cutting their palms and shaking hands. Sounds like you've watched My Girl too many times. I cringed. That's utterly unhygienic. I shook my head at the thought. Deep in his thoughts, he didn't acknowledge my comment. As soon as you shake hands, the bargain sets in. It's like the weight of an extra human being on your back, always watching, always listening. If you ever break it, the other person just knows. And then bad things happen. What kind of bad things? People get hurt. He paused before adding, or die. Are you messing with me? I made a blood bargain with Helena. My eyes widened painfully as my jaw went slack. You what? She was abusive, verbally and physically, towards her staff at Ambrose Manor. I stayed out of her way and never got close with other staff members. I used to spend most of my weekends in Resistencia, or with you in general. Whatever warmth and friendliness I learned from Jen, I lost when I lost you both. That is, until 5 years ago when I saw Kathy and Grace at the manor. I found myself wanting to spend as much time with them as they would allow me to. At first, I thought it was only because of the loneliness. But then I realized I was falling in love with Kathy. Please tell me that that psychopath didn't hurt them. I was out of town one day. When I came back, Kathy wouldn't let me see Grace. I thought I had done something wrong, so I didn't push it. But 2 days later, Grace snuck out of her room and came to see me. She had a ghastly bruise on her little face. My hands covered my mouth to mute the gasp. Tim seemed to be going through it again as his fists shook, and he took deep breaths to control himself. I wanted to kill Helena myself, but Kathy talked sense into me. So I did the next best thing. I made her a bargain that she wouldn't hurt the staff, and in return I would do whatever she wanted me to. Not knowing what to do with myself, I stood up. Tim. In retrospect, it was a foolish thing to say. I should have thought it over. Why? She made me hit Jonas once. Jonas? I blinked rapidly. Sweet quiet Jonas? I'll never forgive myself for it. He hadn't known of the bargain when I was ordered to strike him. I'm afraid it changed how he feels about me forever. It was her way of making it very clear that she still had the upper hand. Dada. I stomped my foot and yelled, Stranza? You still have a long way to go with Italian curses, little missy, but I appreciate the sentiment. He patted me on the back and picked up the rest of our rubbish. Will you teach me more? I asked, as I held the brown paper bag open for him. All in due time. He chuckled. But what about Grace? Oh. When the mayor ordered half the staff to be moved to the estate, his evil witch thought it would be best to keep the children at the manor. What the hell for? As leverage, to make sure I did her bidding. Why did she beat you that day? I tried to sneak Grace out the night of the ball. I thought she'd be distracted enough to not notice. At the crestfallen look upon my face, he squeezed my shoulder. It's okay. Now that she's gone, I'll try again. He gazed out over the lake again, as if contemplating how to make that happen. My throat tightened, and I found it difficult to breathe through it. Why wasn't he asking me to talk to the mayor, my father, to do something about the situation? God, I love this place. He sighed as he lifted his hands to shield the sun in his eyes. I followed his gaze, and took in the little details that I hadn't before. The whole view was exquisite. The forgotten, but familiar itch to paint returned to my fingertips. I tried to commit everything to memory, and panicked that I would forget the little details. The only relief was that I could come here anytime I wanted to. This wasn't a vacation spot for me, this was where I lived now. Things had a way of coming back to us. I had wished for a place like this, so Ben and I could spend some time together and liven up our relationship. Now here I was, alone and heartbroken. And all because that tool had decided to cheat on me. With my best friend. Meg's betrayal hurt even more than Ben's. Made me angrier too. I would never let love get the better of me again. But that didn't mean I wouldn't do my best to help Tim and Kathy find it. Chapter 5. I bounded down the stairs for dinner, feeling like I was on the mend. No idea why I always fell into the trap of shutting people out when my life spiraled down, when it was quite the opposite. Just 1 hour of talking to Tim had lifted my spirits. I also texted Noel to meet me at Cinnamon tomorrow for lunch. I wanted to try letting people in. I wanted to tell him about my dream, and if he believed me, I would ask him to let me help with the case. I had also started reading the book Kai had left for me, even though I didn't understand how it could help. So far, all it had helped me with was developing an irrational fear of plants. Miss Rose? I spun at the slimy voice, preparing myself for fake niceties. Why he still troubled himself with them, since we both knew we hated each other, was a mystery I'd no desire to solve. Yes, Mr. Monet? I smiled widely at him, trying to throw him off his game. Ma, he narrowed his eyes at my smile. May I have a word with you? You may. I made no move to leave the crowded corridor that led to the kitchen. In private, he gritted out through clenched teeth. No. Very well then. Your father. That painting looks pretty good from the distance. I glared at him. Don't you think it'll look better up close? We moved to the secluded corner of the corridor. I kept my back to the wall and faced his smug face with my arms crossed. Out with it. The mayor wants to know if you need any help with the police. He kept his voice low. What are you talking about? It isn't difficult to understand. He sneered condescendingly. He knows you were taken to the precinct today, so he directed me to ask you if you wanted him to talk to the chief about leaving you out of the investigation. Are you serious? He is on excellent terms with the chief. He can make this go away if... I cut him off before he finished his sentence. I don't care if it's the Illuminati he's on excellent terms with. I don't want him talking to anyone on my behalf. This is so unbelievably like him. He wants to keep me a secret, and I want nothing to do with him. Tell him to just butt out of my life. No one will know, since it will not be spoken of to anyone else. I will know. My voice rose in indignation. Which is enough for me. His lip curled up. You are extremely ungrateful for refusing his thoughtful and generous offer. Torn between telling him to fuck off or pulling his hair out like a third grader, I imprisoned my tongue behind my gritted teeth and waited for the feeling to wear off. I forced myself to count to 10 before I moved on. I'll be the judge of how thoughtful and generous he is. Tell him to send Kathy's daughter here by tomorrow, 10 him permanently. She deserves to be with her mother. No child deserves to live without a parent, a concept I'm sure he's not familiar with. With that said, I stomped away from him before he could respond with something even more infuriating. My eyes snapped open to darkness and my heart pounding against my ribs. But I was in my bed. It was just a harrowing nightmare. My head buzzed with afterthoughts of the dream, and I could barely catch my breath. I whipped the sheets away, sat up, and glanced at the bedside alarm. 1:08 a.m. Sweaty and still dazed, I wiped the hair off my face. Super long now, well past due for a haircut. I couldn't recall the last time I'd been to the salon. I braided it so it was out of the way. I tiptoed from the bedroom to the kitchen to get a bottle of cold water. I'd had enough practice in the last week to maneuver my way in the dark without bumping into anything. Another thing I should thank the mayor for, since it was his clever strategy of power outages every night from midnight to 5 in the morning that had helped me with the practice. When I opened the refrigerator, the aroma of leftover food reminded me that I hadn't eaten last night after Bernard accosted me. Isla. I jolted into the fridge and set off a clatter and clinking of containers. Jesus. Kathy? Is that you? I clutched the water bottle to my chest, squinting as I tried to adjust to the dark. Not Jesus, just Kathy. She alternately giggled and hiccuped like a teenager at their first party. Are you drunk? I clasped my hand over my mouth to stop an outburst of laughter. Out of everyone in the house, she was the last person I would have ever imagined in this state. Already told you. I'm Kathy. Oh my God. I choked on my laugh. How much had she drunk to get to this state? Stepping slowly, I stretched out my hands, trying to figure out where she was. She hiccuped, sounding closer than before. Hey. That's my hair. Do you have your phone with you? Or a candle? Nope, just wine. She giggled again. You're drunk on wine, just wine? I moved over her head to the counter to search for the stove lighter she always used. Vodka for happy drinking, wine for sad. Finally. My hand closed around the lighter and I flicked it on. Turning on the stove for light and heat, I finally saw her, leaning against the counter, cradling a nearly empty bottle of red wine. So you're sad drinking right now? I asked. She turned her flushed face towards me and squinted at the light. I am too. You have more wine. She yelled and raised her glass, her voice echoing in the silence. Shush! I ignored her imitation of my actions and closed the doors to the kitchen. You are going to have a nasty hangover in the morning. We can have it together, RR, she slurred. I don't think I should drink on an empty stomach. I shook my head. Rather, I don't think I should drink at all. She wrinkled her nose as she frowned at me. You're too serious. Yeah, I'd heard those words too often before. Especially from Ben and Meg. She filled up another glass for herself, then stumbled to pick one up for me, and proceeded to fill it up too. Then she slid it towards me, spilling some on the counter. It's a Cabernet. She whispered, as if it were a scandalous secret. Thank you for the information. I accepted the glass, but put it aside out of her line of sight so she wouldn't holler again. Have you ever been in love? My gaze flew to hers at the unexpected loaded question. She stared straight at me with glassy eyes, biting her lip, waiting for my answer. I thought about lying, saying no, and getting it over with. But hadn't I promised myself I'd be more open with people? Besides, she would forget anything I said in the morning. I was once. Not anymore, though. Why? I sighed and placed my hands on the counter, palms down. How do I explain it? Did he hurt you? Kathy's face scrunched in concern. I exhaled a long breath as a woeful smile took over my face. More than I can say, Kathy. Then may all the gods of misfortune descend upon him. She raised her glass, swallowed a mouthful, and spilled about the same quantity down her chin. I shrugged and picked up my glass too. I can drink to that. I shouldn't have. 2 bottles of wine later, I lay on the grass near the swing while Kathy slowly swung it and asked if the world was spinning. What are you thinking, Isla? I dunno, but that star is so bright. I tried to point straight at the brightest star I could see in the laden universe. Isla? If you could do anything right now. She trailed off and didn't speak again for a minute, then I heard a snore. Kathy! I yelled. It's in the fridge. She blurted as she sat upright. What? You didn't question my answer. What question? My brow furrowed in confusion. What you would do, if you could do anything. Slow down, that's like fifth date material, Kathy. I want to tell him I love him. I couldn't keep up with this convo. My voice rose. Who? The president? She snorted. Tim, obviously. I sat up too quickly and groaned at the dizziness. Why don't you? You should. She blushed and covered her cheeks. I'm serious. Tell him. It's not too silly. What would you do? No. I don't matter. But you. Just go. I shook her dangling knees. She jumped up and dry heaved, covering her mouth. Whoa. Easy. I cried out. I'm okay, she breathed. I'm going. She waddled away, and I lay back and perused the stars again, elated for Tim and Kathy. They deserved happiness in their lives. It was daunting to jump in a new relationship, but they were both already in love with each other. Nothing stood in their way of living happily ever after. What stands in yours? Oh no, not Miss Subconscious. Why don't you pull a 180 and walk away, honey? I groaned. What would you do if you could do anything right now? I would try catching the bus to that star. That is physically and mathematically impossible. I know. You know what you would do. Do it. I'm not making a fool of myself. You're already talking out loud, having a chat with your inner self in the wee hours of the night. You might as well do something worthwhile. No. I didn't know you were such a wuss. I got up unsteadily and pointed at the empty air in front of me. Take that back. I'm not a wuss. He'll be the scared wuss, just watch. I staggered up the small hill and into the forest. Chapter 6. My back scraped against the rugged trunk of a stalwart tree. I needed this small break. All the alcohol I'd downed had sweated out of me a long while back. Perhaps dread at being lost in the dark woods had dragged me out of the wine-induced haze by the hair. I knew my way to the cottage sober, even at night. Drunk was another story. Minerva hadn't showed despite me calling her repeatedly. Where was she? Hurt somewhere? No, I couldn't let nerves get the better of me. The need to stay silent gripped me, or I would have whistled for her again. Come on, Isla, you can do this. I mumbled to the tree behind me, after unsticking my tongue from the roof of my dry mouth. Wary of poisonous plants grabbing me, or predatory animals overhearing me, I etched my way around in the dark, hands out in front of me. My flats were no match for the wild forest floor, but I persevered, and hobbled in the direction I'd been walking for God knows how long. I figured that walking straight would be better than going in random directions and ending up at the same spot I'd started. My shallow breathing overwhelmed the sounds of a forest at night. My gaze flitted from tree to tree, and scanned every inch visible whenever moonlight broke through the forest canopy. Car headlights rounding a turn on a track I hadn't realized was so close stood out like sore thumbs. Bracing myself, I made a run for the car. I had to reach it before it passed. My limbs flailed as I bolted out of the forest and down the slope to the road just in time for the car to come to a screeching halt. I couldn't stop myself in time, and ran with arms windmilling into the side of the vehicle. I bounced off, landed on my butt on the rocky ground, and blacked out. I sat up from where I lay on the ground, and watched ocean waves crashing gently on the shore, lapping one after the other in perfect harmony. Too perfect. I sighed and held up a fistful of sand, letting it drift away in the strawberry-scented wind. You're ignoring me. My mom's voice drifted in the breeze. I took extra interest in picking up the next handful of sand. P.S. I'm not ignoring you. I might believe you, if you weren't my daughter and I didn't know you. I inhaled a lungful of my mother's scent, and let it hug me from the inside out. I didn't want to look up and see her blurry image like I always did in this place. You can tell me anything, baby girl. I smiled at the endearment. I'm 25. I'm neither a baby nor a girl anymore. I heard the smile in her voice as she replied, You'll always be my baby girl, even when you're 95. All the warmth turned cold in my chest at her words. I chucked the fistful sand in the air. But you will always be 26, the age you were when you gave up your life for me. Ah, so that's what this is all about. She took a deep breath and settled on the sand a few feet away from me. I didn't want to look up and see her distorted image, like she always got when she came too close. It was a cruel joke by whoever allowed me to talk to her, even though she was dead. So I kept my eyes on the tiny granules of sand. I couldn't help sitting in silence, even though I knew I was wasting this opportunity in petulance. You dropped your life in New York and came here for me. I shrugged. I had no life there. So, you wouldn't have forgiven your friends when they asked for it? No. I snorted. Never. I don't agree. I think you would have stayed there, if you hadn't found out about me. Mr. Geller had my stuff packed and loaded on the jet. Like that would have deterred you from going back if you'd wanted to. You knew something important was underway, didn't you? I nodded once, determined to hang on to my resentment a little longer. Then you gave up your life for me. You don't hear me complaining about it, do you? I shook my head. You did everything you could for me, because you love me. I can't fault you for that. Then why does it feel like I failed you? I whispered. You could never fail me, baby girl. You're my biggest achievement. The pride in her voice stung like salt in my wounded heart. I haven't done enough yet. I'm missing something, probably lots of somethings. You'll find yourself in the unlikeliest places and situations, Isla. Remember that. What's that supposed to mean? You must wake up now. My heartbeat quickened and I finally looked up. She stood farther away now, her smile and her rusty red hair as fresh as I remembered. But she was slowly fading away. Mama, no. I stood up and tried to rush towards her. No, wait. I came to with a groan and cradled my throbbing head. Slowly I blinked my eyes open. It was still dark. I could go back to sleep, wait. Where was I? Memory returned, and I jolted upright. Against a seat in a car. I threw my shoulder against the car door. Take it easy, Bobcat. Bobcat? I'd give me a cat, all right. It was Osiris. Of course. Because who else would it have been driving in the forest this time of night? He didn't look away from the road as he handed me a water bottle. I looked down at the bottle, then back at his annoyingly stunning profile. I took it from him, and despite my protesting dry throat, threw it somewhere on the back seat. The thud drew his eyes away from the road to glare at me. I just crossed my arms and returned the favor. A moment passed, before he gritted his teeth and looked ahead again. I internally patted myself on the back for winning, and stared out the window. The dense foliage took me aback. I'd no idea there was a road so deep inside the forest. Where are we going? I broke the silence with my hoarse voice. His hands flexed on the wheel and he took a deep breath. Home. I sighed in relief and relaxed in the seat. The fact that he was still fine with me being at the cottage, and was taking me there himself, eased the awkward feelings I'd been harboring towards him. Though there was still the lingering situation of him drugging me. I didn't know if he would let me stay, but I would face it when the time came. He handed me a heavy paper bag. The aroma of delicious hot food flooded my senses, and my stomach growled, hopefully not loud enough for him to hear. I kept the bag closed. After drugging me, why do you keep assuming that I would eat or drink anything that you give me? When was the last time you ate? Why? Before he could answer, I added, bear in mind if you say something along the lines of "you're too skinny," you'll end up wearing all this food." His gaze flitted down my figure for a split second before he looked ahead at the road again. "Just eat it. I'm not taking the risk of being drugged by you again." "It was an accident," he said curtly. "I thought you were someone else." I didn't know if it was the dark that made me listen to his voice more closely, or if I was just hungry and thirsty. But damn, his voice was as smooth as the wine I had just gotten drunk on. I forced myself to focus. "Who did you think I was?" "Doesn't matter." "You meant to drug someone?" "So I think it does matter." "The food isn't drugged." "I don't trust you." My words hung heavy inside the car as soon as I said them, but I couldn't take it back. "So I'm not eating this." He didn't speak again for rest of the trip, nor did I. We reached the cottage through an unfamiliar road, and he parked the car in the back. He was out of the car before I could even open my door. I walked around to the front, running my hand along the yellow wall. I noted the knocker was crooked, and the familiarity made me smile. Warmth emanated from the cottage, wearing my exhaustion away. Entering the hall and closing the door behind me, I was surprised at the lights. I looked at the clock. 3:45 a.m. Wasn't power supposed to be out till 5? He marched from the bathroom, with what appeared to be a shampoo bottle in his hand, and tossed it in the bin in the kitchen without looking or stopping. "Where were you before?" I spoke loudly to get his attention. He stopped his trek down the hall and turned, his expression blank. "I'd been coming here for weeks." "Where were you before?" I repeated. "Out of town," he answered and made his way to leave before I spoke again. "For a whole month." He shifted on his feet and looked down the hall. "Longer." He clearly wanted to leave, but I just wanted to make sense of this situation. "What were you?" He scowled and rage took over his face. I realized how much he was holding out on me, in his glares and mock anger all this time. This was the Osiris the whole town feared. He prowled towards me, his feet making no sound as they carried his tall frame across the floor. I took a step back, and then another until my back pressed against the door. He stopped right in front of me, farther apart than we had been while we had danced at the ball, but still close enough to make me tilt my head back to look at his face. His body vibrated with barely restrained anger. I froze like prey before an alpha predator. I should have made a run for it while I could. Before he caged me between his arms and leaned down right in front of my face. For the life of me, I couldn't tear my eyes away from his. They were like the inky black sky I always marveled at, but instead of stars, they dripped with resentment. "If we're playing 20 questions, I have a few of my own." His breath brushed across my face as he spoke, and I hated when my heart pounded for all the wrong reasons. "What the fuck were you doing in the forest alone, at this time of the night? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? And jumping in front of a car? I've seen animals with more regard for their own safety. Do you have a death wish, or are you just an idiot?" I would have answered him, had I not been frozen in terror. I was aware of every single cell in my body in that moment, where it was, what it was doing, but I couldn't move a single inch. Something bright flickered in his eyes, and just a second after that, he pushed off the door and sped across the hall. Just before disappearing out of sight, he stopped and turned to face me, his fists still clenched at his sides. "We are not friends. You don't trust me, and I don't like you. We never would have met, had you not so inelegantly stumbled into my life. So stop pestering me, and do yourself a favor. Go take a shower for God's sakes, you stink like a bee-wary." He strode down the hallway and slammed a door shut behind him. The breath I'd been holding whooshed out of me, and my knees shook like jelly. Holy hell. I had seen the rage in his eyes, but he hadn't raised his voice or pointed a damn finger in my face like Ben used to do. I inhaled greedily, as I ran a shaky hand through my now messy braid. He was right. I desperately needed a shower. "You also need to claim the cottage and kick him out." Stupid subconscious. Yeah, right. I would kick him out, just as soon as I was able to unfreeze myself in front of him. Straightening up from the door, I tiptoed to the bathroom and stumbled in shock at the steam pouring out. The shower was already running, and a fresh set of folded clothes and towel and even a freaking toothbrush was laid out on the sink. The minute I start thinking I've figured Osiris out, he throws me for a loop. Peeling away the dirty pajamas from my body felt so good. I got in the shower and groaned in satisfaction at the perfect heat of the water. 2 minutes after trying to hold them in, tears of frustration burned their way out of me while I scrubbed myself clean. My head ran in 1,000 different directions, trying to figure out what he was truly like. I'd heard all kinds of horrible things about him, and how dangerous he was. But my gut had never rang alarm bells in his presence. I didn't feel in danger when he was around. But he confused me. A lot. I never knew what to expect from him. His kind actions were at odds with his harsh words. Screw him and screw his duplicity. Was it a sign of craziness that my own subconscious shouted at me? I never should have tried to come here. If this was embarrassing, what would have happened if I had made it to the cottage in my drunken state? To talk to him like I planned when I left the mansion's gardens. He would have chewed me up alive. And if he was so angry, and I was such a nuisance, then why did he prep the shower? Did he think I was so daft that I couldn't have done it myself? I bet Aunt Miley would know what was up. She always gave the best advice about people. She tried to warn me off Ben too. I regretted not listening to her. I knew it was childish, but I wished Mama and Auntie were here to shoulder my problems. I shut off the water when I started to prune, dried myself and slowly made my way to the clothes. Shit. It occurred to me that I didn't have clean underwear. I shrugged and pulled the shirt on, only for it to completely engulf me. So that's what it felt like to drown in a guy's shirt and scent. Curious, I turned to look at myself in the mirror. I had never gotten the hype over girls wearing their boyfriend's clothes. Being as tall as Ben, his clothes had never looked big on me. In fact, he disliked sharing his clothes with me. The huge shirt and my swollen red eyes made me look like a hobo. Shaking my head and pulling on the loose lounge pants, I tied them tightly to my waist before quickly brushing my teeth. I left the bathroom quietly, making sure that he wasn't around. Since I wasn't suicidal, I tiptoed to the fridge and took out a water bottle, gulping down half of it in one go. My parched throat sang in relief, but as the water sloshed in my stomach, I realized how hungry I was. The sandwich with Tim was the last thing I had eaten. My gaze darted to the paper bag on the counter that Osiris had given me earlier. I gulped and tore my eyes away from it. Damn your pride. The couch I used to sleep on when I came here pulled me towards it, but I felt too vulnerable in the open living room. I hurried to Mama's bedroom and shut the door behind me. Sleeping in her bed didn't feel right, so I went to the familiar wicker chair and curled around myself to get cozy and warm. Soon enough, faint scents of strawberries and the beach cocooned me, and I fell asleep without another thought. Chapter 7. The sound of the door being opened forcefully woke me, but my body was too cold and sore to move. I pretended to be asleep, and heard Osiris whispering to someone. Wait. She's here. She's asleep in a damn chair, Noel. So, he was on the phone with Noel. Apparently, they were better friends than I initially thought. His voice faded as he left the room. I hugged my coiled body for some warmth and fell right back into my dream world. I was standing on the porch of the cottage, my favorite toy in hand. Mama had promised me we would go out for ice cream today, and I refused to go inside until we did. A woman with long black hair flowing in beautiful waves down her back walked up to our home with a Tupperware container in her hand. Hello there. She smiled gently and waved her hand at me. I looked behind me to see if Mama was around. She would have my head if she knew I was talking to a stranger. But this woman seemed kind enough. I waved back shyly, and thought it wise to hide behind a pillar till Mama came back out. I heard the woman's bell-like chuckle and peeked at her. Hi. She leaned over the railing to speak to me. My name is Anna. What's yours? Isla, I whispered and hid again. What a beautiful name for a beautiful princess. Oh no. I had to correct her now. I'm not a princess. You see, I wasn't born in a castle. I was born here, which my mama says was a mistake since I came out earlier than she expected. Isla. Mama came outside with my hat in her hand. At least invite her in, before telling her the sordid details of your birth. Would you like to come inside, Miss Anna? We provide freshly squeezed lemonade and good company. I rattled off the invitation Mama had taught me without missing a beat. Both women laughed before hugging each other. I jerked awake and prepared myself to fall from the chair, but found myself lying on the couch with a warm blanket up to my chin. A thud echoed inside the cottage, and I stood up slowly, stretching my legs, careful not to make a sound. A baton was leaning against the arm of the couch. I searched for the source of the sound, but saw nothing out of place in the muted light filtering through the kitchen window. The thud sounded again. I picked the baton up and slowly moved through the living room towards the hallway where the sound originated. As I tiptoed to the door, I heard his voice. I said, I'll think about it. Another thud. Is this how it's going to be now? Another thud. Fine. The bedroom door suddenly flew open, before I could step back or lower the baton. Osiris took in the lifted baton by my side and raised his eyebrow. I flushed and quickly stepped out of his way. Did he always look this good so early in the morning? Did I look as bleary-eyed as I felt? My head throbbed in pain. My hair must have been a wild mess since I slept with it still wet. I lowered the baton and walked back to the living room, glancing at the clock on my way. 9:36 a.m. Oh shit. I muttered underneath my breath as I circled the couch to look for my shoes. They're in the bedroom. I spun around and caught him leaning against the kitchen counter. Damn his face for being so gorgeous. Damn his jeans for fitting his long legs so well. Damn his perfect hair. Damn him. Damn. I didn't say it out loud, did I? His expression gave nothing away, so I guess not. As the silence grew thick again, I willed myself to not ramble in his presence. I was not going to give him the satisfaction of seeing me rattled. The baton was still in my hand, and I quickly dropped it on the couch. As I did, a small golden inscription flashed in the light, catching my eye. E.M. So many questions bombarded my head at the initials. Were they his? Must. Not. Ask. I marched to the bedroom and put on my flats. After one more lingering look around the room, I came to the crashing realization that I was still in his clothes. Frustrated that I couldn't quickly leave, I opened my mother's closet and went through her clothes with unsteady hands. Tim once told me Jen wasn't as tall as me, and I saw that it was true as I held up her clothes to my body, and all of them were either tight or short. I hugged her shirt to my chest and wished she was here wearing it. I decided to wear a loose-fitting dress, chose the longest one and put it on. Luckily, it had a halter strap, so I didn't have any trouble in zipping it up like I usually did with dresses. Unluckily, it was still tight on the top before it was all flowy below, and showed a lot more cleavage than I was comfortable with. Beggars can't be choosers. Just get the hell out of here. Patting down my wild nest of a hair, and ignoring my protesting cold body, I walked out to the living room with his folded clothes in my hand. He stood next to the couch, and I avoided looking at his face as I set the clothes down. Thank you for Shit, why didn't I think this through? Everything. I'm sorry I couldn't wash them. Much to my annoyance, instead of replying, he just nodded, went to the kitchen counter, poured water into a glass and drank it. I hated being ignored. Heat rushed to my face in anger over his stellar hospitability. I opened my mouth to give him a piece of my mind, but snapped it shut again. He'd let me stay the night. I just needed to walk away from his overwhelming presence. With a quick glance around the cottage, a mental farewell and promise to come back soon, I whirled around, powered to the porch, and stumbled on the first step down. A gasp escaped my lips as I braced myself for a fall. He grabbed my waist with both hands, righting my balance on the porch. As soon as I found my footing, I shrugged his hands off and backed away from him. I'm fine, thank you very much. Sarcasm dripped off my words as I turned around to face him. Where do you live? His deep voice was encased in an annoyed tone. Why do you care? He didn't appreciate my answer and gave me a pointed glare. Is silent and offensive your default setting? I scowled. His reply cut sharp. Is loud and traitorous yours? What the hell? Traitorous? After Ben and Meg's betrayal, the word felt like a slap to my cheek. How dare you? I closed the distance between us and faced him with my finger pointed at his chin. You don't know me or anything about me, so stop pretending to. I'm not the one who's pretending. He stared calmly into my face. What's that supposed to mean? You shouldn't have run in front of my car if you had a problem with my opinions. He deflected my question with a lame statement. How was I supposed to know it was you? I was scared. I just wanted some help. I threw my arms out in annoyance. And by the way, if I'd known it was you, I would have stayed in the forest. Help with what? Like I'm going to tell you. I snapped. Help. With what? He repeated slowly, as if I was missing a few brain cells and hadn't understood him the first time. Like hell was I going to tell him the truth. I'm not familiar with the forest, and I got. His eye roll set my calm facade off again. You know what? Screw this. I don't know what you want from me. Why did you lie to the chief about where I was? It had nothing to do with you. But it does. You owe me 2 favors now. I don't owe you shit. My chest heaved. I didn't ask you to interfere at the ball, and I didn't ask you now. So, how did you put it? Stop pestering me, and keep the hell out of my business. Silence fell upon us at the end of my tirade. We stood on the porch, opposite each other and opposites in so many ways. Him calmly blinking at me and almost looking bored, and me panting loudly trying to cool myself down. Where do you live? He asked again. His tone was less angry this time. I hesitated in answering, knowing he would think I was even more crazy than he already thought I was. I don't know the address. Are you kidding me? When I didn't say anything, he spoke again. I can't stay here any longer. Stay or leave, I don't care. As I gaped at his retreating back, I realized I hated it less when he was silent. You see real things in your dreams? As in visions? Noel sounded incredulous. I don't call them that. But yeah, I guess. I shrugged. After running through the forest back to the mansion, I'd run straight to my room to change into warmer clothes. Not seeing Kathy in the kitchen, nor Tim in the garage, and wanting to give them their privacy, I asked Jonas to drive me to Cinnamon after asking Noel if he was free for breakfast instead of lunch. Noel let me wolf food down without taking a breath. Now, finally, with my stomach full, I was explaining my dreams to him. What are they usually about? The most recent one was a memory, the one before that was. I hesitated slightly. He hadn't refuted what I was saying, and seemed to be interested in what I had told him. But could I tell him about my mother? Was? He probed. Stop rubbing your eye, you've made it all red. I dropped my hand from my eye, and used the break in conversation to grab at the chance to talk about something else. I'm due for a change in my contact lens, but I haven't gotten around to it ever since I came to the island. His eyebrows rose. You wear contacts? Just in my left eye. I pointed at said eye. He leaned in for a closer look at my eye, as an inquisitive gleam entered his. Why? I have heterochromatic eyes. My left eye is blue and my right is brown. Why do you cover it up? I don't know. I shrugged. I just do. Why go with brown? I remembered the reason behind the choice I made when I was in school. I thought about saying it out loud for the first time in my life. Aunt Miley had understood without me telling her. My mother had brown eyes. He looked at me intently for a moment before he leaned in to whisper conspiratorially, I'll let you in on a secret. My eyesight is as shit as a rhino's. I wear contacts too. What? I leaned forward to have a closer look and gasped as I noticed it. You really do, I never realized. Do you wear transparent contacts? Yup. He nodded. I'll hook you up with my optician. She may be able to squeeze you in tomorrow. Thanks. So? He crossed his arms and rested them on the table. What? Your dream? Oh, right. Of course, Noel wouldn't be deterred, he'd probably taken lessons in interrogation. I straightened up and told him about the dreams that meant something, like the recurring one I had in New York. And then I found out they were cheating on me, so the whole thing about her being a snake tied up and I understood. Hold on. He cut in. Your boyfriend and best friend cheated on you? Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that they cheated on you. His voice rose, and a few other people looked over. Noel, shut up. I yelled at him. It doesn't matter. I'm over it. Are you? He raised his eyebrows. Yes. I answered convincingly, and hurried to speak before he could. I had a dream about the woman who got murdered. You don't even know her. He frowned in confusion. I explained the dream that I had the day before to him. How will we figure out what that means? Are you sure the woman didn't say something to you? Something like, "Hi Isla, I was poisoned by Glinda." My brain snagged like a chipped nail on one word. Wait, poisoned? Yeah, the toxicology report just came in this morning and it was concluded that she was poisoned and drugged. His jaw clenched. Why the overkill? No pun intended. I don't know. He shrugged. I'm not a science-y person. But the toxicologist said that the poison by itself wouldn't have caused death, but coupled with the drugs it was twice as deadly. An amateur wouldn't have known this. Do you know which poison? I asked. If you did, that would narrow it down to where it's available and who could have bought it. Noel looked at me, impressed. I like how your mind works. Thanks. I shrugged at the unexpected compliment. That's the exact message I left for the medical examiner. I'll let you know when he replies. That would be great. He nodded and we sat silent for a minute, then his mischievous grin manifested. No. I shook my head as soon as he opened his mouth to speak. What? His eyes widened innocently, and his hands flew out to his sides. Did I say anything? Let's keep it that way. He chuckled but pressed on. Can we talk about what happened last night? What happened last night? Are we really doing this? He folded his arms. Doing what? He narrowed his eyes at me. Isla. Noel. I imitated his tone. You're unbelievable, he huffed. You're nosy. I'm looking out for two of my friends. How am I nosy? Did he call you? I knew Osiris called Noel when I was pretending to be asleep, but I wanted to know how he would answer. Yes. And? I asked for elaboration. And what? Seriously? I couldn't believe he was playing the card I had just played on him. Maddening, isn't it? He smirked. I just narrowed my eyes and glared till he spoke again. What were you doing in the forest in the middle of the night? How did I put it in concise and normal words where he wouldn't classify me as insane? Did he even know the cottage used to be my home 18 years ago? Have you been to his house? I asked. We're not exactly the sleepover and paint each other's nails kind of friends. What kind of friends are you? How are you even friends with someone like him? Someone like him, he repeated. He isn't exactly the friendliest person in town. His gaze ventured somewhere far off before he focused it back on me and gave me a small smile. I trust him with my life. He spoke with such honesty and conviction, he took me by surprise. That's all I can say to you about him. I tried to find a crack in his words, I really did. But he resolutely believed what he said. So I did what I do best and changed the topic. Any news on my mother's case? He sighed but answered anyway. Helena's last hearing is this weekend. But the judge has already decided on a life sentence. Weren't we supposed to testify or something? No, our accounts were already transferred to ARCs with the case files. My eyebrows furrowed. This island is weird. Better get used to it. He grinned. I'm not letting you go anywhere for a long time. I don't think I could, even if I wanted to. What do you mean? I scoffed. I'm broke as hell. Right. He nodded, as if it were common knowledge. What did you do in New York? I was a painter. I'm sure we could find something for you to do here. Sure, let me know. I'd crossed the bridge of my inability to paint when the time came. Noel's phone buzzed on the table. That would be my alarm. He silenced it. You set an alarm for your lunch hour? I asked incredulously. Yeah. My God. I shook my head. You really do love your job. He chuckled and cleared his throat before speaking in a pretentiously deep voice. It is the sole purpose of my existence. Shut up. I chuckled. We stood up laughing and walked out into the unusually sunny day. Be careful. He hugged me goodbye. Why does everyone keep telling me that? Isla. He dragged out my name impatiently. In case it hasn't crossed your mind yet, someone's trying to frame you for murdering that woman. Oh. Yeah? Yes, oh. Just text me whenever you feel something is off. Anytime, anywhere, okay. He squeezed my shoulder as I nodded in response. Chapter 8. The sun went into hiding during my walk back to the mansion. It took all the brightness with it and left behind gloom. The atmosphere at the mansion didn't seem very good either. In the garage, Tim furiously hammered at a spare part. I slowed down as I approached his back and stopped a good few feet away from him, not that he noticed me. He just continued hammering. I looked at Jonas for an explanation, who stood flat against the wall at the far end, but he shrugged with identical wide eyes. Not knowing how to get Tim's attention without hurting him or myself, I took out my phone and called him. The loud ringing brought him out of his daze. He dropped the hammer, or whatever the tool was, on the table and took out his phone. Hello, he answered without looking. I would ask how you are. He turned around as he realized I was behind him. But I can see that you're not fine. He cut the call and pocketed the phone. When did you both get here? He asked between heavy breaths. Jonas, didn't I send you out to get me a new tire? Jonas pointed at the shiny tire beside his feet. Tim glanced at it and pinched his nose. This isn't the tread I asked for. One look at Jonas had me intervening. Jonas, why don't you go have lunch? He walked away with his head bent low. Tim sighed loudly and walked back to the part he had been hammering after kicking the tire. Okay, what's going on here? What's wrong? Today's just... His hand flexed in the air as he struggled to find the correct words. Not a good day. It's okay, you can say that it's bad or shitty even. I tried to make him smile. He gave me a pointed look and went to work. Okay, he's clearly not in the mood. I dropped the smile and walked to his table. I know you don't feel like talking right now. But I'm here to listen whenever you do. I'll keep Jonas occupied so you have some alone time. He gave me a nod, which was more than what I expected, and I left him alone in the garage. What the hell had happened to him? Did it have something to do with Kathy? Didn't she leave to go to him last night? I sucked in a deep breath, prepared myself to face Kathy's probable foul mood, and entered the kitchen. Jonas sat slumped on the stool at the kitchen counter, a counter that was hardly visible underneath various utensils. Basically, everything that was supposed to be inside the cabinets was spread out on top of the counter. What happened here? Jonas sighed and pointed towards the lower cabinets beneath the sink. I followed his gaze and found Kathy on the floor, vigorously scrubbing the inside of an empty cabinet. "Ah, Kathy, are we redecorating?" She only noticed me when I said her name. "You," she growled as she pushed a stack of plates with a loud clack and pointed a finger at me. I took a step away from her and towards Jonas. "What did I do?" "What did?" She trailed off as her eyes grew bigger and her lips thinned. "What didn't you do would be a better question. You convinced me that it would be a good idea to go see Tim at 2 in the morning. While I was sloshed." I really did try to hold in the smile that threatened to lift my cheeks at her choice of word, but one glance at Jonas and his twitching lips had me ducking my head to hide my grin. "Oh, how nice," Kathy hissed, and Jonas and I reined in our smiles. "I'm so glad that you both find this funny because I don't, and Tim certainly doesn't. God, Tim. I can't ever look him in the eye again. I made an utter fool of myself." She groaned and cupped her face in both her hands. Her voice came out muffled as she grumbled. "I threw up on him as soon as he opened his door, and immediately after that I passed out on the floor." My heart went out to her. She had lived through the nightmare that I had barely swerved last night. I made my way across all the stacks and sat next to her. "I'm sorry." I hugged my arm across her shoulder. She exhaled roughly and pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes, allowing me to hear her next words clearly. "He must be completely repulsed by me," she muttered. "This isn't how mothers are supposed to behave. Bernard was completely right when he said my daughter is better off at the manor." Shock tightened my muscles as I recoiled at her words. What the fuck? I was going to kill that shit goblin. But first, Kathy. I shut my eyes and took a deep breath to calm myself and gather my thoughts. 3 things, Kathy. Did Tim say or do anything to show that he's repulsed? I spat out the word she had used. By you? No, that's the worst part. She groaned. He was unbearably kind. He's the reason I don't have a raging hangover. Okay, so he took care of you instead of throwing you out. Does that in any sense indicate that he hates you? She reluctantly shook her head. So stop making things up just to hurt your bruised ego even more. Second, I'm not a mother, so I'm not going to tell you anything about how they are or are not supposed to behave. I squeezed her shoulder for her attention. But as a daughter, all I would ever want for my mother was for her to be happy. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed into her hands. I rubbed her back and swallowed the tightening in my own throat. I wasn't done yet. Third, I'm sure the last person you should listen to for advice about your kid is Bernard. I felt damn proud of my stupid joke when a laugh spluttered through her tears and made her look up from her hands at Jonas snickering on the stool. Bernard didn't know what hit him when I got into his face and stepped on his foot, on purpose. Blazes? He shrieked, his voice unnaturally high. What the hell is your problem? I don't think I was clear enough yesterday, so I'll put it in words you can understand. Stay out of our lives and keep your opinions to yourself. Got it? I have a job here. And according to that job, you're supposed to serve me, aren't you? So tell me, Bernard, do you see Grace around? She was supposed to be here today, if you had done what you were asked to do. The mayor decided it was in her best interests to transfer her to a private boarding school. She will be transferred tomorrow. Bullshit. I cut him off before he could spout more nonsense. Does Kathy know? I told her this morning when she was recovering from her midnight shenanigans. I hope you enjoy your time in hell, Mr. Monet, because that's exactly where you're going when you die. I shoved him out of the way and marched out, Jonas hot on my heels. You know where to go. He nodded and ran to the car, starting it before I got in. On the ride to the manor, my soul burned in a bonfire of anger, betrayal, abandonment, and sadness. My fidgeting legs and fingers only had to wait a few minutes until we reached the manor's humongous gates that I had hoped to never see again. I couldn't believe that I was back here. But it did make sense to me that I was here for the happiness of people I loved, because I would never have come back here if it were my own on the line. Surprisingly, the gates were pulled open without any ado, Jonas drove up the driveway and rolled to a stop right in front of the entrance. "Stay here. This isn't going to take long." Jonas nodded in the rearview mirror before I leapt out and unintentionally slammed the door. A butler instantly approached. Not in the mood to deal with any more butlers, I quickly spoke before he could. "Take me to the mayor." He seemed like he was about to protest, but thought the better of it after one look at my face. I would have paid attention to the turns we were taking if tunnel vision hadn't seeped in, and my mind could think of anything other than how much I hated being here. What could I possibly say to the man who didn't fight for my mom and me? The butler stopped in front of a double set of huge oak doors. Knocking once, he opened the doors, no doubt to announce my arrival. I walked in right behind him, not giving him the chance. Ignoring the man behind the desk, I addressed the butler. "I want the car out front loaded with all of Grace's belongings before I'm back downstairs. It must be packed already, since she's conveniently being moved to a boarding school." I shifted my glare to the culprit with my last words. "I'm taking her with me." The butler waited for the mayor to object to my demands, but he didn't, and signaled the butler to leave. I couldn't hold back my disdain at him for looking so well, poised, not a single hair out of place as he sat in a neatly pressed suit behind his neat desk. I wondered what he saw when he looked at me with those sharp blue eyes. "I've already paid a substantial amount of money to the school," he informed me calmly. "She'll be well cared for and will see her mother every 6 months. And who are you to make that decision for her?" "The person who has been paying for her first-class education," he said briskly. "That's not normal. You can't just throw money at people and expect them to be fine with it." "But I can," he said as a matter of fact. His tone was smug, and it irritated the heck out of me. His head tilted slightly as he considered my words. "Is that why you don't use your allowance?" "Allowance?" I couldn't control the calm facade anymore as I shouted. "You mean the blood money you're throwing at me? Don't raise your voice at me, young lady." "I can and I will." I paced to his desk and continued through gritted teeth. "I have every right to, because you gave up on me and my mother. So don't you sit there and act all father-like because you're not entitled to it. Nor will you ever be. You're just a spineless coward who married my mother's murderer." My whole body trembled in rage, and my eyes burned with unshed tears. Not wanting him to see me cry, I stormed out the door and slammed it shut behind me. Chapter 9. This might sting a bit. Dr. Clark warned me before pulling out the lens from my eye. I quickly shut my eyelid, and then blinked rapidly to get rid of the moisture. As the liquid dried up, I observed the smart woman. She moved swiftly across the room, her white coat a blur. Noel had said she was the best in town. She seemed to be in her early 30s, just a couple years older than Noel. As she turned around towards me, her head tilted to the side. "What is it?" I sent out a silent prayer for my eye to be infection-free. "You do have an odd pair of eyes, but they're rather pretty. Why cover it up?" I shrugged. "I've done it as long as I can remember." "But why?" I frowned. "Why do I do it?" "I'm sorry." She apologized, misunderstanding my expression. "I didn't mean to pry." "No, it's okay, Miss Rose." She returned to her business-like tone. "I think the best solution for you would be my own line of contacts. I developed them when I started my practice, so I have more than a few successful trials under my belt, and you have nothing to be worried about if you agree to this." "What kind of lens are we talking about?" "A permanent lens." "Permanent? Is that even possible? What are the side effects?" "It is quite easy, and there are no side effects. Dr. Clark, no offense, but I've scoured the internet for ways to get rid of this daily and monthly hassle, but you didn't find anything related to my permanent lenses?" She smiled, completely unbothered. "It's because I don't tell everyone about it." "What do you mean?" "I guard my magical abilities as much as I can, which is why I don't mention it to just anyone. Besides, I don't want to risk imprisonment for practicing magic on normies. She was totally aloof of the informational bomb she had just dropped on me. I went over all her words in my head and broke them down for my sanity's sake. Normies? People without magic. Like a muggle. Her eyebrows knitted in confusion. What? I shook my head at her confusion, not in the headspace to start a Harry Potter tangent. Yet you told me about it? Miss Rose, you have magic in you, not much, but you're definitely not a normie. I was pretty sure the blood in my veins stopped flowing at this point. My limbs get colder by the second. I stood up on weak legs, clutching onto my jacket for dear life. I have to go, I said over my shoulder as I rushed out of there. I'll get back to you when I decide about the permanent lens. Miss Rose, wait. Ignoring her calls, I hurried out of the clinic. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I had magic. Kai had hinted its existence, but she hadn't said that I had it. Almost on the path to the library to see Kai, I remembered she wasn't in town. I stomped my foot in frustration and redirected my route to the precinct, which was conveniently only a street away. Entering the precinct, I thanked heaven for the annoying receptionist's absence and quickly pushed the door to Noel's office open without knocking, knowing Noel would be inside with his head in a file. Noel, you better have. I stopped in my tracks at the sight of the other man in the room. Isla? Is everything okay? I heard Noel ask. I would have answered him if I could tear my eyes away from Osiris. His hair was pulled back in a bun, and a myriad of emotions flit across his face at breakneck speed. I hadn't seen him since he'd left me at the cottage that morning. I wanted to say something, anything to fill the empty silence in the room, but his eyes held me hostage as he got up from the couch where he was leaning back and walked up to me slowly. I felt like I couldn't breathe. Why did I become so anxious around him? I looked at his chest to see if his breathing was failing him too. He was completely still. I didn't get the time to look more closely, my eyes going from being narrowed to wide open because he took a step closer to me and put a finger beneath my chin. His touch was gentle as he lifted my gaze to his. He inhaled sharply as his gaze fixed on mine, and before I could blink he was gone. With Osiris gone, I calmed down and finally took in a breath. Noel whistled. I'll give you both some privacy next time. Shut it. I grumbled and plopped down on the chair in front of his desk, making him chuckle. But he stopped abruptly when I looked at him. What? I looked around for what had caused his alarm. Your eyes. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Fuck. At the mansion, I tore through the driveway straight into the garden and came to a screeching halt in front of the sapling I used to cross into the forest. Shaking my head at the absurdity, I turned and walked away. But I needed to do this. I turned around and walked back to the sapling, only to stop again. What if it really was a stupid idea? What if he was there? Did I really want to see him again so soon? I shook my head and pivoted to walk inside. My reluctant legs only carried me halfway before doubt paused me again. Thank you for giving me a win. I whirled around at the sound of the whimsical voice. A woman with tan skin and dark hair sat in the bushes next to the swing. I hadn't even noticed her, but I had seen her plenty of times from the balcony in my room. I'm sorry. I bet myself that you would stop once more. She stood and wiped her hands against her muddy overalls. I didn't see you amongst the staff when they moved here. I don't think you see much of any of your staff, Miss Rose. No offense. Some taken. I puckered my brows at here. Appearing chided, she was quick to explain. I meant you're a busy woman, and I'm always tending to the plants here or in the front lawn or in my greenhouse. You do all the gardening by yourself? Yes. Quite a job for just one person, wouldn't you say? I don't mind the work. She shrugged. I'm used to doing it alone, so no one gets in my way and I don't get in theirs. Well, you've done brilliant work around here. And she had. It was genius how well the flowers complemented each other in colors and shapes. This garden was what I had envisioned for the cottage's lawn to look like when I had started working on it. Too bad I'd never got to see what the seeds would have looked like as they had grown, since without the care needed they would wilt before they even got the chance to grow. I shook my head lightly to tune myself back to where I was. The woman held a plant in her hand, beautiful with fully grown purple flowers, the color denser on the edges. I couldn't help but run a petal through my fingers. What plant is this? Catnip. She giggled weirdly. I smiled at her laughter. What's so funny? Nothing. She extended a hand to me. I'm Xylena, but you can call me Lena. I shook her hand. You're so warm. Been in the sun too long. Giving my hand another shake, she released it and walked inside, leaving me alone in the garden. The path to the cottage called my name again. I sighed and went to sit on the swing. My phone buzzed with a text. Dr. Clark says you can use it till you decide. Noel. What if I take years to decide? Then you can use it for years. Did she use magic on it? Maybe. Look, I know all this magic stuff is new to you, but it's nothing to fear. Kayleen will tell you more about it. Besides, you're already wearing the lens. Did it bite off your eye yet? Thank you so much for that unwanted visual. Anytime. I hated that he was right. The lens did not feel any different than my old one. I had Noel call into the clinic for my lens to be delivered to the precinct. But Dr. Clark had modified it so that it didn't irritate my eye again. It was a favor I hadn't wanted but couldn't do without. I didn't know what to do and think about this whole thing with magic. And the fact that I had it. It threw me off balance. How could I have magic and never realized it in 25 years of my life? Did my missing memories have something to do with it? That was why I had wanted to go to the cottage, so I could look for some clues. But I couldn't risk it. Couldn't risk running into him again. Not with what had happened at the precinct. My mind very inconveniently replayed the moment again for the 100th time. It was so vivid. His feather-light touch, the shock on his face, as if he'd seen a ghost, which he was not a stranger to, given his former profession. The only other time I'd seen them so expressive was when I had seen him the first time when I had stumbled into him at Cinnamon. He had been shocked back then too. I could plan something with Noel. If he agreed to help me, I could get some time to search the cottage. That's it. But he would end up spilling it. What you doin'? I yelped and jerked so hard that I nearly fell off the swing. I looked over my shoulder to see who the culprit was that yelled in my ear. Grace. I recognized her from Kathy's photos of her. Her shiny blonde hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and glasses sat atop her cute button nose. Jesus. I wheezed as I placed a hand on my chest to slow down my racing heartbeat. You scared me. I'm sorry, I didn't think you were so easily startled. Grace sat beside me. I was just thinking about something. About what? Like I would tell. But I did have something else I wanted to ask her. Why did you want to see the mayor before we left the mansion? I had 2 reasons, she said as she held up 2 fingers. I wanted to thank him. Why? Without him, I wouldn't have gotten the education I got, she said, her tone emotionless. And the second reason? I wanted to tell him to get lost. What? I hate being away from my mom. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and he was sending me across the island to a boarding school. Not that I would have been on the bus. I had a plan with Tim. But I was very angry about it. Was? I questioned her use of the past tense. I'm not angry anymore now that I've said my piece. She shrugged and started moving the swing we were sitting on. I laughed, shocked by the air of pure ease around this young girl. You've got to teach me how to do that. I didn't expect her to take my words quite literally. You go to the person you're angry with, you tell them you're angry with them, you tell them why, and you give them a chance to apologize. If they do, you forgive them. If they don't, you walk away. She rattled off, as if it were as methodical as a science experiment. You know, I began, once I had picked my jaw off the floor. I don't think I've ever liked someone so quickly. She beamed up at me. I like you too because you're exactly how everyone described you. Everyone? Mom, Tim, and Jonas. Jonas told her about me. Well, that was surprising. Not too much though. They seemed like very good friends. He was just as happy to see her as Tim was. Which brought me to the second thing I wanted to talk to her about. Grace, is Kathy happy? She's cooking a feast inside. I'd say she's happy. She grinned. She's happy because you're back with her. She was too young and wouldn't understand what I had to ask of her. Yes, and that's not what you were asking. The answer to your question would be yes and no. She gave her glasses a flick. I had to stop underestimating her. How so? Mom always says that you don't need someone to make you happy. That was always her answer when I asked her why she didn't date. But I've seen her around Tim. And she may not need him to make her happy, but he makes her happier. I was in awe of this girl and her mother. At 10 years of age, she knew exactly what love was supposed to be, and Kathy was to be thanked for it as well. Tim was right to love them both. I formed the words in my head carefully. I could never forgive myself if I corrupted Kathy's daughter. I know it's wrong to interfere in someone's choices, and it is. I know. She bounced up and down in her seat as she gasped. We can play matchmakers. She squealed. We can include Jonas as well. He's the best at keeping secrets. I saw this show where a few friends set up a blind date for two of their other friends and don't tell them, and when they show up and see each other, it's like boom. She ended her rant with a cute explosive gesture with her hands. Right. What were you saying about corruption? Lord help me. Chapter 10. It was the first time in weeks that nervous energy and excitement danced in my chest together in synergy. My palms were sweaty, and I couldn't stop pacing. Planning with 2 kids, and over the top with enthusiasm Grace and super shy Jonas was fraught with danger. No idea what Jonas thought of it all, but Grace had taken to calling it Operation Cupid. 2 on the nose if you ask me, but since she didn't, I let her go with it. Donning all black and braiding my noticeable hair down my back, I pulled on a black beanie and my trusted chunky-heeled black boots. My part was to make Tim curious about where I was going. He'd question me. I'd tell him to make a bet with me in exchange for information. If Kathy made Tim's favorite dessert tonight, he would lose, and not only would I not share, but he'd also have to do something that I'd tell him to, and if she didn't, I'd tell him what I was doing. What he didn't know was that Kathy was indeed making his favorite dessert, thanks to Grace's earnest appeal. It was a lovingly devious plan that only a 10-year-old could come up with. I took the back stairs that went straight down to the garage. I had thought all night about how to approach Tim. Now I had to hope it worked. With the light steps, I reached the bottom of the stairs, tiptoed behind the car and sneaked a peek over the roof of the car. Tim was hunched over the work table. Bingo. I hunched down low and very slowly crouched towards the exit, wasting plenty of time and making sure I scraped my heel on the floor a few times. And where are you sneaking off to at 10 in the morning? I straightened up and gave Tim the sheepish smile I'd practiced earlier. Nowhere. I shook my head, aiming for an expression of pure fake innocence. Tim narrowed his eyes slightly as he took in my attire. You look like you're going to rob a bank. I might be. I gave a casual shrug, though he was closer to reality than I'd ever want him to know. He sighed and cleaned his hands with a towel as he walked to me. Come on, I'll drive you. To rob a bank? I asked dramatically. He rolled his eyes. To wherever you're going. I can't tell you. It's a secret. I stressed the last word. What? You know, a secret, I repeated slowly. When someone can't tell someone else something. The side of his mouth twisted in a sarcastic flare as he crossed his arms. Are you sure you know what you're talking about, little missy? Of course. But now that I know you know, we can move on. I changed my path to walk across him, hoping he wouldn't give me space this one time. He stopped me by the elbow when I reached him. Isla, are you in trouble? His eyebrows drew together and the lines around his eyes deepened. Damn, second thoughts stabbed into my brain. The last thing I wanted was to cause him to worry about me. God, you suck at this. Yes, self-conscious, I do. Sighing, I abandoned my idea of fake betting with him and went with pouring my heart out instead. Life's too short to not get in trouble and enjoy it, Tim. Gotta seize the day and all that shit if you want to find something that's worth it. His eyes widened, but he still didn't let go of my elbow. What's with the deep talk? I don't know. I shrugged. I just woke up today and realized that all the people that love me do so much for me. And I don't think I do enough for them, and... That's not true, he quickly interjected. No, it is. I've been so mad and depressed about what happened with Mama that I shut myself down, expecting the worst from my friends when in fact, I should have given them a chance to let them help me. I realized that I put my hand on top of his and locked my watery eyes with his, waste so much time when we could be happy with the people that we love. His gaze dropped to the cement floor. My heart constricted with pain seeing his drooped shoulders and lowered eyes as he tried to pull himself together. His voice trembled as he whispered, I've loved her from a distance for so long now that I'm scared to get close and mess everything up. I can promise you that you won't. You're looking at a 40-year-old man who has never been in a proper relationship before. How can you say that? Because you both love each other. And even if you do mess it up, so what? At least you won't regret not giving it a try. We stood in silence for a while before he sniffled. When did you become so wise? I laughed. When I met Grace. He chuckled at my quip, but sobered up in a moment. Thank you for bringing her here. He squeezed my hand. Couldn't let you beat me to it. I smiled at him. As he shook his head, my gaze caught on the motorcycle behind him. It wasn't covered with a sheath like it usually was. He turned to look at what had captured my attention. I was cleaning it for you. Didn't know you'd come out here. Dressed for finding trouble, little missy. I gestured to the gleaming bike. Thank you, you take good care of me. He scrubbed his face with his hand. You should take your own advice, you know. About what? About not wasting time. He held my gaze in an obvious challenge. I narrowed my eyes at him. Two could play at that game. Only if you do. Fine. He nodded. Fine. I mimicked him. He grinned and gestured towards the bike. I dressed the part to trick him into making a silly bet with me. I'd planned on walking to the cottage, as I didn't know any other way, but I glanced down at my clothes and boots. I looked like a biker girl today more than any other day. When I gazed back up at Tim, he raised his eyebrows and smirked. Shaking my head at him, I went over to the bike. The closer I got to it, the warmer my skin felt. I ran my finger over the smooth paint where a scratch should have been. He must have had it repainted, since there was no sign of the scratches from where I'd crashed it. I grabbed the helmet resting on the seat and put it on. Swinging my leg over the bike, I settled on the seat. It seemed to be molded to my curves and so comfortable. A grin stretched my lips as I grabbed the handlebar and turned the key in the ignition. The motorcycle rumbled to life beneath me. I'd been close to comatose since the night of the accident, the night Helena admitted to killing my mom and tried to kill me too. But the thrumming of the bike, the rumble beneath my body, seemed to share its life with me. I twisted my right hand and increased the acceleration while holding the brake. The bike didn't roar the sound I loved. What happened to its voice? I thought you could do with some stealth with all that's going on. Tim shrugged. Oh. My shoulders slumped. He'd meant well. Thank you. He came over to my side and placed a hand on my shoulder. It's reversible, little missy. Relief wrapped its arms around me, and I wrapped mine around him. I squeezed him tightly, hoping he understood what I didn't put in words. I released him when I felt my balance tipping. I'd managed to hold the building wetness behind my eyes, but seeing Tim dry his own cheeks with the back of his hand broke the dam. Tears tumbled down my cheeks, but they were happy tears. We chuckled as he beat me in wiping them away. Off you go now. He waved me off. A bank awaits. I gave him a lopsided grin. Hasta la vista, baby. His eyes widened as he pointed at me excitedly. I got that reference. I laughed and rode down the driveway, giving Jonas a wave as he walked up to the garage. Exiting the gates, I thought about where to go. I had planned on going to the cottage after seeing Tim, but walking, and the way I walked, wasn't suitable for a bike like this. I knew there was a track in the forest, since Osiris had used it when I was in his car, but I didn't know where it was, or have any idea how to find it. Just ride, woman? All right then. I pulled back the throttle and let all thoughts go. The wind rushed in my ears and numbed my face, probably freezing the manic grin on it. I just couldn't help it. I must have gone mad to have been so scared to ride again. This was invigorating. A whoop of pure joy escaped my mouth. A curve came up ahead on the left, and I took it without hesitation. Trees guarded the shoulder-less road that ran between them. It was bumpier than it looked, and my legs burned with the added exertion. The foliage thinned as the path widened, and before I knew, I was on the beach. The road went up to the cottage, and I kept my eyes on the prize as I sped to it. His car was not in sight, which meant he wasn't here. I thanked my lucky stars, and stopped the motorcycle at the foot of the stairs at the back of the cottage. Kicking the stand in place, I got off the bike and breathed in the fresh, salty air of the beach. The yellow paint I had redone on the wooden planks of the cottage outer walls still shined brightly, and I couldn't resist running my hand across the wall as I made my way to the front. In the light of day, when I wasn't in a hurry to run away, I saw all the changes that had occurred in my absence. The grass inside the picket fence had grown wildly, as had the jasmine vine I had planted around the fence. With my ankles deeply swaddled in the grass, I lumbered to the vines. Carefully, I wrapped the beautiful blooms around the fence while eyeing the drooping flowers and yellowing leaves of the other shrubs. My fists clenched around thin air as I resisted tending to them. Imagining strangling him was way better. With pinched lips, I turned to face the cottage. The little cobblestone pathway to the stairs was as clear as ever, and took some of the tension off my shoulders. Once my foot stepped on the porch, all displeasure left me. I felt whole. Like all I needed was right here. The knocker greeted me with a crooked smile, and I straightened it before entering my old home. Sunlight streamed in through the kitchen windows opposite me, brightening the tidy place and reminding me to be quick and leave everything exactly as it was. I tiptoed down the hallway and silently prayed for the cottage to keep my visit a secret. Unfortunately, no one listened to my prayer. The moment I turned to go upstairs to the study, the door on my right swung open. Steam billowed out from the bathroom door before parting for Osiris. A shirtless and totally hot Osiris. I stepped back on reflex, but froze at the guttural curse that fell from his mouth. I'd spooked him as much as he had spooked me. My gaze slipped from one tattoo to another, symbols combined with mysterious writing in a strange language. His wet skin gleamed, but I kept my gaze moving. The thudding in my chest wound tighter, at the scars marring his upper body. It hurt me to even think about how he got the long scar that ran straight from his left collarbone to the top of his stomach. It looked like someone had tried to slice him open. I shuddered at the thought. "Do you mind?" He gestured for me to step aside with one hand while the other gripped onto the towel around his waist. I stepped to the side and whispered an apology to his fleeing back, his very burnt back. What the hell did he go through? My chest tightened, and tears burned the back of my eyes, threatening to spill over. I took a moment to compose myself, shutting my eyes and taking deep breaths to calm the hell down. I would not feel badly for the guy who had taken over my home and snapped at me every chance he got. Steeling my bleeding heart, I moved to climb the stairs. "Where do you think you're going?" I turned around again. Even though it felt like only seconds had passed, he was dressed. His wet hair was slicked back from his face and curled around his neck. He was a good-looking jackass, I'd give him that. Even now, when he seemed a bit agitated, no doubt because of what I had seen. "Where do you want me to go, my lord?" I weighed every word with sarcasm. Unexpectedly, the corner of his mouth tugged up before he lowered his gaze and shook his head at the floor. He looked up again and cleared his throat. "I assume you got my message." My eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "What message?" He narrowed his eyes at me. "I sent a spirit to you. And you thought I'd see a ghost and stick around to hear what it had to say. You would if you knew who the ghost was." My head tilted as I thought about it. "Who'd you send?" "Forget it." He shook his head and moved out of my sight. "Come here." The command grated, but curiosity won out, and I followed him from the hallway to where he stood in the living room. "I want you to paint a mural on this wall for me." He waved at the blank white wall behind the couch. "What?" I couldn't believe the nerve of this guy. He wanted me to paint a wall for him in my cottage. The cottage he had taken over in my absence, and had no plan of leaving any time soon. I said, "I got what you said." I glared at him. "Did Noel put you up to this?" "No, of course not." His denial was immediate and true. Satisfied he hadn't lied at least, I folded my arms. "Then on what grounds exactly are you making this demand?" "For saving your life." "Excuse me?" I scoffed. "If I hadn't called Noel the night you were attacked by Helena, they wouldn't have reached you in time." I crossed my arms. "How did you know about that, by the way?" "A spirit informed me." Well, that was something I didn't hear every day, didn't hear ever, to be honest. But I had come to accept that there were a lot of things that I had always thought were fictional that were true. It wasn't so jarring anymore. "Is that why you live here? So you can be close to the spirits and ghosts or whatever?" He looked surprised that I had thought of that. "Yes. That is part of the reason." "What's the rest?" He pondered, his eyes focused on me in a way that made me feel as if he could see right through me, as if he knew more about me than I knew myself. "The cottage is special." I knew that. I had known that from the first time I laid my eyes on it. It was that very reason that had made me want to protect it, keep it a secret from my friends. But it had done me no good, since the most intimidating person in town was living in my haven. "I will pay you," I muttered. His eyebrows slightly rose. "What?" "I will pay you," I said firmly this time. "To move out of here." "With what money?" He smirked. I scowled at him. "Name your price." He prowled closer to where I stood with the smirk still on his face, and stopped a couple feet away. "I have everything I need, Bobcat." Something flared in my chest at the odd nickname. It was what he called me on the night I ran into his car. My eyebrows furrowed as I struggled to not get sidetracked by it. "What about everything you want?" I pushed. His eyes glazed over before he recovered in a blink and shrugged. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. His name almost left my lips as they parted to ask him again. However, another question I had wondered about popped out instead. "Is Osiris your real name?" I didn't think anyone with a kind heart would name their son after the god of death, even if he could see and talk to ghosts. I would never admit to him that I had Googled it as soon as I had returned from the ball. Tired as I had been after everything that happened that night, my mind had returned to him with anger and curiosity. A long moment passed, and just when I thought he wouldn't answer, he did. "In our world, our names have and give us power. They are the most efficient method of delivering a message. I use one that delivers mine." We were both silent for a minute, or maybe 100. Time was the last thing on my mind. I didn't know what he was thinking about, but my heart thundered against my ribcage with a weird combination of terror and excitement. I wanted to paint, was desperate to lift a brush again and let myself create art. Could this be the opportunity I needed? I tried to calm myself as I formed words in my brain, wanting to say them with a confidence I didn't feel. If I decide to do this, I have conditions. I lifted my brows as I glared at him. Is that right? Go on then, name these conditions. I will come and go as I please. You will not control how nor what I paint. Whatever supplies I need will come out of your pocket. And after I'm done, you will owe me a favor. To be paid at a time and place of my choosing. I sucked in a deep breath as I finished speaking, and observed the peculiar expression on his face. Dare I imagine that he looked impressed? No one has ever had the nerve to put a stipulation, let alone 4, on something I order them to do. His tone was either appreciative or threatening. I couldn't tell, so I kept quiet and waited. Fine. He nodded after a while. But I get 4 of my own conditions. 1. I blurted before I could change my mind. His eyebrows went higher than before, but he recovered in a microsecond. 3. He matched my vehemence. That was one too many things he could ask of me. If he was bargaining at all, then perhaps I had the upper hand, so I pressed one last time. 2. He narrowed his eyes and his gaze darkened. Very well. 2 it is. Okay. I nodded. What are they? All in good time. He whistled in a low tone as he sauntered away. Hell, I didn't think that through. What did I just get myself into? Chapter 11. Don't cut that stock. It has extraordinary uses. Xylena stopped me from giving the bush a trim. Does it prove useful by ruining the level of neatness we're trying to achieve here? I retorted. She sighed heavily, her jaw clenching. It is more beneficial when it's yellowed. Let it live till then. I gave her a side-eye glance but left the plant alone and moved on to the next one. After all, she was the expert. I still couldn't believe she tended to this entire garden by herself. I had been learning a thing or two about gardening from her. For the last 2 days I joined her after lunch. Although it wasn't exactly my calling, I still enjoyed the fresh air and vibrant colors and the company of a person the same age as me. Everyone I had befriended on the island was either older or younger than me. Xylena was the first person my age that I felt a kinship to. Her company made me realize how much I missed Zoe and Walia. You could extend an olive branch and invite them here for lunch. Yeah, that could work. Or go horribly wrong. I glanced at Xylena where she sat on the ground, smiling as she raked the soil in the flower bed. She looked genuinely happy, all previous annoyance forgotten. You really love doing this, don't you? She looked up to give me a broad smile. It is what I love most. What got you into gardening? Plants have always intrigued me. Even when I was a little girl, I loved seeing them grow and bloom. My family was never rich, so there weren't too many hobbies I could pursue. My grandmother was a horticulturist. I ended up following in her footsteps, and it came naturally to me. Where's your family now? Her smile dropped at my question, and her face was stony as she looked up and lied straight to my face. They're dead. A jolt awoke me. I sighed as I sat up and rubbed my face with my hands. The nightmares had given me a small reprieve of a few nights, tricking me into a false sense of security. Should have known better. I muttered to myself and got out of bed, knowing I wouldn't be able to fall back asleep again. I ambled to the balcony, pulled the doors open, and a gust of wind hit me in the face. I shuddered as goosebumps rose on my skin. The trees swished in the windy night, and ocean waves crashed in the distance. I closed my eyes and tried to just enjoy the sounds. But too quickly, I was shaking like a leaf in the cold night. Turning back, I closed the doors behind me and went to the wardrobe to put on my coat. The mansion was silent, everyone probably asleep. I didn't bother to check the time and went downstairs. Something sweet would help me sleep. It worked every time. Aunt Miley said it was a childhood habit of mine, but I wouldn't know. All I knew was that it worked. In the darkness, I made my way to the kitchen. If the mansion was cagey in the day, it was downright stifling in the night. It felt like the walls hid something foul in them. Or maybe it's just your nightmare-riddled, overactive imagination. Yeah, thanks for that, my friendly subconscious. I inhaled deeply as I crossed the familiar door to the kitchen. Though I wasn't expecting anyone there, I wasn't surprised to see Kathy sitting on a stool. Unlike the last time we'd met like this, she had lit a candle on the counter and was still sober. Hey. I smiled at her. Hi. She waved at me excitedly. I went to the counter and picked up the almost full bottle in front of her. Vodka, I noted. You're happy drinking? Tim asked me out. She grinned at me. He did. That's not surprising at all. I'm so happy for you both. I don't know what happened. It's been years since I mooned over him. And all it took was a lemon cake. What do you mean? I don't know. She shrugged, her eyes and smile wide. Grace insisted that I make Tim's favorite dessert a few nights back. He took one bite of the damn cake and asked me out. A lemon cake? My eyes widened. Tim's favorite dessert is a lemon cake? That was my reaction too. I'd expected tiramisu or something equally Italian. She giggled. I never knew what to think of him. He was so silent and broody when we first met, and I'd never have known how loving he actually is if we'd never talked. She went on and sang Tim's praises while I took out a cookie for myself, my heart almost bursting with unbound happiness for them both. I feel like everything's falling into place. She sighed. And it's all because of you. I choked on a mouthful of cookie. She patted me on the back until I regained my breath. Why'd you say that? I puffed. You brought Grace back. She smiled kindly at me, her eyes shining. I know you told me not to thank you anymore for that, but you have to know that I will never forget this favor. Never. It wasn't a favor, Kathy. I shook my head. Please don't say that. She gazed at me for a moment with her nose scrunched up, exactly like Grace's when she didn't understand something, which was rare for Grace but very cute when she did it. They don't make people like you anymore, Kathy declared. I laughed at her words. They must have learned from their mistakes. As morning rolled around, I woke up with a raging headache, which was no surprise since I'd slept for just 2 hours over the whole night. Still in my pajamas, I dragged my feet to the kitchen for Kathy's company, knowing she would understand my pain. Would you look at what the cat dragged in? Bernard mocked as he strutted past me in his perfect 3-piece suit. I groaned deep in my throat as I decided to ignore his pain-in-the-ass self. Oh hun, what happened? Are you all right? Xylena rubbed my arm comfortingly. Couldn't sleep last night. I grumbled and took a seat on a stool, resting my head against my arms. Where's Kathy? Grocery shopping. With Tim. With the kids, actually. I could hear the mirth in her tone. Is Tim sulking in the garage? No, he went out as well. Oh. Well, don't sound too excited about spending time with me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Relax. She laughed. I was just messing with you. We can go out too if you like. Go where? She thought about it for a minute before answering. I was leaving for my greenhouse. Would you like to join me? To be honest, I felt a bit green already and not in a good way. But for some reason, I ended up saying yes to her. Now the pain throbbed behind my eyes. It grew stronger the farther we walked from the mansion. I'd never been to this side of the property. It looked like it had rained earlier in the morning. The trees looked greener and the soil was damp, the air rich. It was all slightly overwhelming. My gut tightened with each step. Xylena, I think I should head back. I don't feel so good. I had a feeling about that, which is why I wanted you to come with me. I'll make a remedy for you. It works very well for headaches. Is that your greenhouse? I pointed at the small glass building up ahead. Yeah. Well, we've come this far. All right then. She sped up to walk ahead and unlock the door. I closed my eyes for a second to rest as I waited for her. A burst of 1,000 colors flashed behind my eyes. They whirled and fused to form images, some that made no sense and some that did. I saw a strange space that looked like the inside of a tent. A gray-haired woman sat behind a table with a small, glowing circular object in front of her. My head nearly cleaved in two at the next image. The same woman was inside a human-sized soap bubble, screaming her heart out. In the last image, the woman was lying dead on the floor. I knew that scene well, having seen it in my dream and the crime scene picture. She was the woman who had been murdered. I gasped for air as my eyes flew open. I didn't know when my hands had come up to hold my head. The sudden rush of different smells and colors, as I got pulled back to reality, was too much for me. I only managed to take a single step to the side, when I threw up everything I had in my stomach. Isla. Xylena held my hair back. I dry heaved until there was nothing left inside me, and my stomach felt ripped into shreds. I straightened and wiped my mouth with the sleeve of my shirt. What happened to you just now? Xylena's face was puckered with concern. I threw up, puked, retched, hurled, vomited. Did I mention throwing up? She frowned. I mean before that. Not knowing how to answer her, I sighed at the damp ground. I didn't know how to explain the visions, as I didn't quite understand them myself. I just knew that I had to go back to my room. I'm sorry, XY, I want to go back. It was a wonder what a shower and a fresh change of clothes could do for you. I was sitting on my bed in my comfort sweater that was fuzzy all over and matched my hair. The headache had completely disappeared, and it took me a while to realize that it had subsided after what did I even call what had happened? A vision? Was Noel right to call my dreams that? Noel. I picked up my phone and called him. I breathed in relief when he picked up on the second ring. Hi La, he greeted cheerfully. I bit my lip trying to stifle my laughter. How many hours did you spend trying to come up with that? I'll admit that I've been waiting for you to call me so I could say it. Glad to be of service then. It's too early for you to sound so tired, what's up? The smile in Noel's tone vanished. I told him what had happened, and tried to put what I had seen into words we both could understand. You sure it was the same woman? Was I? In the last image, I saw a woman lying dead on the floor. I'd seen it in my dream and the crime scene picture. Yes, she was the murdered woman. Yeah. Where were you when you had the vision? Is that even what it is? It's just so strange for me. Do you have any other suggestions? No. I shook my head and sighed. Listen, thanks for being cool with all this stuff. I've heard and seen crazier things. I didn't doubt that given his line of work. I wondered if he had ever seen a magic-related crime. What would count as a magic-related crime? Dr. Clark had said that she couldn't practice magic on a normie. Was it because it was dangerous, or was it because it wouldn't work? Hello? I must have checked out for more than a second or two. What had he asked? Oh yeah, where was I? I was walking to Xylena's greenhouse with her. We'd gotten a fair distance from the mansion. He stayed silent for a while, probably thinking about something like I had been. Where did you have your last dream vision? I cut off as I remembered the last one had been in the cottage. And I was sure it wasn't a vision, but a memory. I believed that the black-haired woman in my dream was not a figment of my imagination. In the car with Tim. And before that? I think it was in the library. Have you ever had a vision inside the mansion? No, I haven't. Interesting. What do you mean? He moved on with another question. Can you describe the glowing object you saw? After the shower and thinking about it, I realized what the glowing object was. It was an orb. I think the woman who died had magic too. She waved her hand over the orb and it glowed brightly. There was an inscription on the base beneath it, but I couldn't read it that quickly. And I think I saw something else too, where the orb was dark and was covered in a lattice of its own base. If I showed you some different orbs, could you identify the one that you saw? Yeah, I think so. Alright, good. Meet me at Osiris' shop in 5 minutes. He hung up before I could protest. Damn you, Noel. I did not want to see Osiris again. I reached the deserted street before Noel did, which was surprising since I had taken my time in leaving. Lowering the stand with my foot, I swung my leg off the bike and removed my helmet. Along with the fresh air came scuffing sounds from the alley next to the shop. I hurried to put down the helmet and stalked ahead. I froze when I reached the mouth of the alley. Osiris had a pudgy-faced man pinned to the wall and had lifted him by a hand around his throat. Osiris spoke slowly and quietly, but I heard the words clearly. By the 13th, or I will carve you up like the pig that you are and make you regret being born. Understood? The man tried to nod but failed due to the grip on his neck, choosing to croak out a yes instead. Osiris released his neck and let him fall to the ground. The man stumbled to his feet and crawled before he ran away as fast as he could. I stepped to the side as he passed me by with eyes wide in horror. Perhaps he thought me in danger, but if so, he did nothing to help. Who knew? Maybe I was in danger. What the hell are you doing here? Osiris stormed toward me. I said nothing but crossed my arms over my chest and squared my shoulders, ready for a fight if he gave me one. We had left things on slightly better terms last time, but by now I had learned that he was as unpredictable as the weather around here. Standing in his signature black jacket and man bun, he didn't look any better than I did. The hollow circles beneath his eyes looked darker because of his overgrown stubble. His lips thinned at my perusal. Go ahead, say that I'm a monster. I couldn't walk away without speaking. I assumed there was an agreement for him to pay you back and he seemed old enough to know better. So I think it's only fair. I mean, there could have been a gentler reminder. But if putting the fear of God, or in your case the fear of Osiris. I unclasped my arms to make bunny ears as I said his name. In them is your style, then whatever works for you, buddy. Personally, I think that not everyone is strong enough to stay good on an empty stomach. So maybe he is a pig, maybe not. Maybe it wasn't his stomach he was worried about. So yeah, that's what I think. And just so you know, I only say what I mean, not whatever I'm expected to say. Oh God, Isla, what the hell? Yeah, I know. Nerves equals word vomit. Can't take it back now. He gazed at me with his dark eyes wide enough for me to guess that I had shocked him with my rambling. And he wouldn't be the only one. Where did all these words come from? And why did it only happen around him? You confuse the fuck out of me, he said finally. And I am not your buddy. It took a great effort to look straight into his black eyes without letting my eyes drop lower, but I managed it. It was a staring contest, and anyone who knew me knew that I never backed down. I could tell by the twitch in the corner of his lips that he didn't think I would last. Joke was on him. My heartbeat quickened as he closed the gap between us, our bodies almost touching. I had to tilt my head to be able to look him in the eye. He was cheating, but I would never give in. I was so focused on how deeply black his eyes were that I didn't feel the approaching pain. It hit me out of nowhere, and I yelped as my eyes burned at the onslaught of another vision. This time it was stronger, more tangible. I found my footing in the vision, and I stood near the ladies at the counter in the cast-in. I didn't have to look closely at the woman's face, because I knew who she was. I put all my focus on listening to what she was saying. A week. And your name? Winnie. The innkeeper signed her up and handed her a key. Enjoy your stay in Provence. The scene diffused into another. The woman, Winnie, sat at the coffee table in the room, the same crystal orb in front of her. The orb was misty, but it cleared slowly as she muttered something and waved her hand over it. I tiptoed over to her silently and peered over her shoulder to look at what she was seeing in the orb. My blood ran cold at the sight of a woman crying in her bed. It was me. She was looking at me. Found you. Winnie exclaimed. I gasped and leaped back, bumping into something. The woman turned around at the noise, and her eyes widened when she saw me. But she couldn't see me. How could she see me? A terrified scream escaped me as I shut my eyes tightly, wishing to get out of there. Hey. You're okay. Open your eyes. I heard him before I felt him. Osiris rubbed my back as gulped in much-needed air. I slowly blinked my eyes open this time, not wanting to throw up again. Osiris held sideways in his arms. I clutched his arm and hand as he massaged my back. I couldn't remember falling, or Osiris catching me, but my trembling body was extremely grateful for his warmth. She saw me. My voice croaked as if I'd spent hours screaming. What? I tried to speak clearly, though my heart still beat in my throat. She was looking at me in the orb. I stumbled back, hit something, she turned and then she saw me looking at her. She saw me. His face paled and mouth parted slightly as my words registered in his mind. Isla? I straightened at the sound of Noel's voice and called back. Here. He ran towards us with a water bottle in hand. Osiris dropped his arms from around me, and an involuntary shiver passed through me. Isla, you did not tell me how scary your visions are. Noel opened the water bottle and pressed it to my hand. Your eyes were glowing, and your hair looked like it was on fire. I refused to form that image in my brain, and guzzled the liquid down. Osiris shook his head. The glowing eyes and fiery hair were not due to the vision. No. Noel still looked to be in a daze. Her appearance changed because she was scared. I wasn't scared. I denied quickly. Osiris had the nerve to smirk, his expression saying, "Sure, buddy." It was a reciprocal vision. His eyes tightened. The woman saw her. Is it possible for that to happen? But wait, how is that possible? The woman's dead. Winnie. I supplied. What? Noel scratched his head. The woman told the innkeeper that was her name. She lied about it though. Noel looked like I had taken away his favorite toy. The innkeeper told me that the dead woman didn't give a name. Where did she see you? Osiris broke through our confusion with another question. I gulped, remembering the moment too clearly. She was in a room, at the inn I suppose, and using her orb. So I moved closer to look and saw that it was me in her orb. She was looking for me. At the same time I realized the image was me, she muttered, "Found you," and I bumped into something when I stepped back. She heard the noise. I'm sure she saw me. When is Kayleen returning? Noel asked. Thursday. Tomorrow. I answered. Good. I have questions for her. I nudged Noel with my bottle. Get in line, mister. He glanced sideways at me, genuine and almost laughing. Osiris folded his arms. As enlightening as this has been, care to tell me why you both are here? Noel spoke before I could get a word in. I know you have a few crystal balls in your possession. I figured if Isla identifies one of those, we can inquire where it was manufactured. It may not give me a solid lead, but it's better than sitting on my hands waiting for the toxicology report. Osiris gave Noel a slight nod, ignored me, and walked out of the alley without a word to either of us. Are you okay? Noel's concern made me feel a bit better. I nodded, even though my knees still felt weak. His arm came around my shoulders, and we walked out of the alley to the black door. Osiris had already placed 9 orbs on the counter and switched the sign to closed. I inspected each of them carefully, even twisting them around, but none of them had inscriptions on the base. After the last one, I shook my head at Noel. It was a long shot anyway. He turned to Osiris. You didn't find anything interesting in the woman's belongings? No. Osiris, the man of few words, didn't disappoint. I spun to face Noel. You gave him her stuff. Are you even allowed to do that? He has a good eye. Noel shrugged. My gaze wandered to Osiris's profile at Noel's words. His face had returned to its original color. He had looked so pale when I had seen him after my vision. Had he been worried? He'd hardly worry about me. What else would drain his color? He turned a cold stare to me and lifted his brow. He'd caught me staring at him, again. I averted my gaze and pretended to look at the various items in the display. The weight of his stare threw my skin straight to my soul. Why was it so damn hard for me to figure out why my senses were so attuned to him? Noel asked him something, and I walked around the shop as they talked. The items in the glass cabinets were a treasure trove of ordinary things that had something special about them at the same time, and a few gadgets I was unfamiliar with. A silver necklace with a star-shaped pendant channeled my attention. It wasn't too ostentatious, which made it prettier. "Isla, are you coming?" "Yeah." With one last look at the necklace, I followed Noel to the front door of the shop. "See you later, bud." Noel gave a two-finger salute to Osiris and opened the door. I muttered a goodbye too and walked out with Noel, the weight of Osiris' gaze still on my back. Chapter 12. Thursday finally arrived. I was desperate for answers from Kai and dressed quickly and ran downstairs. Things had very quickly spun out of my control. It was kind of easy to acknowledge the existence of magic until it had nothing to do with me, but yesterday had shaken me more than I cared to admit. I'd been swept up in the moment when the vision happened, and I hadn't lied about feeling fine at the time, but when I returned to the mansion and the logical part of my brain processed the enormity of the situation, I was pretty much on the verge of a panic attack. Kathy was busy in the kitchen, as usual. "Are you going out somewhere?" "Yeah. I must go to the library. At least have something to eat first." "It's okay, I have to stop at the host's on my way back. I'll eat something there." Too eager to get to my destination, I nearly walked away before manners stopped me. "Should I bring something for you guys?" "No, I have a date tonight." "Anyone I know?" I grinned. "Very funny." She rolled her eyes, but a joyful gleam shone in them. "Can you stay at home with Grace tonight?" "No problems there. She was a good kid and entertaining." "Sure, I'd love to." "We'll leave when you come back then." I agreed, raced to the garage and reached the library in no time. Sending a silent prayer for Kai to be inside, I climbed the stairs after parking the motorcycle. The doors were unlocked when I pushed them open, and the library as quiet as ever, not a single person in sight. "Kai," I called out. "Over here." I sighed in relief and paced to the source of the sound, not hesitating in the slightest to bend down and hug her small frame. "Let go." Her words were muffled against my clothes. I released her at once and took a step back. "You couldn't have picked a worse time to be out of town." "Don't be so dramatic." She rolled her silver eyes and went back to stacking the books in her cart. "I'm serious, Kai. We need to talk." Hearing my somber voice, she heaved a sigh and pulled a chair out at the nearest table. I steeled myself for the conversation and took a seat in front of her. Underneath the lights, she looked tired. Her cheeks were sunken in and her silver hair, piled on top of her head in a messy bun, had lost its shine. "Are you okay? Did you rest when you got back?" "I have work to do. So can we hurry this along?" I frowned at her dismissal. I knew she wasn't a lovey-dovey type of person, but all her previous mocking had always been in good fun. "I can come back some other time if you're busy, but don't blow me off because you're tired and cranky." Her hands trembled as they rose to rub her face. Exhaustion poured from her. "It's been a very long week. I haven't gotten much sleep." "I understand, more than you know. So much happened in the last few days and I wanted your help. But it's okay, I can come back tomorrow." I waited a second for her to stop me, but she dropped her hands down and rested her head against her knees. Was she ill? Feeling guilty? I couldn't force her to talk with me, so I got up. I went to reach for her, but thought better of it. "Feel better soon." I couldn't keep the bite out of my voice. I dragged my feet from the doors all the way to my bike, still hoping that she'd come and tell me to wait. Sitting on the bike, I texted Noel about what had happened, not wanting him to get shot down too. Then I started my bike and went to the hosts. I wanted to see any one of the Joneses. I missed them, and while Leah had been texting me to meet whenever I had time. The chime of the door opening was sweet music to my ears. Seeing Cheryl behind the counter was even better. She looked up at the sound of the bell, and a wide smile lifted her cheeks. Well, at least someone was happy to see me. I waved at her, and made my way through the tables. Hello, you. Where have you been? She lifted the dividing slab, and wrapped her arms around me in a warm hug. Around. Busy. How are you? I'm good. She let me go and took a hold of my chin, turning my head from side to side, no doubt looking for the bruise. I chuckled at her fussing. It's completely gone now. She hummed, but her gaze remained focused on my face. What is it? What happened to your eye? My breath hitched. What do you mean? Did you go see Dr. Clark? I nodded, not knowing where she was going with this. She used magic on you. Cheryl lifted her brow, clearly checking if I was aware of it or not. I nodded again. Did she make it clear that she did? The purpose behind her questions dawned on me. She thought I was a normie, and she was making sure Dr. Clark hadn't used magic on me without my consent. I debated telling her about my magic. While the mental deliberation ensued, I asked her the question that weighed on my brain. How do you know she used magic on me? She began, but bit her lip to quiet herself. She glanced around at the filled tables and held up a finger to me. She backed up through the counter slab again and entered the kitchen. Should I have followed her? Instead, I took the time to think about what to say to Cheryl. I had lied to her once before, and I hated every second of it. Plus, what if she had something informative to tell me if I told her that I had magic too? The back door opened once again, and she came out with Zoe right behind her. I couldn't help my gasp at Zoe's appearance. She was wearing baggy clothes that the Zoe I knew wouldn't be caught dead in. Her once glossy green hair was showing her natural blonde roots, and she wasn't wearing a speck of makeup. If you're done staring, I'll look after out here. Mamie wants to speak to you. The deeply set scowl on her face did nothing to improve her appearance. Zoe? Cheryl admonished her. I'd no idea what Zoe's issue with me was. Whatever it was, it would have to wait till I solved my own problems. Still, I couldn't stop my concern over what was going on with her. Cheryl looked hesitant to leave Zoe alone with the customers. Can we sit out somewhere? It's such a lovely day outside. I piped up, ever helpful. She nodded, and we walked out to the bench in front of the diner. It was the same bench I sat on after my first time here. Things were so different now, or maybe not, considering how lost I had been then and how lost I was now. There were still so many things unknown to me. Just the thought of it all was like an itch beneath my skin that didn't go away, no matter how much I scratched at the surface. I'm so sorry about her, Isla. We don't know what's gotten into her. Zoe is worrying us all too much. I brought her here, thinking the familiarity would be good for her. I had no idea that she'd be so rude. It's okay, Cheryl, you don't have to apologize on her behalf. She's not the first one who's written me off today. I chuckled, trying to put her at ease. Cheryl sighed, the smile on her face resigned. The silence was thick between us, as I thought about how to broach the subject with her. But I didn't have to think for too long, because Cheryl sucker punched her way through the silence. Do you have magic, Isla? No way you can lie to her now. I didn't know that I did, until Dr. Clark told me. But you knew that there are people with magic? I believed every magic trick had a hidden logical explanation. So no, not until recently. Didn't your aunt tell you? About magic, I mean. I thought about everything Aunt Miley had ever told me about the presence of magic or lack thereof in the world. She'd never even told me that my mother was murdered. Maybe she didn't know it herself. Or maybe she did. I'd never know. Just like I'll never know if she knew about magic being real. I shook myself free of memories. No, she didn't. Oh dear, this must be very difficult for you then. I shrugged, my head tilting to touch the top of my shoulder. What were you about to say inside? I know how to detect magic. She locked eyes with me, staring at my left eye more. I can see that Dr. Clark used magic on your eye. Can you see what she did? I asked. No. I released the breath I had been holding. That had been close. I couldn't articulate why, but my intuition told me to keep my mismatched eyes a secret. How come you never realized that I had magic? Her brows furrowed as she regarded me intently. Her gaze traced my body's outline, from the top of my head to the tip of my boots. I still can't sense your magic. She pursed her lips. Maybe it's because it's weak. Dr. Clark said that it is. Her frown eased up as she smiled. A girl like you could never have weak magic, Isla, remember that. Heat rose to my cheeks, and I ducked my head to hide my reddening face. What? It's true. Do you want to learn how to detect magic? Maybe then you'll be able to sense your own. Really? I jumped in my seat. You'll teach me? She chuckled at my excitement. It's not that hard, dear. Easy for you to say. I didn't even know anyone could do that. I'm sure you'll be able to do it in no time. Now, without further ado. She turned towards me fully, and I mirrored her movement. There are 3 ways to sense magic. It can be seen, heard, or felt. There are only a few people out there who can do 2, let alone all 3. At my age, with years of experience, I can see it easily, it's just there. But you will have to actively seek it out. I will do a small cloaking spell for you, and we can experiment with that. Okay? Soaking every word that she spoke, I quickly nodded. She held out her left hand, her wedding ring shining brightly under the sun, and covered it with her right palm as she closed her eyes for a second. My hand flew up to my mouth when she uncovered her left hand and the ring had vanished. How did you do that? That's not our concern here, Isla. Focus on sensing the magic. Her stern voice pushed me back on track. What am I supposed to do? What do you reckon magic looks like? I pursed my lips as I shrugged. Something shiny, I guess. Close enough. She huffed a laugh. It's a glimmer around where it has been aimed. Like sunlight reflected on a mirror, but not that sharp. I can see it in a ring around your eye. Can you see it on my finger? I narrowed my eyes to slits to seek out the glimmer that she was telling me about. But unless I imagined it in my head, I couldn't see it. No, I can't see it. It's okay. Can you hear something out of the norm? People describe it as a buzzing of sorts. I closed my eyes to help me hear better. Other than the chirping of birds in the trees, and the shouts of children playing in the park nearby, I heard nothing. I sighed as I opened my eyes, and brought them up to Cheryl's with great difficulty. It's all right, dear. She gave me a comforting smile. Touch my hand. I slowly reached out for her hand and held it in mine. Oh, you're really warm, Cheryl, let's get you inside. Much to my confusion, she laughed, her eyes twinkling in delight. Check my other hand. I did, and my eyes widened. It's much colder. You're feeling the magic on my left hand. You feel magic. She smiled at my slack jaw. Touch your eye now. With one hand over hers, I tentatively lifted my free hand and touched my eye. The same warmth emanated from it. My jaw dropped. I sensed it clearly now, the warmth had nothing to do with temperature. It was the way I sensed magic, a feeling rather than real heat. I didn't know how else to phrase it. I dropped my hands to my lap, and the sensation disappeared. But the experience stayed, and it made sparks fly in my head. I squealed and wrapped Cheryl in my arms. Thank you so much. She chuckled and swayed me lightly from side to side like a child. You did exceptionally, dear. We ended the hug and I glanced at her hand. Where did it go? She smiled as she waved her hand over her ring finger again. In a second, the rings reappeared, sparkling brightly like they had never disappeared. You're amazing. I'll teach you how to do it someday. For now, I'm afraid I should go back inside. I look forward to it. We stood and she almost reached the door to the cafe when a thought crossed my mind. Cheryl? Yes? Do Wilea and Zoe have magic too? The same troubled look crossed her face before she packed it in a smile. No, she lied. They don't. Why would she lie? I trusted my intuition on this, but didn't challenge her. Perhaps it played to my advantage. Can we keep this between us then? Sure. She nodded. Thanks again. Have a great day. I waved at her and went to my bike as she went inside. My thoughts traveled all over the place as I rode aimlessly. These were the craziest couple of days I'd ever had in my life. Who said nothing exciting ever happened after your teenage years? The things that I'd seen and felt now, I could never have imagined them in my wildest dreams back then. Still so much to discover and unpack though. I just wished I could uncover the whole truth about, well, everything. You need to uncover the truth about you first. Thanks, subconscious. I huffed in my head, but I knew it made sense. As if the universe conspired against me, the road leading to the cottage came up ahead. I slowed down to take the turn. Then he was there in my head, overtaking my mind, polluting my thoughts. I don't know what tugged us together. No matter how much I tried to avoid him, he was everywhere, involved in everything in my thoughts whether I wanted it or not. With the mural deal we made at the cottage, I was bound to see him more. But I returned my full focus to the road. I could put it off as much as I wanted. I accelerated and passed the road leading to the cottage. Babysitting Grace proved harder than I'd expected. Tim and Kathy left at 7 as arranged, and it was nowhere near Grace's bedtime. Though she protested that she could put herself to bed, I still wanted to follow Kathy's instructions. Jonas joined us both in the TV room. Kathy had baked pizza for us before leaving, and I set the worst example by letting us eat while curled up on the sofas. We had decided to play charades 1 hour into unbearable boredom, and it was Grace's turn to act something out for Jonas and me to decipher. A cat. I tilted my head, hoping to get a better idea of what she was trying to show us. Grace glared at me, pushed her glasses up her nose, and resumed her crawl across the floor. A dog? A turtle? I guessed again. Animals was our previous category. Grace huffed, she looked ready to throttle me. I schooled my features into innocence. Why didn't you just say so? Because you're not supposed to speak in charades. She shouted and gesticulated. Her pinched fingers a perfect copy of Tim's actions. A laugh sputtered out of me. You have Italian hands just like Tim. Jonas was the first to giggle. Then Grace fell on her side with a dramatic flair, her laughter infectious. Let's play Pictionary, Grace suggested when we calmed down. I couldn't draw any more. I was about to refuse but swallowed it when Jonas perked up and grabbed papers and pencils while Grace grabbed the cards. He handed a pair of each to the both of us and kept one to himself. The simple tools felt unbearably heavy in my hands. It had been so long since I held a pencil intending to sketch. My heartbeat sped up and sweat beaded on my forehead as my hands went cold. It's just a game, Isla, with 2 kids. Get a grip. Jonas, you go first. Grace bounced as she handed him the box of cards. Wait till you see his drawing, Isla. He's so good. I managed to smile for her, thankful that the attention wasn't on me. A few seconds ticked by before Jonas turned the paper towards us to guess. He'd drawn an outline of a 4-legged animal. Really rather good, and clearly visible what it was. Grace and I shared a devious look, and I kept quiet while she took the lead. Is it a rat? Jonas shook his head and shaded around the eyes. It's a panda? She guessed again when he shook his head. Oh, I know. It's a beaver. I chuckled at how her wrong guesses pushed Jonas to do better, and he moved to add details to the animal's back. He sketched wide horizontal stripes on the tail and shaded them in. When he finished drawing and jutted his bottom lip out, pleading for us to guess it, Grace giggled. "You could have just done the tail in the start, doofus. It's a raccoon." Tease. Jonas rolled his eyes, but he grinned as he passed her the stack of cards. She inhaled loudly, took out a card, grunted at it, and took out another. It went on till she found a card she was happy with. Putting her pencil to paper, she scratched a few lines and turned it around to us. Jonas snorted and looked at me, eyebrows raised. I narrowed my eyes and leaned closer to take a better look. "Is it a book?" "Yes." Grace yelped with joy and did a victory lap around the room. I laughed as I realized that despite being precocious, she was terrible at art and she knew it. Jonas handed me the cards as she ran around. My hand brushed against his as I took the cards. I inhaled sharply at the unexpected warmth that seeped into mine. Maybe I imagined it. "Can I have your pencil? I seem to have dropped mine." He handed it to me. It was undeniably warm. Jonas had magic. Was he using it for sketching? Was he even aware that he was using magic? I looked down at my card. What were the odds? I took a deep breath and started to draw. My mind raced to bring forth the image of the only cat I wanted to draw, and my hand shook as it drew the first outline. 2 strokes in, and it felt like a dam burst inside me. When I turned the page around, I heard twin gasps. I bit my lip as I waited for the kids to say something. It looks so real. Grace breathed out a breathy sigh. It's adorable. Her name is Minerva. I'd drawn her in a sleeping position, with her head down between her outstretched arms. I knew where every black spot on her body was, thanks to the countless number of times I'd seen her in this exact same pose, sleeping on the cottage porch. I hadn't seen her in a while. I missed her, and worried about where she had run off to. "You have a cat?" Grace asked, her eyes wide in excitement. "I used to." I looked down at the sketch in my hands. It was of the quality I'd expected from myself when I was on the top of my game. How had I managed to do this through the anxiety that surrounded me whenever I thought about anything art-related? Maybe I'd achieved it because I used Jonas's magic-infused pencil. That must be it. Chapter 13. The following few days brought with snow that frosted everything in the town, things and people alike. I tried to talk to Kai 2 more times, but she froze me out each time. Something had been troubling her ever since she came back after her week away. The fact that she was fine talking to Noel but not me just dug a knife deeper into my chest. The case was at a standstill too. Noel interviewed everyone again after I told him that the innkeeper had lied to him. Turned out she was just scared and she panicked. But all the leads turned out to be dead ends. He advised me not to go out alone anymore, at least until he found something substantial. So I begrudgingly spent more and more time at the mansion. At least, Xylena seemed happy about the weather. She was humming as she covered a few plants with plastic sheets to save them from the snow that might fall in the afternoon, according to the forecast for today. Right now, the snow-covered ground glistened underneath the faint sunlight. The book Kai had given me kept me company on the swing near the pavilion, while Xylena was busy with her plants. "What are you reading?" "Something right up your street." I lifted the book for her to read the title. She giggled. "I didn't know I had such a profound effect on you." "It was a gift." I rolled my eyes. "From?" I was about to answer when my phone rang. I saw Noel's name and answered it immediately. "Hi. Are you free?" I glanced at Xylena, then down at a page headed, Sertomium fortunae, Japanese holly fern. "Yeah. Can you?" He paused, his voice heavy with unease. "Can you come see me?" "Sure. Where are you?" "The park near the hosts. I can send you the location if you like." "Yes, please." "Okay then, be careful." The call ended, and my phone buzzed with the location he sent. Who was that? I looked up to see Xylena watching me, with obvious curiosity. She'd lied to me about her family. Caution blazed in my head as I stood. A friend, I replied, wary of letting her know about Noel for some reason. She eyed me with an odd expression, and a twinge of guilt for feeling apprehensive of her hit me, but I didn't stick around for it to fester. I waved goodbye, and rushed inside to grab my coat to wear over my thick wool sweater. Isla, are you going out? Grace walked up to me as I shrugged the coat on. Yeah. Why? Can you convince Mom to let me go outside too? She jutted her bottom lip out as she pleaded with her eyes. Sorry, kid. Mother knows best. I grinned and kissed the top of her head before walking out the door. You might want to change your shoes. She called out behind me. I looked down at my sneakers and cursed. I ran back inside, changed into my leather boots, and ran back down, passing an unimpressed Grace. Thanks, I said over my shoulder. Tim would be furious if I rode on the slippery roads. So I asked Jonas to drop me off since I'd already wasted so much time and couldn't waste more in walking. Noel had sounded uncharacteristically troubled on the phone, and it bothered me to hear him like that. I pulled the door open when an idea occurred. Hey Jonas, pull up the car. I'll be right back. Once again I ran back inside, slipping once on the melted snow that lathered the marble stairs. I waved to get Grace's attention from where she was sulking in the foyer. What now? She grumbled. Want to go for a drive? I whispered to her. Shouldn't we ask Mom first? She whispered back. Of course I'll go ask and I'll meet you outside. I pretended to walk to the kitchen. I'm sure Kathy wouldn't mind. I'm a responsible adult most of the time. And besides, what's the harm? We'd be back in no time. Grace nearly fell off the sofa in her rush to get her coat off the hanger next to the door, and ran outside. We hurried to the car. I opened the front door for her. She squealed as she got in and hugged Jonas. I buckled myself on the back seat and told Jonas where to go. One of the perks of living in a small town with hardly any cars was the negligible amount of time it took to get from one place to another. We were at the park in 4 minutes, even when Jonas drove like a snail over the snow-covered roads. The park. Can we come with you too? Please? I'm sorry, Grace, I don't want Kathy to get mad, I said and got out of the car. Being as persistent as she was precocious, she just rolled down the window and continued imploring. She won't. Please, Isla, please. You can come back to pick me up after taking a drive with Jonas. I nodded at him. Be safe. He nodded back and pressed a button, rolling up Grace's window. I sighed as they drove away. It was hard to say no to the munchkin. I turned to the park's entrance, and finally saw the playground I'd heard children playing in for months. No children here today, they were trapped inside their homes by the snow, just like Grace. The swings and slides on either side of the park sat deserted. Noel was the only other person in the empty park, sitting on one of the many benches. I trudged towards him with snow crunching underneath my feet. You could have let her come with, he said once I was close enough to hear him. It would have been nice to see a kid playing around here. I slumped down on the bench next to him and shuddered against the cold surface. Are you crazy? My breath fogged up the air as I spoke. It's freezing out here. That's never stopped children from playing, or their parents from sending them out. I have seen them play here, be it sun, rain, or even snow. Hell, kids love the snow. Just last year, I counted 19 snowmen and a snow angel for every kid, right here in this park. His voice shook on the last word and he paused to take a breath. The people are scared. It is my duty to make sure they feel safe. And I'm failing terribly. I have no solid lead. The officers are tired of interrogating innocent people. I'm tired of waiting for the tox report, and I feel like everything is going wrong. I glanced at his reddened cheeks and nose. His lips had a slight tinge of blue. How long had he sat here alone in the cold? Did you call me out here to be a part of your pity party? His gaze darted to mine. I know because that's what this feels like right now. My throat tightened around the harsh words, but I knew I had to give him a wake-up call. How long have you been the deputy? 6 years. What's the crime rate change in these 6 years? 91% decline, he mumbled. 91% decline, and you still think you're failing. For God's sake, Noel, it's just one case and it's only been 2 weeks. You're the most dedicated and hard-working person I know. You'll figure this out. But not with this woe is me attitude. Have some faith in yourself. He huffed at my words. You know, you have a career as a motivational speaker waiting for you if nothing else works. You'll beat people into shape. Whatever works. I shrugged but couldn't keep the smile off my face. We sat in silence for a moment before I spoke again. You became deputy at 24. His smile widened and eyes shone. Yeah. Had to go through a lot of shit because of it too. It took almost a year to prove myself to everyone. Why do you look so happy about it? Because I am. He laughed. I love the challenge. It pushed me to do my job better. I wouldn't change a thing that happened. And you're right, being mopey isn't going to solve the case. He took out his phone and slowly typed out a text with his freezing fingers. Who's that? The pathologist. I'm telling him if he doesn't have the preliminary report ready by tonight, he's going to be out of a job. Attaboy. I grinned. I almost forgot. He put his phone back in his pocket and turned towards me. Have you had any more visions? No. I shook my head. Have you left the estate in the last week? My lips pursed. You asked me not to. He muttered something underneath his breath and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. What is it? I had this idea that your visions are hindered by something at the mansion. What do you mean? What's wrong with the mansion? My eyebrows furrowed at his declaration. How? I asked Kayleen about it. She thinks there are magic binders inside the mansion somewhere because I mentioned to her that you had your first vision when you were still on the estate, but a bit far from the mansion. Weren't you? Yeah. Something creeped across my head at the information. I was. This last week was a test of sorts. At my angry expression, he quickly explained, Don't worry, I made sure that it didn't affect your magic permanently. If it did, you would have completely lost your magic by now, thanks to the months you've spent there. Kayleen said that having 2 visions in a day is uncommon, and the next vision couldn't be before a few days. What does she know? I grumbled. She won't even talk to me. Noel sighed. I don't know what's up with her, so I can't say anything. But she looks like she's suffered a trauma. I think it's something to do with her magic. The next time you see her, can you tell her I sort of miss her? Sort of? Yeah, I don't want to spook her. He chuckled. Clever girl. The sunless sky created a misty overcast around us, and I shoved my numb hands in my pockets. The sound of quickly approaching footsteps made me look up. Why does she look pissed? I asked him. Noel shrugged in response, but by the shit-eating grin on his face, I bet he knew. Walia looked like she could melt the snow around us with the heat of her temper. She plodded through the snow with a paper bag in her hand, and her arms wrapped around herself. By the time she reached us, she had tamed her expression into a smile, but her gray eyes were still darkened with rage. Hi. She managed an honest smile for me before she handed the paper bag to Noel, and her smile turned deadly sweet. Here's your food. I hope you choke on it. My eyes widened while Noel just grinned. Now, Walia, that's no way to treat a regular customer, is it? Walia crossed her arms and glared at him. You told Mamie I served you a raw steak yesterday. So? Noel shrugged. He clearly has a death sentence. You lied. Walia didn't shout, but her tone was sharp enough to cut. I did not. You could have killed me, you know. He leaned closer to whisper to her, poisoning is the new trend, by the way. I'll keep that in mind. Anything else? Noel's gaze stayed rooted to her face for a long second before he smiled and shook his head. No, that's all. You better call Mamie, and take the bullshit review back. Done. Walia sighed and turned to me, her anger finally drained. Before she could say something, I stood and slipped my arm around her shoulder. See you later, Noel. Don't freeze your ass out here in the cold. Walia snickered. Considering the fact that his ass graced the world with its presence on Christmas Day, I'd bet he isn't too bothered by the cold. You were born on Christmas? My name literally means Christmas. Noel deadpanned as he stood too. Kai's words from all those months ago when I had first met her darted back to my head. She had said I was sent by Christmas, by Noel. I mentally face-palmed as it all made sense. Why was everyone here so cryptic? She could have said it in clearer words. See you both later. Noel gave his signature two-fingered salute before striding away. So does Walia have a witty meaning too? No, it's just a name. Walia smiled as she threw her arm around my waist and steered us out of the park, our bodies linked together by our arms. I saw Zoe last week. Mamie told me about it. Walia sighed. It was her birthday 2 days ago, you know. She always makes a big deal of it. But this time she didn't even dress up nicely. It's tearing us all up. Do you want me to talk to her? Although I don't think she's keen on seeing me anytime soon. I added with a frown, remembering our last encounter. At this point, I'd be glad if she even talks to a tree. All right then, I'll stop by tomorrow. Don't be miffed if she boots you out. Papa will be over the moon to see you. Just hang out with him instead. A sharp ringing pierced my ear and I stopped in my tracks, jerking Walia with me. Isla? Her voice thickened with concern. Are you okay? I took a deep breath and focused on her, trying not to pay attention to the pain. I'm sorry, I just remembered something I must do. Oh. She sighed in relief. It's fine. I'll see you around? Yeah, I'll stop at the diner after meeting Zoe. She waved goodbye, and I waited for her to turn the corner before I finally took a deep breath. I gasped for air and stumbled into the nearest alley, leaning against the wall. The pain I had been keeping at bay took over my senses as the vision started. Where I had been expecting to see Winnie, the gray-haired woman, I saw only trees. I pivoted on my feet to figure out why my vision had brought me to the forest. A small whine echoed to me. Minerva. My heart thudded against my ribcage. I ran in the direction of where the sound had come from. Fleet-footed for once in my life, it almost felt like I was floating over the ground. I paid no heed to it, and increased my speed when I heard the whimper again. My knees crumpled to the ground. Minerva lay inside a pattern drawn with white chalk on the forest ground, and she looked to be in pain. Someone was hurting my cat. I knew she was missing, and I hadn't even tried looking for her. A tear escaped my eye as my hand passed right through her when I tried to pet her. I pressed my fingers to my eyelids, willing the vision to end. I was of no use to her like this. I had to find her without wasting another moment. I couldn't pinpoint the exact second it ended. The ground felt solid beneath my feet once more, and the wall behind my back balanced me as I slumped against it. My fingers were still pressed to my eyes, and I used them to wipe away my tears. Isla Bloodgood. My head whipped up. A girl stood at the mouth of the alley. I could swear I'd seen her somewhere, but I couldn't place her face in my mind. It is you. She sneered and crossed her arms over her chest. I took in the fancy designer clothes and realized who she was. I'd had the displeasure of meeting her at the ball. Walia and Zoe hadn't been too fond of her. Though I still couldn't remember her name, I knew what she was. Where are your minions? I thanked heavens that my voice didn't tremble as I spoke. You're one to talk. Are you so miserable to be crying alone in an alley? It's none of your business. Oh, but I wish it was. She twisted her hair around her finger. It would bring me great joy to see you cry like this. Every single minute. I frowned at her as I straightened up from the wall. What's your problem? Other than the obvious fact of you being a bitch. I held these words back, because I had to get to Minerva as soon as possible. And starting a fight with Queen Bee over here was on the bottom of my to-do list. You should be the one rotting in prison, not my aunt, she seethed. My eyes widened in shock. You're Helena's niece. You will pay for what you did to her. Sure, I said as I walked up to her. Send the bill to my estate. Now if you don't mind, I have somewhere to be. I walked past her, and was about to round the corner when she spoke up again. Wait. The first mistake I made was that I stopped to listen. The second mistake I made was that I listened. She stepped closer to me and stared into my eyes. Take off your coat. In a daze I removed my coat, careless of the snow falling around us, and placed it in her outstretched hand. She sneered. What a good girl. I hope you freeze to death, bitch. Chapter 14. The half-melted snow on the forest floor slushed around my boots, and made me tighten my arms around myself. I shoved my tightly clenched fists under my armpits. At least the shivering had stopped. I looked up in hopes to find the feeble sun that had been there in the morning. Sadly, the forecast for afternoon snow was correct. A little snow flurry settled on my eyelash, and I blinked rapidly to get rid of it, choosing to focus on the path that I had walked in my vision, the vision that had made me cross paths with Helena's niece. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why I had listened to her when she told me to take my coat off. I'd run to the forest through the snowfall in just a sweater, without a coat or gloves. My gut tightened with every step I took, nothing more important than finding Minerva. She was in pain, and could possibly freeze to death if I didn't reach her in time. I'd sort something out when I found her, save both of us. The fear of my vision being of the past, like it had been when I saw Winnie, had made me feel colder than the snow around me. I shook it off, and tried to control my hammering heart and shallow breathing. I couldn't think like that. Besides, the vision had felt different this time. It had felt more like a message than a vision. I whistled for her a couple of times when I entered the forest, but stopped when my breath shortened. All the way to the forest, I'd shivered incessantly. Now I was just numb. But there was no way I was going to leave without her. She was the first friend I'd made here. A small whimper, exactly like the one I had heard in my vision, came from my right. The sound propelled my feet forward with a sudden burst of energy. My heavy limbs tripped over each other as I neared the spot where I'd found her in the vision. The following whine made me straighten up and break out into a run. I neared the small clearing, and everything was like my vision except for a huge black-clad figure bent over her. His hooded coat hid who it was. He, I guessed it to be a man, knelt beside her as she looked up at him with heavy-lidded eyes. Instinct took over. I increased my speed, gave the man no time to react to the noise, and jumped onto his back. Since he was kneeling and off balance, I had no trouble encircling my arm around his neck and taking him down from behind. But as we were falling forward, with me on top of the large figure, he twisted us around so I landed on my back. Breath exploded from my lungs and my stomach clenched painfully. He lay on his back on top of me, pushing down to squash my lungs even further. But my arm was still around his neck, my feet wrapped around his waist. Fear like I'd never known before, fear for Minerva's life and my own, spurred me on. I kicked my heels into his groin and tightened my arm. It was a fight I couldn't win. I just needed him to faint so I could grab Minerva and get the hell away from here. But he grabbed my foot and twisted it at a very odd angle. I yelped in pain and let go of him. In one fluid movement, he turned around and pressed his forearm against my neck. Before I could begin to panic about my next move, the man leapt off me with a curse. What the fuck? The hood fell off from his head at his movement, and my eyes widened. Osiris? I was still flat on my back, trying to get a lungful of air, but I couldn't help the raspy, delirious laughter at the sight of Osiris kneeling beside me with his eyes looking ready to pop out of their sockets. Are you crazy? He exclaimed. I could have hurt you. I still couldn't talk. It was hard just to breathe. Did I just physically fight Osiris? Minerva. I shot up, my head spinning and my wet clothes sticking to my back from where I'd landed in the snow. I crawled to her. She'd stopped whimpering and her eyes were fully closed. No, no. The thought of losing her so soon after being reacquainted with her squeezed my heart painfully. Only her stomach's slight movement as she drew in slow breaths eased it. What did you do? Accusation heavy in my voice, I spun to face Osiris, who was now kneeling in the spot I had first found him in. I was trying to help her, before you attacked me. Tears burned the back of my eyes and I moved closer to pet her. Before I could touch her, Osiris' hand shot out to stop mine. Don't cross the lines of the circle. He pointed at the boundary of the weird circle around her. It burns. I ducked my head away from him, to hide the tears of helplessness that streaked down my cheeks. That is when I saw the purple flowers near the bottom of a tree close by. They were crushed and mangled, but I knew what they were. Catnip. What? Whoever did this used catnip to lure her. Look. I pointed at the flowers, then looked up at him. Osiris, we need to take her to a vet now. His brows knitted as he gave me a look I couldn't decipher. I've called Kai. We can't move her without doing a counter spell. Okay. I nodded, and he looked surprised that I had agreed so readily. He said it burned. Who knew how much it hurt Minerva? I wasn't going to sit on my hands, or keep kneeling next to him in this case while she slowly and painfully lost her life. I picked up a long twig from the ground and charged at the crushed chalk of the circle. No. I didn't let his panicked voice stop me this time and swiped at the circle, breaking the line. A blinding light flashed, and I was thrown back on the ground for the second time in the matter of just a few minutes. This time around, breathing didn't come back so easily. I wheezed for air while I opened my eyes slowly. The light dimmed and black spots disappeared from the corner of my eyes. Osiris' weight was on top of me yet again. Get off. I puffed as I weakly pushed his broad shoulders with my frozen hands. He waited till the light completely died down, and checked over his shoulder, then stood, helping me to my feet too. As my back left the ground this time, cold seeped into my bones, trickling slowly like the water dripping from my hair to my neck. How did you do that? His voice made my heavy eyelids snap back open. I quickly stepped forward towards Minerva, and stumbled to a stop. The circle had completely vanished. There was a star-shaped indentation in the ground where Minerva had been. What? Words failed me as I stared at the empty spot. Where did she go? You released her without doing a counter spell. He stared at me like I'd told him that the earth was flat. I don't even know what the creepy circle was in the first place, let alone the counter spell. All I knew was that I wasn't going to let her die. Was I slurring my words? Damn, I was tired. No, exhausted. Like I'd run back-to-back marathons without a sip of water. The next time I blinked, I had to force my eyelids to open again. Osiris stared at the star-shaped indentation as he spoke slowly, as if reluctant to say anything at all. That creepy circle is a spell to trap souls. I'm afraid someone already dead cannot die again. My eyes fell shut again, but I dragged them open as his words registered. What do you mean? He finally looked at me again as he answered me. Minerva died 5 years ago. This time when my body shut down, I offered no resistance and let the darkness descend around me and drag me down with it. A snippet of consciousness broke through the darkness. I was being carried somewhere by someone. To the cottage by Osiris. He sped up and I jostled roughly in his arms. I tried to tell him to slow down so my head could stop spinning, but I couldn't get a single word out and passed out again. I roused inside the cottage as Osiris lowered me into the wingback chair in front of the now lit fireplace. It was the first time I'd seen it burning, and it looked as majestic as I imagined. Had Osiris lit it for me? Lord knew I was so cold, I doubted I could even shiver. What were we doing here again? What are you doing? I mumbled. His gaze whipped to my face, and I'm sure I imagined the relief in his features before they rearranged into a scowl. Good, you're awake. He knelt on the ground right in front of me, and tugged the collar of my wet sweater. Take it off. The words triggered a fear in me, and I struck his hands away. No. I avoided looking at his face as I clutched my clothes out of fear that he'd rip them right off my body. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, though he spoke in a steady and calm voice. If you don't want your hypothermia to get worse, you must take off the wet clothes. Why does everyone keep telling me to take off my clothes? I managed to mumble out without stuttering. I don't want to. His face softened. With a sigh, he left me alone. As soon as he left, I shuddered and brought my knees up to my chin, curling my arms inside the small space between my legs and torso. Despite the warmth from the fireplace, I shivered uncontrollably. My teeth chattered, and I clenched them together to stop it. At the sound of his footsteps, I glanced up. He held a blanket and some clothes in his hands. He placed them on the arm of the chair, and spoke in the softest voice I had ever heard from him. Please change into these. They're dry and warm and you'll feel much better in them. I promise I won't look until you tell me you're done. Okay. My voice trembled on the two small syllables. He nodded and went to the kitchen, his back towards me. I made sure he wasn't looking and peeled the wet clothes off my upper body first, replacing them with the large black shirt followed by the comfiest, warmest sweater I had ever touched. It didn't hurt in the least that it smelled of soap and the beach, that it smelled like him. Then I changed my pants. Fully dressed in warm clothes, I realized he was right. I did feel much better. My teeth stopped chattering, though I couldn't stop trembling. I wrapped the blanket around me and lay on the rug in front of the fire. Fatigue weighed my eyes down. Numbness kept my mouth still. I didn't tell him I had changed. Before I knew it, I'd succumbed to darkness again. I was standing on the beach, the waves lapping at my feet. The dazzling sunlight reflected off the water and forced me to squint. I had nearly forgotten how intense a sunny day could be. It felt good, right until the moment I remembered where I was. I sighed as I looked down at my feet, knowing she was behind me. I'm sorry. Mama's soft voice was nearly drowned out by the loud ocean. I know you don't want to be here, but I just wanted to make sure you are okay. My lips trembled as my throat tightened, making it difficult for me to speak. I never said that I don't want to see you. You're my daughter. You don't have to speak for me to know what's in your heart. The ice in my veins melted at her words, and I took a deep breath before turning around to face her. She stood a few feet away, shrouded in a blur like always. But I could see the outline of her figure, hear her voice, and have an actual conversation with her. I was extremely lucky. I'm okay. A smile tinged her voice as she spoke. I'm relieved. Can we sit? I feel a bit tired. I walked to her and sat. She sat down too, and I turned my head towards the water. When I first saw you here, we couldn't talk to each other. What changed? She stayed silent for a long time. How I wished I stayed asleep till I got all my answers from her. You have the sight. She exhaled as she said it, like it was a weight she had been carrying. I had it too. Sometimes I wished you didn't. It is a burden, as much as it is a gift. It has grown stronger since you came back here, along with your magic. That's the reason why we're able to communicate here easily now. No one ever told me I had magic. It was better that way, Isla. I could sense that this topic was making her uncomfortable, so I moved on to another thing that had been bugging me. Mama? I continued when she hummed in response, Who is my father? To my surprise, she laughed mirthlessly. I have imagined you asking me that question ever since you were born. It's even more terrifying than I thought it would be. She took a long pause, almost making me think that she wouldn't say more. You know about my circumstances surrounding your birth, right? Yes? Then please forgive me when I say that you will never hear your father's name from my lips, unless you find it out on your own. Irritation burst through me and I stood. You can't do this. Don't I have a right to know where half of me came from? You do have a right to know. But that doesn't mean you should. Why the hell not? When she stayed quiet, I huffed and stomped away, not wanting to say something I would regret later. Disoriented, I slowly blinked my eyes open. The only thing that was the same was the spot where I'd fallen asleep, right in front of the fireplace. It had gotten dark, only the fireplace illuminated the space. There were extra blankets on top of me, and pillows beneath my head. With great difficulty, I moved my tired limbs and sat up. I rubbed my face with my hands and dragged them up to straighten my hair, only to find it completely dry and braided. "You're awake." Osiris sat on the wingback chair with his elbow propped up on the armrest and his face on his fist. Half of his face gleamed in the firelight, the other half was veiled in darkness. Our gazes locked for a second, before he picked up a glass from the table beside him and handed it to me. "Drink." I started drinking because it was warm milk, and God knew I needed something warm, but I kept drinking because it had honey in it. I loved warm milk with honey, always had. How did he know that? He took the empty glass back from my hands, before I could give it to him, and returned it to the table. His movements seemed tense movements. "You're angry?" He barked a laugh. "Does it matter?" My mind was racing. I didn't know how to respond. I swung between confusion and embarrassment. Does it matter? Lord knew how and why, but it did. His opinion mattered to me. "Are you suicidal?" He snapped the question at me. "No. Why would you even ask me that?" "I'm just trying to make sense of your actions because—" I cut him off before he could go on. "Look, I know today didn't paint me as the brightest bulb out there, but I swear I don't have a death wish. I don't know what that swine did to me. I felt like her puppet. She took my coat, and I didn't have time to get another one because I'd seen the vision of Minerva." My mind blanked, as the memory of what he had said right before I had passed out resurfaced. I covered my mouth as it opened and closed again on words I was too stunned to form. A few seconds later they tumbled out. "You know her name." I pointed a finger at Osiris. "I never told you her name." "She's dead? You said she died 5 years ago. How can you say that? It was a joke, right? She slept on the porch. I ran with her every night she came here with me." I bit my lip as a billion thoughts ran through my head at once. Oh. Loophole. I finally looked at him. If she's dead, how did she touch me? How did I touch her? The dead don't have physical forms. I gave him a smug smile. Osiris leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. "It is unusual for the dead to take a physical form, but they can. It's incredibly tiring for them, and they're unable to even speak after they take a physical form for even a short period of time. She probably held her shape for a few seconds when she rubbed against you, or when you petted her." I pondered over his words carefully. What he said was plausible. And he knew more about ghosts more than I did. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Did you mention her to someone?" I was about to say no, when I remembered Pictionary with the kids. "Just 2 children." "Why?" "Remember I said I sent you a message?" I nodded. "Well, I sent Minerva. And she took her physical form. She must have been trapped that day." I winced. "That was a week ago. We probably won't be seeing Minerva again for a long time. This makes no sense." I shook my head. "Why would someone trap the ghost of a cat?" "I believe it was to hurt you. By hurting my already dead cat. They couldn't have known that I thought she was alive. Could they? Dead or alive, she's your familiar." "My what?" Chapter 15. Before he could explain, a log cracked loudly in the fireplace. I startled when his phone rang at the same time. He glanced at the phone, stood and went out through the back screen door in the kitchen. Sighing at the unfavorable timing, I searched for my phone and found it near my pillow. My eyes widened at the time. It was 8 p.m. I had slept for nearly 6 hours. Multiple notifications blinked, and I opened them to see I had 7 missed calls from Tim and 1 from Jonas. Tim had texted me in between calls too. Cursing under my breath, I ripped off the blankets and got up on wobbly legs while going through the texts. "Grace is asking about you, 12:40 p.m. NVM. I found out why she is. Take her time, 12:41 p.m. It started to snow. Are you still at the park? 1:15 p.m. Little Missy. 2:35 p.m. Are you okay? Why aren't you answering? 4:02 p.m. My bad, happy crying face, 4:09 p.m. Confused at the last message, I opened another message that was from Noel. Tim called. I told him you went somewhere with Walia and forgot your phone with me. Call him as soon as you wake up. Get well soon, 4:10 p.m. I quickly typed out a reply to Noel. Thanks so much, I owe you one, 8:04 p.m. Then I dialed Tim. He picked up on the first ring as expected. Hello, little Missy. Tim, I'm so sorry. I forgot my phone with Noel and went out with Walia and completely lost track of time. No problem. I was just worried because you always reply promptly. I could hear the smile in his voice. Anyway, where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up? I looked down at my clothes. No, I'll manage. You sure? Yeah, I said as a wave of dizziness hit me, I'm sure. See you later then. Bye-bye. Bye. I hung up and rubbed my forehead to curb the unsteadiness. You need to eat something. Now where have I heard that before? I huffed and slowly looked up at Osiris standing behind the chair, not caring if he heard my conversation with Tim. He rolled his eyes even as his lips twitched. I'll heat something up. He switched on the lights, and I winced at the abrupt change in brightness. I looked up just in time to see him spin around. His gaze seemed to drink me in, his eyes twinkled mischievously. You're not skinny. He turned his back to me and walked into the kitchen. I was grateful, because I couldn't control the heat that crept from my neck to my cheeks. A rush of warmth filled my chest at the realization that he remembered something I'd said. But I shook myself out of it. It didn't mean anything. I took a deep breath and folded the blankets to distract myself, hoping he wouldn't look over at me from the open space. When I was done, I walked up to the counter where he stood waiting for the timer on the oven to go off. Where are my clothes? Second door on the right. He pointed in the direction of the hallway, on the left side of the cottage. I nodded and walked ahead. My gut tightened as I passed the only door on the left side. But I pushed it down for now and opened the door on the right. It was a small, rectangular laundry room, painted the same turquoise color the study doors were. A single small window on the narrow side faced the ocean. Along the wall was an iron stand, and on the opposite wall was a sink, a machine, and a stand to hang clothes. That was all my brain could comprehend, before it was ensnared by the sight of my clothes hanging from the stand. I shut the door behind me and stepped closer to my detergent-scented clothes that were now clean, fully dried, and neatly ironed. Absent-mindedly, I took off what I was wearing and started changing. He had once again left me rooted in space and time like it was nothing. A weird, wistful feeling overcame me as my heart thundered in my throat, and my tongue stuck to the top of my mouth. He had washed my clothes, given me his, and carried me all the way to the cottage from the middle of the forest and saved me from freezing to death. And that was just today. He had helped me so many times before this too. At the ball, by calling Noel with the interrogation. The cautious part of me questioned why he was doing all of this for me. He wasn't my friend, nor were we close enough for him to do all this without an ulterior motive in mind. This was the kind of stuff that even my ex-boyfriend never did for me, in the 3 years we'd been together. It threw me off guard. Osiris threw me off guard. Since I didn't have a coat or jacket, I put the sweater he'd given me on top of my own sweater, hoping he wouldn't mind if I returned it later. Putting on my boots last, I walked back out to the kitchen. Here. He placed a bowl of chicken soup in front of me as soon as I reached the counter. I stared down at the bowl, and the sense of being sheltered thawed my wariness. Whatever his reasons were, he'd taken care of me when I needed it the most, and I wouldn't forget that. I looked up to see him watching me intently. I fixed my gaze on his. Thank you. The two ordinary words didn't feel so ordinary, as I felt them shift something between us. I could tell he felt it too because he nodded sharply, and with long hasty steps disappeared into the hallway. Exhaling loudly, I plopped down on the stool and dug into the delicious soup. I recalled the conversation with my mother. I went over everything she'd said. I guess I was wrong to think she could never be unfair with me. But why wouldn't she tell me the name of my father? And what about David? Was it him like I thought? I was pulled out of my thoughts by Osiris walking back out to the living room. He'd changed out of the comfy clothes he'd been in, and now wore his leather jacket and had his hair pulled back in the low bun I'd started associating with him. "Are you going out?" "Yes." He picked up his car keys from the table, his tone curt. I gathered the nerve and stood. "Can I come with? You can just drop me off wherever it's easy for you." He straightened. "You're not staying?" "No, wait. Did he want me to stay here? Did I want to? Nope, I couldn't think like this. I have to get back to the estate." "Okay, I'll drive you there." "No, I have an errand to run before I go back," I fibbed so he wouldn't be inconvenienced. "So you can drop me wherever?" "It's easy for me." He finished my sentence with a frown on his face. "Yeah." I gave him a smile, though it only served to deepen his frown. "Why do you do that?" "Do what?" I asked him, and pondered if he was referring to my smile. He frowned at me for another second, before shaking his head and walking out. I stood in the silence he left behind and stared at the door. Now what was that about? Was he leaving without me? He always parked his car at the back of the cottage, so I heard the car door open and the engine start. I sighed and took the bowl to the sink. He'd given me food, the least I could do was clean up before leaving. The cold water made goosebumps rise on my skin. "What are you doing?" Osiris was suddenly right next to me. I jumped and nearly dropped the bowl but caught it just in time. He leaned across me to close the tap. "Leave it." I turned to face him fully, we were so close my shoulder nudged his arm. I crossed my arms over my chest. "I thought you left." "Why?" Was he joking despite the serious expression? "Maybe because you walked out and started the car." He crossed his arms too. His brow lifted, and he tapped one finger against his bicep. Being a mere human, my gaze flicked down to his impressive muscles tightening beneath his leather jacket before returning to his face. "Didn't I say I'll take you?" "That was before you left without a word," I reminded him. "Didn't I say I'll take you?" He emphasized each word. "You did, but I don't go back on my word. Ever." He made sure his words sunk in before he added, "I went to turn on the heater in the car." My cheeks heated. I'd vastly overreacted. Obviously, I wasn't going to admit that any time soon. Especially not this man, who affected me in ways I hadn't fully processed yet. "Well?" I tipped my chin up. "If you weren't so me Tarzan you Jane, I would have known that." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Only that you're relentlessly sparing with your words." I quickly stepped away from him. I grabbed my phone while he switched off the lights, and we walked out of the back door together. As we walked down the moonlit stairs, a warm flush of nostalgia hit me. I stopped and looked over my shoulder in confusion. The cottage appeared radiant in the moonlight. I smiled as I realized where the feeling had come from. No part of me felt strange when I thought about hugging a cottage. After all, she hugged me and I hugged back. Osiris climbed into the driver's seat and pulled the door shut. With one last look at the only place that felt like home, I hurried to the car too. I rang the doorbell at the Joneses and took a step back to wait. My heart sank all the way to my stomach, my knees felt so weak I had to step in place to stay upright. The ringing in my ears did nothing to ease my anxiousness. I resisted the urge to fiddle with the ribbon on the gift box in my hands, but I could not keep my feet still. It had taken me all night, but it had been so worth it. Osiris had dropped me off right before the mansion gates, telling me I didn't need to worry about what was easy for him and what was not. His kindness still made my heart do small flips for reasons I didn't want to think about. So I didn't and focused on the task at hand. The door swung open to reveal Edgar. My oh my. He put down his cane to usher me in. Come in, darling. Don't stand in the snow. It was sunny when I left. I stepped inside and my already quaking nerves kicked up a notch. Funny weather in this town, isn't it? You can expect summer 2 days after Christmas, is what my pops used to say. He chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the sides, the lines in his face more prominent than they were the last time I saw him. I've got 8 months to buy a swimsuit then. I smiled. Snowfall in April. What sorcery is this? His laughter shook us both as he leaned forward to hug me. I took the box from between us and hugged him back. It's good to see you. His hand at the back of my head lightly ruffled my hair. I'm glad to be here. He released me, and I saw his troubled face. You don't have to do this. She hasn't been herself lately. I don't want her to say something to you that you will be unable to forgive and that she'll only hate herself for later. I have to see her, Edgar, I told him, even when though my gut wanted me to listen to him and leave. I had made the wrong decision at the host's that day, by leaving her alone and not asking what was wrong. It might not have anything to do with me, and she might not want to tell me, but I still should have asked. Edgar sighed, looking at the ceiling. She's upstairs in her room. Thank you. I ascended the stairs and passed the wall full of photos. I'd seen it enough times now that I could draw all the pictures by memory. I had managed to push my fear of doing art again to the ground during my grieving days. I'd chosen to draw a representation of a photo of Zoe, Walia and Cheryl sitting on a checkered sheet on the beach. Zoe had told me that she was almost 6 at the time, and Walia was 4. She stood chortling with her small hands pressed against her agape mouth. Cheryl laughingly wiped Walia's hands while poor Walia wept for her fallen ice cream. It wasn't my best work, but I thought Zoe would appreciate it. I'd had it with me all this time. I just couldn't find the right moment to give it to her. This was as good a time as ever. I wanted my gift to mean something special. I had drawn this picture for 2 reasons. First, because it was her favorite, and the second because she told me that it would be perfect if Edgar was in the picture too. So I had sketched him in. I hoped it kept the integrity of their moment, and that she liked it because it was special for me too. Drawing it had made me realize how much I missed art, and it was the push I needed to get over my fear of painter's block. I knocked on the last room in the hallway, and waited for her to answer. When she didn't, I knocked again. Light spilled from underneath the door, even though it wasn't dark out. I guessed she had her curtains drawn. I knocked once more, loudly this time. What? I heard her muffled yell through the door. I'm coming in, I warned before opening it. As soon as I did, the strong scent of disinfectant hit me. The lights were on, and the curtains were closed like I had guessed. Her room was squeaky clean. Which was abnormal, her room was never clean. She, on the other hand, was still in the messy condition like she was at the diner. What the hell are you doing here? Her expression twisted with fury as she threw her phone to the side and jumped off the bed. I heard it was your birthday, so I came to give you this gift. Ignoring me, she darted to the window and pulled the curtain back by an inch, peering out onto the street. Did someone see you come here? She shook her head rapidly before muttering to herself, what am I even saying? Every fucking one sees every fucking thing here. Zoe? Her frenzied gaze moved from the window to me. She righted the curtain and rushed to where I still stood in the doorway. You can't be here. Why not? Just go, Isla. I know why you're here anyway. Did Walia beg you to come see me? I'm here on my own. I offered her the present. I came to give you this. She looked down at the gift wrapped in green, tied with a purple ribbon, and then back at me. By the way her face softened, I knew she realized the significance behind the colors. I miss you, Zoe. I'm sorry for whatever stupid thing I did. If I didn't, tell me who did, and we'll kick their ass together. But please don't be like this. I nailed the exact moment she decided to shut her emotions off. She'd been about to cry, but she switched her expression in a nanosecond and she was completely impassive in the next. I knew whatever came next wouldn't be good. Like what, huh? I'm not the one with the problem here. You are. And yes, you did do something stupid. You came into our lives. I wish you never did, because wherever you go, death and mayhem follow. I stared at her, trying not to let her words get to me. The only reason they hadn't yet was because I knew there was a lie, maybe several, in the words she'd chosen specifically to hurt me. If you're done with trying to scare me off, can we talk about what's really the matter here? She scoffed and ran her fingers through her two-toned hair. Are you delusional? I mean it. You're nothing but trouble. She got up in my face. If you really care about us, stay the fuck away. My heart twisted painfully and tears swam in my eyes. She had succeeded in being truthful. She meant everything she said this time. I nodded, trying to keep my tears from falling until I was away from her. Happy belated birthday, Zoe, I said, thankful my voice didn't shake. I shoved the gift at her before turning to walk away. My first tear fell when I heard glass from the picture frame shatter as it crashed against the ground, and the second one when she slammed the door shut. Not wanting Edgar to see me crying, I tiptoed to the top of the stairs, sat on the first step and lowered my head to my knees. I silently wept as my heart shattered. Her words hurt so much because she was right. The woman, whoever she was looking for me when she was murdered. Mama had sacrificed herself for me. Kathy had to be separated from Grace because of me. Minerva was captured because of me. Was I really a magnet for trouble? Would it really be better if I stayed away from all the people I loved? I didn't know how long I sat there before the stairs creaked, and the sound of footstep and a cane tapping on wood perforated my sorrow. I scrubbed at my wet cheeks with the back of my hand, and prayed that my eyes weren't red and swollen. I stood up before Edgar could reach the top, and went down the stairs to meet him in the middle. What are you doing? Keeping my eyes down, I took his arm and supported him back down the stairs. Your knees hurt too much to climb the stairs. I was just coming to check up on you both. It's fine. Everything is fine. I released his arm as we reached the bottom step. Is that why you're not looking at me? I shut my eyes as my lips trembled again, and lowered my head. I'm sorry, I said to the floor. I have to go. Chapter 16. I couldn't sleep when I got back to the mansion, but at some time in the afternoon, I finally closed my eyes. The knock on my door woke me up from the dreamless slumber I'd been in. It took me a second to remember where I was. The walk back to the mansion from the Joneses had been a blur. I had stopped only when I was in my room and under the covers. The knock sounded again. Isla. Grace called out and knocked again. It's open. But can I come in? A surprised smile lifted my downturned lips. Trust her to be the most courteous person I had ever met. Yes, you can, I said loud enough for her to hear me. The door opened to reveal Grace wearing her pajamas. She shut the door behind her and walked up to the bed. You've been sleeping for so long. I looked at the time. It was 9 p.m. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept for so long. Mom's wondering if you want something to eat. No, I'm good. Aren't you hungry? I shook my head. Okay then, I'm going to bed. Good night, Gracie. I smiled at her. Good night, Isla. She smiled back before bounding out of the room. She shut the door and I shrugged off the blanket. I figured I had to get up at some point, why not now? Changing my clothes seemed to be a good place to start. I just got off the bed when my phone rang. With a low sigh, I returned to the vibrating phone. It was Noel. I couldn't help yawning into the phone. Hello? Were you sleeping? Did I wake you? No, I woke up a few minutes ago. Noel chuckled. I swear you're the queen of night owls. Nah, today was a day best slept off. Wanna talk about it? Not right now. I shook my head. What did you want to talk about? I heard pages ruffling on his side in the silence before he spoke again. Remember the book Kayleen gave you? Yeah. I gazed at the huge tome sitting on the coffee table in the corner. Can you send me pictures of the pages on Datura? Like right now? Yeah. Okay, give me a second. I got up from the bed and switched on the light. Balancing the phone between my shoulder and ear, I flicked through the book after finding Datura in the contents. Page 287, it said. My forehead creased in confusion as the pages went from page 286 to 289. I realized I must have made a sound when Noel asked, "What happened?" There is no Datura. Oh, okay. No problem. I found it in. No. I cut him off to explain. I mean, the pages are missing. Is there a tear along the binding? I switched on the lamp on the coffee table and examined it under the light. Someone probably used a pair of scissors or sharp craft knife. It's very neat, but it's there. Isla, it's highly likely that the killer did it. Who else would want to cut off pages of a specific plant from a huge book? What does the killer have to do with this? I yawned again, not yet alert enough to follow his line of thought. I received the report today. The killer used Datura to poison the woman. It's a plant? Yeah, deceptively cute white flowers. I'll send you a picture. Ask your gardener friend about it in the morning. Maybe she knows where it is grown. I agreed as my phone buzzed with an incoming message. You got it? Let me check. I quickly flicked through apps to check his incoming message. The white flowers stared up at me, their mouths wide open. I knew their judgment well because I had seen these flowers. I had seen it right in front of my eyes, in the garden. How could I have been so blind? Isla? You still there? Noel, can you come to the mansion right now? He answered in a split second. I'm on my way. Bring Kai. I don't know what prompted me to say the last two words, but I wasn't going to question it. I hung up on him before he could say something I wouldn't listen to. Shoving my feet into my boots, I thought about all the time I had spent with Xylena. She was my friend. She wouldn't hurt anyone. There had to be explanation. I wanted to get that explanation before Noel and Kai got here. She wouldn't talk freely in front of them. Mind made up, I washed my face to get rid of any remnants of sleep and set off to find Xylena. I checked the kitchen and then the garden, but couldn't find her. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a couple of staff members walking towards the back. I quickly turned my steps to follow them, till they went inside their respective rooms. The ringing in my ears grew louder as I made it to the servants' quarters. I'd never been to this part of the mansion before. It was unfamiliar ground for me, but I followed the path my gut told me was the right way and where I could feel the warmth of magic. I turned into a corridor with countless identical doors, my fingers gliding over the walls and doors. The incessant ringing stopped as I walked further in, but the thread of warmth grew thicker underneath the surface. On the 10th door, my hand snapped back. What was that? Only one way to find out. I twisted the doorknob and slowly opened the door, careful to not make it creak. I stepped inside and my breath hitched. Xylena herself sat on the bed reading. Isla. She grinned as she shut the book and stood. What brings you to my humble abode? Xylena? Wow, you look shell-shocked. Were you expecting someone else? Her sweet smile faltered slightly as she took a step forward. My mind traveled multiple roads to how this could go, and ended up on the last, most sensible one. Hoping my acting was better than I imagined, I chuckled and left the door open behind me. I was just surprised that I found you. Kathy did say that it was a long shot. You were looking for me? Yeah. I wanted to see if your living conditions were up to the mark. Really? That's what you decided to go with? And what do you think? I looked around the stark and unadorned room, my gaze lingering on the closet. The wood was different than the rest of the furniture. I wished I had X-ray vision. I needed an excuse to open it somehow. I just felt that there was something important in there. Her room wouldn't have felt shady if it weren't so much at odds with her personality. She worked in mud all day. How was her room so spotless? I looked back at her with a smile. It's perfect. I'm glad you like it. Sit down please, let's have a drink. No, thank you. I missed dinner, and Kathy's waiting for me, so I better get going. I pointed over my shoulder at the door. My phone buzzed in my pocket with an incoming text. Noel. It had to be him. Relief energized my sinking heart and brought it back to its proper place. But I did want to ask you something. Knowing he was here gave me courage. Xylena perked up at my statement, her head tilted to one side. Tell me what you know about Datura. Her expression grew stony. A fake smile pasted on her face did nothing to hide the panic in her eyes. I took a deep breath to calm my pulse. I needed to keep a level head till Noel got here. I grow it in my greenhouse. Her spine straightened as she returned my stare. That's not what I expected to come out of her mouth. Why was she being honest? Was I overthinking this whole ordeal? Let's go, I'll show you. It's okay. I feigned a smile for her. You can just tell me. Oh no. The flowers are beautiful, you should see them. She put on her coat and paced towards me, and the open door I still stood against. I quickly turned and stepped outside before she needed to push past me. We walked to the greenhouse side by side in silence, the path seeming far longer than it had that day when I'd been in pain. What prompted you to ask about this specific plant? I stayed silent while I thought of my answer so I wouldn't stutter when I opened my mouth. A friend knows this is your forte, and he asked me to ask you about it. She hummed hollowly and went ahead to unlock the greenhouse. The white flowers stared at me wide-eyed through the glass. Come on in. I stepped inside but didn't let her close the door. Can we leave this open? This is making me feel weirdly claustrophobic. I tried to laugh it off, but my voice still came out nervous. No. Her face hardened. Cold air will kill many of these delicate plants. Instead of answering her, I made a show of taking my phone out of my pocket and holding a finger up. Hi. I said into the phone with no one on the other end. Nah, I'm at the greenhouse with Xylena. Yeah, I was cut off as the phone started vibrating loudly with Noel's incoming call. My heart swooped down to the bottom of my stomach, and my terror-filled gaze swung to Xylena. All I saw was a blur as she jumped on me and wrestled my phone away. I fought her as hard as I could, my limbs grew heavier, until they ultimately fell to my sides. What did you do? I gasped as I slowly brought my hands up to clutch my throat in a desperate attempt to ease the burning. Oh, you know, just what anyone would do in my position. My hand limply fell from my throat back to the ground. I looked up to identify the real Xylena among the four that I was seeing. I blinked rapidly, trying to get the blurriness out of my vision, and willed myself to stay awake. You know, you've got so much spirit. She stood and plucked a syringe from the ground. I didn't want to do this to you of all people. I hope you know that I really do care for you. Her words boomed and replayed in a loop between the thumping inside my mind. My skin burned against any surface it contacted. Her hand might as well have been acid when it touched me, to turn me over. I opened my mouth to scream for help as the ground around us went up in flames, but no sound came out. That silence is the sound of your body failing you, she spoke in my face. Don't worry, honey. I'm going to put you out of your misery soon. I don't want you to suffer. I just need to make it look like an accident. You see, I'm not one to repeat my mistakes. The flames parted as she walked through them to leave the greenhouse. I tried to yell again, but my body failed me again. A tear burned its way down my face, and I felt a cold hand wipe it away. My eyes swerved to the hazy figure, and my hammering heart picked up more speed. Oh, sweetie, I wish you had found out who the killer was in time, my mother's soft voice echoed. Maybe now you'll learn how to understand what's happening right in front of you sooner. I didn't think you'd even figure this out. I've been observing you. It's painful to watch all the mistakes you've made. Maybe this is why your father never wanted to be a part of your life. I couldn't hold back tears or gasps. The dark, acrid smoke fumed up and curtained the woman, but not her suddenly cold voice. If only I knew what I was giving up my life for. The cold, evil voice I heard wasn't my mother's. It couldn't be. I shut my eyes tight, but still felt the ground open beneath me. I fell into it and screamed as thick darkness enveloped me. I fell and fell and fell, and kept falling into an abyss, until it started to feel like I was flying. Voices spoke and exchanged dialogues. Not one word paired with another to form a sentence that I could understand. Screams, cries, and meaningless words eddied in visible grayish swirls around me, replacing the darkness. The pain in my burning flesh made it hard to think. I was in a limbo. On my way to hell. This isn't real, I repeated to myself till the swirls disappeared and the words started to make sense. This is for Winona. I knew that voice. That was Kai, wasn't it? And this is for Isla, you bitch. The screech that followed pierced through the darkness and brought me back to my body on the floor between flames. Stop it. Kayleen. I've got this, go help Isla. Was that Noel? He was too late. Why was no one putting out the fire? The flames were growing by the minute. I tasted ash on my tongue. The smell, the burning of flesh, filled my nostrils. There is no fire, Isla, it's all in your head. If you can hear me, then stop screaming, please. It was the first time I ever heard Kai plead for anything. But I wasn't the one screaming. Was I? I couldn't feel anything except the burning, but the screaming wasn't coming from me. Little Missy. A gentle hand cradled my head. It's okay, you'll be okay. We need to move her while she's calm. Hurry. Kai ordered. Please help me. They'll burn me alive. Don't let them do this. Isla. Was that Xylena crying out? Shut up. Noel roared. Don't you dare say her name. It was getting harder to focus on anything. Snatched phrases came to me. Call the ambulance. Get her a blanket. She's not breathing. Why is she not breathing? Until darkness consumed me again. Chapter 17. Dark. It was so dark. I blinked, trying to adjust to the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. It wasn't the type of darkness where you hoped to see a light at the end of the tunnel. It was an all-encompassing, tangible, gooey black inkiness. I made sure I had solid ground beneath my feet and stretched out my hand but touched nothing but dense air. I dragged my foot to take a step ahead. The sound echoed for a second and then I heard a hoarse voice. Fresh blood. Sibylline. The voice came from everywhere, resonating, making it hard for me to figure out where it was coming from. Who's there? Sibylline. It's me. The hoarse voice spoke again. I couldn't tell if it was a male or female. I'm not Sibylline. But if I tell you who I am, will you tell me who you are? Tasenda. Nice to meet you, Tasenda. I'm Rose. I lied, not comfortable with giving them my real name. To my astonishment, the ominous voice giggled. Small childish bursts at first, turning into loud cackles. You're really weird. Weird, DD. The voice clicked its tongue as if tasting the word. Where am I? The voice giggled again, making my skin crawl. I took another step forward. A new, stronger and clearer voice spoke over the giggling one. If you want to live, I advise you against stepping forward. My head swiveled from side to side, not that I could see anything. Who's there? Your life, do you want it back? If someone ever found out that I hesitated in answering such a simple question, they would surely judge me for it. Because my life wasn't bad. Not at all. I had everything. But at the same time, I had nothing. Would I make a difference? I mumbled, afraid to even ask. The giggling voice had grown quiet but now screeched in laughter again, while the second voice huffed. You hear what she said, love? Suddenly my head spun. I heard a myriad of voices before they untangled, and I heard them clearly. So I went home to clean up. Didn't want you to faint again right after you woke up. Although it would have been funny. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been. None of this is funny. Mom and Tim said that you're resting, but can you please wake up just once and let everyone know that you're all right? I'd really appreciate it. Hi. I know I don't talk much or at all. But 4 people in my life have accepted me like I am. And you're one of them. So I want to say thank you. I regretted not saying that to you before. Please get better soon. I brought your favorite double chocolate cookies. You better wake up and eat them before they go stale, okay? Goodness girl, are you taking your sweet time? What did you see before we got there? That low-life witch is in prison for what she did. Don't worry about any of that now. I'm so sorry for saying everything that I did. I wish things could be different. I love you, and I absolutely love the gift. Thank you. Zoe said you looked like shit, and I hate to say that she was right. Wake up and a hot bath will be ready for you, yeah? I'll keep the grandparents away till then. Because this is going to break their heart, Isla. I know because it's breaking mine. Wherever you are right now, I know you can hear us. Whatever you saw wasn't real. It was the poison's doing. Come back, Bobcat, no one is going to hurt you again. I'd like to see anyone try. Stay with us, little missy, please. Sometime between hearing the voices of the people I loved, I'd fallen to my knees on the ground. This was all I'd selfishly needed. I want to go back. Please, I sobbed. Please send me back. I unstuck my eyelids with all the force I could manage, and immediately winced at the brightness in the room. Once my eyes adjusted to the light, I noticed all the flowers and a solo get-well-soon balloon in the room. My gaze roamed over the room and ended up on the edge of my hospital bed, where Tim sat with his head in his hands. I tried to call his name, but all that came out was a hoarse, wheezy whimper. It was enough to alert Tim. He jerked up straight and looked around before his gaze came to me. His lips trembled. You're awake. Shush. I frowned when my voice shook and ended in a wheezy sound again. He quickly wiped his tears and picked up a glass of water from the side table and put a straw in it. I lifted my head as much as I could and sucked down a few sips. My parched throat welcomed the cool, soothing liquid. He kissed my forehead as he put the glass down and pushed the button for the doctor. I've called the doctor. He gently combed his fingers through my hair. I lifted my hand up, which took all the strength I had, and clasped his. When I had his attention, I put my other hand on my throat. His chin wobbled again as he understood my question. You screamed a lot, but I'm sure it's mostly because of disuse. I flinched when the door opened. A brown-haired female doctor entered the room. Welcome back, Miss Rose. I'm Dr. J. You gave us quite the scare the day before yesterday. She gave me a kind smile and picked up my file. Your vitals are good. Can you speak for me? Just a word or two. I opened my mouth and tried to speak but could only croak, why you can't? Okay, that's okay. Take it easy. We pumped your stomach to flush out the poison. The tube went down your throat, and with all the screaming that you did, your throat needs a lot of rest. When can we go home? Tim asked the doctor. If she stays stable for the rest of today and overnight, you can take her home tomorrow morning. Anything we should be careful about? Nothing too serious. You can catch her up on everything that happened to help with her orientation. Other than that, just focus on her diet. The dietitian will provide you with the instructions. Till then, keep giving her water. All right, thank you so much, doctor. The doctor smiled at Tim and then at me. Take care, Isla. As soon as the doctor left, Tim raised my bed up and fluffed my pillows to help me in a sitting position. Then he picked up the glass and brought it up to my mouth before I took it from him and held it on my own. He watched me drink the whole glass. When I was done, he took the glass and placed it back on the tray. Oh, I nearly forgot. He smacked his forehead and took out his phone, shooting out a text to someone. Tim. I wheezed. He quickly looked up and pocketed his phone. I'm sorry, I was informing everyone that you're awake. Tell me ever. Shish, of course you'd want to know. He rubbed his forehead and sat down on the bed next to me. Noel and Kayleen showed up at the mansion. Noel asked after you, and I told him you were in your room because that's where Grace saw you last. He went up and Kayleen went straight to the garden, muttering about binders and cloaks or something. I personally think she's a bit out of it. No, more like very much in the thick of it. Not that I could tell Tim that. He took a deep breath and continued. Noel called you when he couldn't find you while I asked everyone around. That's when we heard you scream. Noel got to you first, but we were a bit too late. Xylena had poisoned you and was injecting you with another dose when he stopped her. Kayleen? I don't know what Kayleen did, but it hurt Xylena. She wasn't physically harmed, but she was out of it and begging for your help when they took her away. We called the ambulance and they brought you here. They took you to the emergency room, then ICU. You were unconscious the whole day yesterday and you flatlined last night. His voice shook and he swallowed to speak again. I sent everyone home in the morning, since no one slept all night. Which is why I was texting them, because I know they'd like to know you were awake. A tear streaked down my face at the image of everyone staying up all night for me. I couldn't imagine what kind of trouble they went through while I was under. I hated that I couldn't speak, so I did what I could do. I leaned forward and wrapped my arms around Tim. No one could tell whose body shook harder from the sobs that escaped both of us. I was so glad to be alive, and would be forever grateful for all the people that loved me. Chapter 18. Back at the mansion, I was under strict instructions from Kathy to rest, even though I had told her countless times that I was sick of bed rest and felt better now. Thankfully, Tim took over and showed me mercy. He helped me to the TV room and brought extra pillows and blankets to smother me in. Then he called Grace and Jonas to come in and had them put on a movie while he lounged in the couch next to mine, so he could watch over me in case something went wrong. At least this way I got to enjoy company and a Disney movie while being fussed over. Exactly half an hour after my last snack, Kathy showed up with another. I whined as I saw her coming towards me with a plate full of fruit. Kathy, please, I have no space left in my stomach. Stuff it in your pockets then. I don't care as long as the plate's empty when I come back. I waited till she left before handing the plate to Tim. Please, I'll do whatever you say, just eat this. Very poor choice of words, little missy. He tsked, but still took the plate from me. A woman knocked on the door, another staff member I didn't know, and entered the room when Tim signaled her to. She bent her knees in a half-courtesy. I would never get used to this. Good morning, Miss Rose, you have a visitor. Who is it? The woman flushed as she shifted from one foot to the other. She refused to tell me her name. Tim stood at once. I'll go see, stay put. Tim returned with Kai in tow. My mouth fell open at the shock of seeing her outside the library. But then I remembered that she had been here that night too. I had specifically asked Noel to bring her. And I had a good feeling that she had visited me at the hospital too. Kids, pause your movie and step outside, please. Tim tapped Jonas on the shoulder. Jonas and Grace both rose, neither tried to hide blatant stares at the sight of a strangely dressed, silver-haired lady. Tim ushered them out and shut the door to give us some privacy. The boy has some warmth in him, Kai remarked as she sat down in the place where Tim had sat. I folded my arms across my chest, but didn't move from under the blandlets. I'm sure his warmth is not what you are visiting to discuss. Can't I come see you without a specific purpose? Apparently not. I couldn't help thick sarcasm sharpening my tone. I deserve that. Kai sighed as her eyes turned upward. You have the right to be irritated with me, but don't be snarky. It doesn't suit you. I glared at her. I'll reserve the right to know what suits me and what doesn't. I regret my behavior towards you in the days following my return. It was not fair to you. I could and should have handled the situation with more grace. Handled what situation better? What happened on your vacation? Kai sighed again, before regaining her composure. My vacation plan was simply to celebrate a Remembrance Day with my family. But when the woman, Winona, was murdered, the celebrations turned to grieving. It drained my magic. If you grieved so hard, you must have known her well. My tone softened. One thing I understood was how it felt to lose someone close to you. How well did you know her, Winona? Winona was a member of my coven. Closer than family. I blinked at Kai. Words failed me. Was there a proper response for when someone told me their fellow witch died? Was murdered? Her silvery gray eyes narrowed at me. You do know what a coven is, don't you? Yes, I do know what a coven is. A thought crossed my mind and I added, but I don't know what a familiar is. A familiar is an imp or pet animal that accompanies a witch. They help focus magic when spellcasting, and in a general sense improve the magical ability of the witch. Can a ghost spirit be a familiar? Kai rubbed her chin. It is uncommon, but possible. I nodded. How do you feel? She gazed at me with ruthless intensity. Perfect. Not just physically, nor psychologically. How does your magic feel? How can I tell? My voice rose as frustration filled my chest. She pulled a face. What do you mean, how can you tell? I didn't even know I had magic. I can't even sense anything within me, let alone use it, or tell you how I'm doing magic-wise. It's all because of that bitch. Kai's hands fisted on top of her knees. She placed corded binders all around this place. I took out their. It's not just because of her. I've been kept in the dark before I even met Xylena. Kai tilted her head and regarded me carefully. What? I asked, feeling conscious. Did she ever bring catnip to you? I remembered the moment clear as day. She did. Were her hands warm? Yeah. That's what I feared. Her small frame tensed up. She used catnip on you. I frowned at her absurd suggestion. We became fast friends after I met her. Exactly. Catnip is used to befriend witches who have cat familiars. I stared at her, dumbfounded by what she was telling me. Do you trust me? I looked at her big silver eyes and knew my answer, but couldn't give in so easily. What's that got to do with anything? Just answer me. Please. The please did me in. Yes, I do. She gave me a slight smile, glanced down and shuffled her robes around. She found what she was looking for, and took out a vial containing a mauve-colored runny liquid. This contains hyacinth and clove. It will free you of the charm she cast on you. I took the small bottle from her and lifted it towards the light, tilting it from side to side. Am I supposed to drink it? Yes. Is it poisonous? Yes. Are you sure about this? Yes. I took a deep breath and realized I had nothing to lose. Okay, here goes nothing. I twisted the cork out and gulped the contents down. The spicy liquid burned its way down to my stomach, and I coughed as moisture pricked my eyes. You. I poked my tongue out and fanned it. That was disgusting. It wasn't designed to taste pleasant. Kai smirked at me. Give me the vial back, girl. I handed her the now empty bottle. You won't be in her clutches anymore. I didn't feel any different. Seconds dragged by, nope, still nothing. I learned how to detect magic. I informed her when the silence pressed too hard. Her eyebrows inched up. From? Cheryl. An unreadable expression grew on her face. Fitting. Kai seemed lost in thought before she slowly returned to present time. Would you still like me to teach you magic? I glanced at her tightly clasped hands and back at her pinched face. Dark rings still circled her eyes, but the lifeless, dull look within her gaze was replaced by her normal sheen. It was good to have Kai back. I gave her a nod. Yeah, I would love that. Later that day, I sat on the swing in the garden with a pencil and sketching pad in hand. After everything that happened with Zoe, it was hard to get excited about drawing again. But I'd force myself out here to at least doodle in the sketch pad. It wasn't easy to do anything for myself these days, and that had to change. The plants and shrubs that Xylena covered with plastic sheets to save from the cold were still covered, and now a thin film of snow blanketed the plastic. Not even a week ago, I'd sat here happy to be around her while she did her work. But now I knew our friendship wasn't even real. It was a facade that started with a con. I badly wanted to know why she did it. I wanted to know why she didn't think that a simple, honest friendship would have worked. I took out my phone and called Noel. He answered immediately. Hey Isla, how are you feeling now? Perfectly fine. How are you? I'm good. What's up? It may sound strange, but can I meet with Xylena before she's sent to Arx? And why the hell would you want to do that? Hasn't she caused you enough pain already? I know, Noel, but I'm not a kid. I have some questions for her. Write them down, I'll pass them along. Noel, please. I'm serious. He paused for a long while, and I took the phone away from my ear to check if he had cut the call when I heard his voice again. Tomorrow morning. I'll get you 5 minutes with her, not a second more. I'd take it. Thank you. I hope you change your mind. Bye. He cut the call, and I dropped the phone beside me. The sound of footsteps drew my attention. I looked over my shoulder towards the pavilion to see the mayor. He was dressed in a 3-piece tailored suit as always, not a hair out of place. His head turned and gaze searched as he entered the pavilion. I had half a mind to get up and hide in case he was looking for me. Too late. The mayor spotted me and marched towards the swing. I quickly closed my sketching pad, picked up my phone and slid to the very end of the seat. I made myself as small as possible, thinking maybe I could become invisible that way. Good morning. He sounded as confident and arrogant as ever. Can I sit with you? If you don't mind? What was this? The second grade? It's a free country. I shrugged, not looking at him directly. He relaxed and sat down, thankfully leaving a space between us. Are you feeling better now? Yes, thank you for asking. A weight of awkwardness descended upon us once the niceties were out of the way. I couldn't bring myself to feel any anger towards him, after everything that had happened. I was trying to leave my past right where it belonged, in the past. His presence made a difference. Are those for me? I pointed towards the flowers in his hands. Yes, these are for you. He presented the bouquet of bright, multicolored gladiolus flowers to me. They represent strength, so I got them for you. I stilled my hands mid-reach to accept the flowers. Hard to believe he got the flowers himself, and on top of that chose them for a specific meaning. Thank you. I took the bouquet from him. That's very thoughtful. It's nothing. He waved his hand non-committedly before straightening up and composing his expression again. I thought about what you said that day in my study. It wasn't my intention to make you feel like I was dumping money on you to buy your forgiveness for my wife killing your mother. I stipulated that the money belongs to you long before you came to the island. I didn't expect you would have a problem with it, because no one has ever had a problem accepting money from me. I stared at him for the first time he came here. Under close inspection, the bags under his eyes and the tiredness in his posture became obvious. Whatever Helena had done, she had been his wife. I'm not everyone. I'd meant to sound strong, but my words came out in a whisper. No, you're not. He returned my gaze. You're just like your mother. I nodded and slowly turned to face forward, and felt him do the same. Being compared to my mother, instant shame flooded me over what I had said to him in his study. I'm sorry for how I behaved that day. I would have done the same. He didn't look at me. I will proceed with the money, however you want me to. I don't want it. His eyes narrowed. That's out of the question. You just said you would proceed however I wanted you to. I waited for him to add something to his statement. He didn't utter a single word. I was too tired to fight with him. I'll think about it. I'll take my leave then. He smoothed his pants and stood up. I stood up too. Thank you for coming and for these flowers. He stared as I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. It took a conscious effort to stop fidgeting. His smile, slight though genuine, showed the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. I tried to mimic it, but I knew my smile was shaky at best. Take good care. He bid goodbye and walked away. I said farewell to his back. As he disappeared from my line of sight, I realized I felt lighter than in a long time. I arrived at the precinct full of nerves. 5 minutes wasn't long. I had to make sure it was long enough to get the answers I needed from Xylena. I took a deep breath, entered through the glass doors and jolted to a stop. The place was in a frenzy of activity. The officers who weren't darting around were huddled in their cubicles or sharing frantic, hushed whispers over the small partitions. Unsure of what was going on, I stepped up to the reception area and the unfriendly young receptionist. He looked even younger as terror coated his features. You shouldn't be here right now. I ignored his statement. What's going on here? I'm sure the deputy will contact you when it's appropriate. Till then, it's best if you leave. He swallowed and his Adam's apple bobbed. We're in the middle of an emergency. What kind of emergency? Is everyone fine? What I really meant was, is Noel fine? Miss Rose, I can't. I'm sorry. I glanced at the man's name tag. Sorry, Dan, but I need to make sure Noel is okay. I marched ahead before he could stop me. Halfway through the cubicles, the whispers became audible. Deputy Gage was in there when it happened. Do you think he could have stopped her? She poisoned herself hours ago. No one could have stopped her. I increased my pace as my gaze searched for Noel. Something foul burned at the back of my throat when I couldn't see him in the throng of staff standing outside one of the cells. Excuse me? I tried to get the attention of a random detective. Excuse me. Over the ringing in my ears, I couldn't tell if I was speaking loudly enough. My heart throbbed painfully as I neared the cell, cutting through the crowd. Noel? Has anyone seen Noel? My voice grew frantic when no one answered me, and continued talking to each other. A hand enclosed my elbow. I instinctively twisted away before I recognized his voice. Isla, what are you doing back here? Noel asked. My throat tightened. I sucked in a breath and threw my arms around Noel's neck as my vision blurred. Oh my God, Noel. You're okay. I roamed my hands up and down his arms to make sure, and blinked away the tears threatening to fall. He hugged me back tightly for a second, before letting me go. He gestured towards his office with a solemn expression on his face, his eyes flitting to the cell behind me. Come with me, Isla. I nodded and matched his brisk pace to his office. Every single person in our vicinity had their gaze fixed on Noel, but he stared straight ahead and marched to his door. Following his example, I stopped caring about everyone else and watched him open the door. As soon as we were inside, he shut the door and leaned against it. He closed his eyes and let out a long, deep sigh. Noel, what's going on? Are you really okay? He opened his eyes and regarded me for a moment, still leaning against the door. Please tell me what's happening, I urged him. He took a deep breath and straightened. Come sit. Instead of going to his desk, like he always did, he took a seat on the couch in between the bookshelves. I went and sat next to him. An hour ago, he began, I was briefing Xylena about her transfer to ARCS. It's a standard protocol that we follow for cases of homicide. I was just about done when she started having a seizure. The office around me blurred. His voice grew further and further away. I focused my vision on a random spot and tugged at the collar of my shirt as I did not feel like I was getting enough air. Is she alive? I interrupted him. I had to know. No. A sob escaped my lips and I dropped my face to my hands. Noel hugged a comforting arm around my shoulders. Hey shush. I know she tried to kill me. I know. But she was scared. My voice quaked. She asked for my help. She killed Winona, an innocent woman, and nearly killed you too. He squeezed my shoulder. This is not your fault. I can't take another death, Noel. It's too much. You won't have to, he said resolutely. I promise. Epilogue. The man in oddly vibrant colored robes stood in a tent much smaller than his own. He visited every day since his daughter died. It was the closest he felt to her. They'd been unable to recover her body. How humiliating. Another wave of fury flooded from his vessel, but the members of his coven share their magic with him to help him contain it. He would reward them as soon as he got what he wanted, revenge. He wanted his daughter's killer to pay to the last drop of her blood. His heart twanged when he thought about how he'd make the woman wish she had never been born, let alone kill his daughter. His sweet daughter, Winona. If only he had stopped her from going out on this mission. He turned and faced the flapping cloth before it parted, and a man dressed in a blue uniform entered. My lord. He bowed deeply. I don't have the patience for all this, Killian. The subordinate Killian straightened up and began his briefing. They made an arrest, sir. Kayleen confirmed that they had the right person. The extraction was carried out successfully. We have her. Who is it? The man strode from the tent with Killian trailing behind him. Xylena Hollis. She's a hedge witch of age 25 and has lived in Provence since her birth. She is employed by David Ambrose and works at an estate near Ruh. Moreover, she belongs to Bloodgood, sir. The man burned inside out at the information, but he tried to keep it at bay until he could unleash it on the right person. They stopped in front of a thick door made of pure lead. What do you want me to do with her? Killian asked. Nothing. Open the door. Killian dragged the heavy door open. If it strained him to do so, he didn't let it show. The dreary door led to an equally squalid room. A rectangle of light pierced through the utter darkness inside the room and fell on the brown-haired girl in a straitjacket, crouched down on the floor. She looked up, wincing as the light blinded her. Why, where am I? The man stalked to the girl and leaned down on his haunches. Xylena Hollis. He spat out her name. You're a disgrace. People like you don't deserve the gifts they're given. Xylena sniveled and tucked her chin down to her chest. You will tell me why you killed my daughter, and for each word you speak, I will break one bone in your body. Am I clear? She whimpered in response. Arcs would be better than whatever this place was. The man jerked her by the hair to force her head up, making her cry out. When I ask you something, I expect an answer, he said slowly. Am I clear? Fear, like she'd never known before, made her tremble from head to toe. She remembered her grandmother used to tell her to close her eyes and take a deep breath when something was too much for her to bear. So she did. The dark wasn't so scary behind her eyes as it was around her. Yes, she whispered in response. Then howled in pain when the man broke her nose with the heel of his hand. As the hot blood gushed out of her nose and covered her mouth and neck, the man released his grip on her neck and stood up. Welcome to Warcloud. I hope you're ready for hell. The end of Book 2. Download Book 3 here. Or read on for a sneak peek into Third Time's the Charm.